along with a panel that highlights the influence of Chinese heritage on shaping the culture and education fabric in the United States. As we embark on this journey together, I want to express our deepest appreciation to Karp and the Berkeley Alumni Association and its Chinese chapter, which is a descendant of the Chinese Student Club that formed over a century ago. The China Berkeley Summit was born out of the Cal Alumni Association Chinese chapter 7 years ago, and we're still a key part of that chapter. Each year, we bring together the alumni and students to foster cross-cultural and cross-generational dialogues within and beyond the Berkeley community. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, the 2023 Berkeley China Summit promises to be an enlightening and enriching experience, and we encourage you to engage, learn, and collaborate throughout the event. And together, we can forge a path towards a brighter, more interconnected future. So thank you for being part of this remarkable journey. And let us now officially commence the 2023 Berkeley China Summit. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Kurt and Chica's special remark and words of encouragement. So today is kind of a day filled with brilliant talks and intellectual discussion that's going to have a meaningful days to come. So I again want to extend appreciation to all of you who come out and support Berkeley China Summit. And again, let's get them, Chico and Kurt, a round of applause again. Thank you. So with that said, right, I know that time is valuable, so let's dive right in. So to kick off the meeting today, the first session is called the Artificial Intelligence, Future and Application. And we're gonna talk about AI because it's the most talked about this year, and it's the household name of everyone. Everyone knows about AI now, it's even from my grandma. With that being said, I would like to introduce our keynote speaker of the first session, Artificial Intelligence, Jack McCooley. So yeah, let's give him a round of applause. So Jack, please come on the stage. Thank you, Jack. I'm gonna give up the stage to Jack, but as you can see the resume out there, if I have to read it off, it's gonna take days. So I'm just gonna hand it off to Jack so that you can enjoy the talk for the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here. I'm also an alumni, as you figured out, and it's interesting because Kirk and Schekman are both EECS, as was I, and that's a class of 86. And the education I got here really launched my career because I wanted to be an artist, and artists are poor. So I didn't want to be poor. And I came here, I had no idea what I was doing. I took 25 units in hardcore engineering, data, and science, and I got blown away. So I reduced my workflow. And by the time I graduated, I had decent grades, but not the first year or so. I didn't know. I mean, I was supposed to take 25 units. I think they restrict that now. So slide deck, please. Okay. I'm a video game engineer, and I worked in entertainment for 40 years. When I left Berkeley, I worked for a company called Cyclotronics, which was purchased by Kodak Research. And I worked with Alan Ehrlichkamp, who was the chair of the CS department in Berkeley. he hired me. He hired all Berkeley people there. And I started working in entertainment. Prior to that, I messed around with video games, but this was a serious thing. I worked on Terminator 2, Edward Scissorhands, with the feature films. I built the audio system that could have research for those movies. So, next slide, please. This ChatGPT, it's not exactly accurate. It's okay. I found out what it does is harvest the stuff from Reddit and Wikipedia. It's just data harvesting and then puts readable form, I guess. But I was the head engineer on Red Octane, which is a video game company. Also, two Cal alumni that hired me, two brothers. One was computer science, the other was business. And Charles Mellon was one of the guys. He was the head of the trustees for a while. Just recently stepped down, but. So I've been involved with this university for a long time, and when I graduated here, I did not want to come back to this place. I thought it was hard. I took too much of a workload. 4 years, 3.5 years, rather hardcore data scientist, and I didn't want to come back here. But what attracted to me this place is that what I got out of it, and it's cheap too. I had a scholarship, but relatively inexpensive. Stanford, I was out of my reach financially, but I had a nice scholarship here, so it paid for my living expenses and my tuition. So, but I had to finish up real fast. So, next slide, please. I'm an inventor, creative person, and I tried doing. Sorry, I lost the slide there. Anyways, I'll talk. Nothing on the screen, but I'll talk. So I'm an inventor, and I patent things. Part of my job at companies is to create content and build the intellectual property around it. And the schooling mouse here, that was right out of school, and I didn't know where it would go. I just thought it'd be cool for a video game to be able to use the wheel to go in and out of the game, navigate the game. And lo and behold, it showed up. When I was at Logitech, I got hired by those guys that are, I forget his name, but and then it progressed forward. My ability to get hired was all relationship based. I didn't really have a resume. I just knew people, and they needed help. They would call me. They knew I was competent and qualified, and it kind of went that way. I just built a relationship with them. I stayed in touch with the two guys at Red Octane, Charles and Kai Kwan, for 16 years, and other people around me. As a matter of fact, one person here is also a colleague, actually in touch with for 16 years. So I did that, and that's how I got gigs. I went to Guitar Hero, and when I was at Guitar Hero, I got the gig at Oculus VR because one of the guys who was a co-founder of Oculus went and asked Activision, which is where I worked at Guitar Hero, if they knew any hardware people that could help them, and that's how I got the gig. I didn't just like they recruited me. So interesting story. But we sold the company Oculus in 2 years, and my job as a head engineer, and I ran the production and the engineering part, production, manufacturing, and engineering. So I ended up as an executive role, which I never really liked. I don't like managing people. It's just not my thing. But I just knew how to do a lot of different things, and it was probably useful. So part of my job at Oculus was doing patent work and so forth, and to try to build a portfolio of patents, which is what you do to prevent yourself from being sued, being in trouble with it. Next slide, please. I'm also a trustee at the Math Institute. There's a Math Institute up on the Nobel Laureates lab, and I got that job through somebody else I knew. I got the trustee position at this university because of somebody else I knew who recruited me. That's how it worked for me. I also teach here. I teach mobility engineering, which is electric vehicles. I'm really into electric vehicles right now, so I'm doing that. I work in entertainment, as I said, and Dick Tracy, Edward Scissorhands, and technical contributor in this sound system that we built. I'm not taking credit for that entire thing, but my job was designing the sequential logic, which is quad chips, and that's what I did there in simulation. So I have a lot of information on Terminator 2. I know quite a bit of how the movie was made. Later on, I'll talk about it. This is my experience. Next slide, please. Okay, before I launch this, I want to. A video game renders each scene, each frame in real time. They didn't used to work that way, but that's how they work now. They have this thing inside the video game called inside the console or the desktop game rig. It's called a GPU, graphics processing unit. NVIDIA makes those as well from other people, AMD. So this here is from 1991, before there was a GPU. And what they did is they rendered it one frame at a time. And they did it on a bunch of Sun workstations. I did my work earlier with my Sun workstation. I love the thing. So play the video, please. Watch this. Sorry about the swearing. But that is rendered. This is rendered. And this is rendered. So this took 6 weeks to render it. Sorry about my vision. 6 weeks. I didn't work on the graphics part, I worked on the audio stuff. And what's remarkable about that now is you can actually do that in real time. And next slide, please. Okay, this is 2023 and 1993, which is Doom and Quake. Some of you might remember that game. Play the video, please. I mean, it's just phenomenal good, and also very totally good. The engine that's running this is called Unreal, and it's a game engine that you buy. It's So on the right, that video game engine was written by a colleague who worked at Oculus for me, called John Hennessy. And on the left, that's a company that makes a video game engine. So the video game engine gives you the API, the application interface, to be able to create content. But it's done in real time versus Terminator 2, which took 6 weeks to render. And it played for about 2 or 3 minutes there. So how is this connected to AI? It is, and I'll explain a couple of things. A computer chip that you buy and you put it in a computer does not like to do real numbers. It doesn't. A real number has a decimal point, like 33.45. That's called a real number. Computers natively don't manage those things very well. It's done in software. There's a library routine running in the computer that you call to do one operation. The Sun workstation did just that. It's very, very slow. So incidentally, a computer chip also does integer math, which doesn't have a decimal point, multiplies and divides natively on board pretty fast. But for a video game, you need floating point precision for shading and texturing. So next slide, please. So I'll explain a couple of things. This is a flop. And a flop is a floating point operation. Multiplying 2 real numbers together, which is 123.456 times 21.4, for instance, is one floating point operation. And here's where I will explain a couple more things to you. Computer-powered benchmark, it's the benchmark that's used. How many floating point operations you can do in a second? And computers love integers, like 4 times 8. It's very easily done in a computer. Addition numbers also. The heart of a computer chip is the ALU, which is the engine that does the additions and subtractions and so forth. You're really just running the entire thing. So next slide, please. They don't like floating point. And where am I going with this? Because AI, the core of AI is a chip very similar to what runs in the video game. And it actually is synthesized for math. So this is called a math coprocessor. Instead of redesigning the computer chip, they put a chip that does just floating point operations. Floating points are real numbers. And it does it okay. In 1990, This processor here gives you 170,000 floating point multiplies in 1 second. So that is pretty fast for 1990. And the Doom and Quake used this technology. That other video game I showed you, the kind of grainy one, the older one, it used this thing. Mostly all done in software. Next slide, please. So this is NVIDIA, and most people are familiar with NVIDIA. Founded in 1993, and in 1990, you could do 170,000 floating point operations per second. By 1999, 4 billion floating point operations per second because of the GPU. Why is this important? Because the mathematics that are behind AI use floating point operations, and they multiply these very, very large matrices together. It's linear algebra. And in 2000, the PS2, the PlayStation 2 came out in 2000, 6.2 billion floating point operations per second, just on the cusp of being able to render a decent game. Gran Turismo game, it's a cockpit game, a driving game, came out roughly on the PS2, roughly about 2002. It was revolutionary. It was completely rendered, cockpit driving, and then like cockpit games. So NVIDIA founded in '93 at Benson Hine. Yeah, we tuned our headsets at Oculus at NVIDIA. And then the GPU in '99, the first version of the commercialized GPU. Next slide. Okay, the GPU is a graphics processing unit that does large math operations, specifically multiplying very, very large matrices together, variables. And most video games use the GPU to create rich graphics and so forth. And the rich graphics use a large amount of processing power to create effects in the video game. The video game, without a GPU, there would not be AI. It's been around. In 1946 is sort of the first iteration of it. Ran on the low-end computer back then, 8-bit computer, but it could not run fast enough. The same sort of performance requirement that video game has, AI also needs that kind of performance. So my argument is, without video games pushing the boundaries of computer power, there would be not the kind of advances we see in AI. Next slide, please. Okay, I'm just going to give you an idea. All of the pink things there, right there, except for the first one, are all video game consoles. And you can see PlayStation 4, the performance was pushing the boundaries of supercomputers from 2000. So you can see as the power increased as the consoles got more complex, increasing computing power. And that also made games more enriched, very rich. Next slide, please. So this is to give you an idea where we are now. So these are phones, and you can see the iPhone 14 Pro. It has more performance, higher performance than PlayStation 4. This is the number of floating point operations it can do per second, greater than a PlayStation 4. You can run VR applications on a phone. The problem is it overheats, gets too hot. This doesn't have any really good cooling. But an iPhone 14 Pro has the processing power of PS4. It's amazing how quickly it advances. Next slide, please. This is the NVIDIA Titan 5. This is the latest GPU. 110 trillion floating point operations per second. That where we were in 1990 was 170,000 floating point operations per second. Trillion. That's 10 to the 12. It's amazing. So this engine here can run some basic AI stuff, some basic tensor mathematics and linear algebra. Next slide, please. So this is an interesting argument. So this is 1 + 1 is 2, right? We all know that. Next slide. Next slide, please. And so what is X? Or is X is 2? 1 + 2 is 3. So next slide, please. This is what a GPU does. It does this kind of math. It's linear algebra. And the math that's used in AI is very similar. This is not quite, this is called tensor, but this is what's going on inside of a GPU. It's all multidimensional multiplications and divisions and additions. So this is algebra, linear algebra. I'm sure you guys heard of and what if you heard, remember linear algebra. And incidentally, I took this in school. I already had it in another engineering class. I took it, and the linear algebra class was required, right? And I go into, I got a note on the final. She goes, "Come see me." The professor goes here. What's up? She goes, "You haven't been in class, and you got a really high score, so I think you cheated." And I went to take the exam. The final, I took it right in her office, and I got a better grade. But I already had it. I mean, I was like I already knew the stuff from another class, but that's my Berkeley story. So this is the basic mathematics of what GPUs do. They're using, they can render this podium here and then do all the ray tracing for it and all the shading and texture, right? That's what a video game engine does when you buy a license to it. It has all these components in it and alleviates you from having to write it from the ground up. At the companies I worked at, like Activision and EA, we didn't have a video game engine. We had our own stuff because we don't want to pay a license fee. Next slide, please. So AI is based on neural nets and an artificial brain. Now, ChatGPT, it uses a computer service by Microsoft and a layer of software around it. But it has a neural net at its core. Neural network is basically uses tensor mathematics. So a neural net has material connections. What I thought would be very useful, I didn't have time for this thing, but just to do an animation on how it works and how the reinforcement mechanism works in AI. That's at the core of it. And then neural nets must be trained by human or other expert systems, and math operations in AI are similar to GPU math operations for video games. Without energy and pushing on the requirement of performance, we wouldn't have a GPU and we wouldn't have these advances we've seen in the last year or two in AI. Next slide, please. So here's your basic neural net. There you go. So there's an input layer, a hidden layer, and an output layer. And the output layer is a crisp output. So this is the basic topology. But all of these connections that you see here, those have to be managed inside a piece of hardware and with software running too. So next slide, please. TPU is a tensor processing unit. It counts basically the same hardware as the GPU. NVIDIA is, I think, the largest provider of TPUs right currently, but you can run it on a GPU. It's just changing the software, but now they have dedicated hardware, which is basically the core of their Titan V that's running. So in order to do this, you have to have banks of GPUs running all in parallel. A GPU does a lot of parallel math operations. You load the register set and you hit go, and it has multiple parallel ALUs inside of it that do all the math. And I say it wouldn't happen without GPUs. The TPUs they share the same technology. Next slide. Thank you. I'll take questions if anyone has. Any questions? Yes.
Hey, Matt. Hi, Jack. Thanks so much. I'm Chuck, and you know me well. But that's actually also one of Obama's Berkeley China Summit. It's always amazing to hear this really interesting topic and so much of shared evidence. My question to you is, Jack. I guess we talk about like the innovations, and I was actually in fact last week just hosted an event about AI Summit as well. And a good friend of mine who's won the Turing Award, he's seen 40 years of changes. And of course, but one of the biggest things that's changed this time around is, of course, we talk the LLMs. the changes are going much faster. And there's also the threat about replacing all the traditional things, right? Including because one of the very interesting aspects of LLM is the fact that you don't need a lot of people. The AI companies, like, of course, the one that we know, OpenAI, have 1,000 people. So my question to you is this, given you also have seen so many changes, like, over the last many years, what do you see, the potential opportunities and potential threats that we're, with AI trend now?
I was discussing this very same subject before I came up here with the audience member, and for teaching, for instance, you have an instructor who's teaching. Let me just back it up a little bit. There's a company called Synthesia. I don't know if you've heard of these guys, but you can go in and pick an avatar, which is an actor, and you provide the text, and the actor is rendered in AI and speaks. And so you can use it as a spokesperson. I mean, why couldn't you do that for teaching? So it's unknown. I think there's a lot of fear right now with AI, and we don't know how it's going. Some of it's a little bit of some trickery too. I mean, I just noticed it, for instance, stuff on myself, but I think that there's a possibility that some job will be eliminated. Teaching is a great, it's a great profession. I do that here, so. But I think there's some risk. I mean, you can hire a tutor, for instance, that's pure AI. So there's some risk there. Anything that requires human input, I think is also at risk. But the jobs that are fairly safe are, some of the jobs like painter or woodworker or machinist or something like that can't be replaced with AI. It has to have a person's input. That's my take on it. Any other questions?
Randall Whitney, and great to have your presentation this morning. I'm just curious, with the 2 or 3 companies you might identify are new emerging companies that you watch and are most interested in the AI space.
You're asking me which 2 or 3 companies? Well, I'm not really watching them very carefully. Of course, there's GPT and analogs like that. But I think that the Azure one, a supercomputer that Microsoft built, is fundamentally going to make some big changes. I don't know, that's the core being a ChatGPT, the software on top of that. I watched that, but I'm not really watching. I can't keep up with them. There's too much going on. So many startups. But I think there's, people worried about the risk. I mean, you could create disinformation, pollute the world with it. That's potential for doing that. So, Randall, I'm not really watching too many companies right now that are doing that. So. Yes.
My name is Yulin Xu. I'm going to be on the panel today later. I'm founder and CEO of my company, OnSys. I also currently teach at ECNU as well. I've taught at US in the past. Thank you so much for mentioning about sound microsystems. I'm a sound engineer. I was the architect at one CPU group. So the question to you is, 30 years back, if you were the CEO for sound at the time, what would you do differently so that we don't fail from both product and business perspective?
Here's my son's story. When I was at Kodak, we got a very early version of the Sun One workstation, and Scott McNeely came down and installed it himself for help. I mean, that's how they weren't small, but that's I love that computer. It's a great system. And the X Windows and so forth. If I had the others still around, that's what I would use. We just love it there. It was very advanced too. The problem, I think, is that they've just gotten beat out by costs. You can buy, when Windows came out, you can buy Windows for $69 or something like that, and it essentially did the same thing, not as well or as stable as the X Windows and Unix. So it's kind of my take on it. But I love that system. It's great, easy to work with, and a great C compiler on it, assembler, and all that. So.
Good morning, I'm Jack Wang, so I use Workspace as well. A question, so I look at it last time 1990 to now. So the TPU performance 170K to trillions.
I can't hear you.
The TPU performance rate from 170,000 to trillions today. For me, look at it like a similar architecture, it's just faster. Do you think there will be a paradigm shift in the next 10 to 30 years?
Well, in 1990, the 287 microprocessor couldn't do matrix stuff. It just had some basic instructions: multiply, float, multiply, float, divide, what add. That's basically how you do it. It showed up as a register set in the native computer. So that's very different than the GPU, which has multiple parallel entities inside of it, multiple ALUs inside of it. And was that your question? Hello.
Well, think about, like when I think fundamentally it was floating points calculations and matrix calculations, right? And moving forward, it would be something paradigm shifts from different architectural and how it impacts the data, or something that I don't know. There's so just this very intellectual curiosity about it. What do you see next 30 years?
Well, it was about 110 teraflops, the Titan V. That's just astronomically fast. And the ray tracing and so forth, shading, and polygon rendering, and the video games, it's just effortless with it. I showed you that. I'm looking for a game running on Unreal in the Titan V. So what's interesting about video games is that the graphics part, and this is something we found out of Oculus, is not that important. It's the way the game plays. And for VR, it's all about the visual part of it. And it just does not have that much traction. A video game has to tell a story. And if you watch commercials for video games, they always have an empathetic character in the trailer. And that's to attract people in. So it has to have a human component, has to have good play, and the game has to play well, and it has to have a strategy. There is no strategy in VR. I mean, Horizon World, we're going off now on your question, which is made up. What do you do there? I don't know what you're supposed to do. It was like, if you could be a bank robber, like Grand Theft Auto 5, and that kind of stuff would be fun, but it's less about the graphics, and it's more about the play. So for AI, it's a completely different thing. You require awesome computing power. Running an AI app on a phone, even on a console, video game console is pretty tough, be pretty slow. It needs to be provided as a service that you purchase. The company like sitting out in the world somewhere, there's multiple racks of GPUs, and that's the kind of thing I think is of value. But for games, it's just not played out that once it reaches a certain level of immersive graphics, it's just not that important anymore. If the game sucks, people won't buy it. That's kind of on one thing.
Thank you.
Because of interest time, one more question for Anne, and then we'll go.
Okay.
Good morning. Hi, my name is Anne Shu. I'm also an ECF many years ago. Yes, ECF. Okay, but now I'm in a completely different industry after 20 years in high tech myself. I have now founded a school, a nonprofit K through 12 school. And you mentioned that AI is impacting teaching and the careers that you think will not be affected by AI, painters, carpenters and such. So it actually is a fundamental question that I think about as an educator now is, do we even need to teach algebra? Multidimensional algebra, linear algebra. Do we even need to teach that to students anymore?
So I get what you're saying. I think it's important. Linear algebra, I never used it. I mean, this GPU just stuff the registers with stuff and run it. But I think it's important. I think algebra and physics and if nothing else, it helps weed out people who are serious. I always tell people, if you want to learn math, It's a lot like playing an instrument. They're not even related really, but the discipline it takes to learn to do mathematics, it's the same discipline it takes to learn to play a piano. You have to repeat, it's repetition, work the problems that you repeat over and over. So I think math is very important. Now, I didn't use linear algebra once I left school, because you already had to do this class, like the library. But I think you should teach it. I see no problem with the curriculum, and that is here currently. I'm not really aware of this exactly the same as when I was here, but I think it was necessary for me. And don't take 25 minutes, don't do that. It's right. Foolish.
Yeah. Let's give him a round of applause. Well, when Chuck told me that Jeff will be like the innovation that he brought will be like an Iron Man type, it definitely did not disappoint. And thank you, Jack, again. In the interest of time, we have to move forward with the conference. I know that you probably don't get enough of this AI stuff here after Jack's brilliant talk. And with that said, we're going to move on to the next one. It's continue on the AI, but we're going to be in the format of panel. So right now, please allow me to invite the moderator and the panel speakers, the panelists on the stage here. So for this panel, we have Dr. Xuhui Shao. He's the managing director of New Ventures, an early stage deep tech fund investing in Silicon Valley, an ex-VP of engineering at Yahoo. Thank you, Dr. Xuhui. And he will be the moderator leading the discussion. And then next up, we have Rhino Shin. Oh, yeah, go ahead. Sorry. Without orders, Rhino Shin, please. I don't think there's any more introduction for now, but then Tao Yu, please, is the founding partner of Cloud Venture and serial entrepreneur and investor. And then Howie Shi, please have a seat. And Howie is the senior VP of AI ML at Palo Alto Networks and a seasoned technology executive and serial entrepreneur in AI and cloud. For Rhino Shin, I skipped it not just because he needs more introduction. So because Rhino Shin is the co-founder of Databricks and is recently valued at 43 billion. So Databricks is a cloud platform company or cloud computer company combining AI as well. So I'm going to give the stage here to Dr. Xuhui to lead you guys through a journey of meaningful discussion in AI.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Really excited today at Cal Berkeley, arguably the best AI research institute in the world. And so it's very fitting for us to kick it off with keynote speakers, Jack, talking about AI and entrepreneurship. And we'll continue the momentum to talk more about AI technology. What does it mean today? What are the opportunities for young professionals and students at Cal Berkeley? And what are the experiences? What are the opportunities we are most excited about? And what are the risks and challenges facing this wave of generative AI? So a lot of interesting questions in my mind to dig into, and we have an excellent panelist here. We have investors, we have entrepreneurs, we have big company executives, former entrepreneurs, and of course, Ronald is the celebrity at Cal Berkeley, arguably the most successful AI software startup. And I would probably be an open AI. Yeah, we're going to talk about that as well. All right, so to kick it off, I want to talk about, because everybody's excited about generative AI, for our panelists, what are the one example of AI opportunity you're most excited about? Who wants to start? Go for it. I would just go that way. Yeah. Okay. I think there's not really one opportunity. I just think there's so much that can be done with the AI, and in a lot of areas that people historically didn't think as much of the AI box. To give you like maybe just a couple of examples. One is John Deere, which there's also a lot of hate against this company, but some of the things they've been doing is actually pretty remarkable. For example, one of the problems in agriculture is you have to spray pesticide everywhere. It's necessary, even when it's unnecessary. And the reason is sometimes you just don't have that precision to know, hey, what's the right amount of pesticide in terms of you and how much they're happening. And but through sort of, they have this in-house program through AI, it's actually running transformer-based computer vision models under the hood. They collect all the data in more or less real time and use computer vision to detect, hey, what is the right amount I have to spray in specific areas. The term for that now is like precision agriculture. And this is like the type of stuff that have pretty fundamental, everlasting impact on the planet. But you don't typically think, hey, it's like an AI problem, because AI sort of these days show up more in the consumer space. Like another example I'll give you, it's actually not even a recent example. A few years ago, Bechtel, which is this company, I'm not even sure if I'm pronouncing its name correctly. The massive construction, one of the most successful construction companies on earth. They built Hoover dams and all those large projects. So in the construction business, productivity hasn't really increased that much in the last probably few decades, because the type of technology that existed for construction hasn't really changed a lot. But they have noticed, hey, through machine learning, they fed all their historic construction sequencing data into a deep learning model they developed it. And they realized the deep learning model could actually predict, in many cases, a better construction sequence than some of their experts can. Because there's a lot of projects that sometimes billions of steps. Like that would be, hey, when do I source a specific part? And when they arrive, what else do I do? And they actually yielded a few percentage productivity improvement, which to a business that existed for over 100 years, it's a massive deal. It's not a new tech startup that's growing 100 times a year. This one that's growing barely anything. So they meaningfully getting single-digit productivity increase, which actually builds to a pretty massive improvement over there. So these are the type of things I'm actually personally more excited about in the traditional domain, despite I work primarily in tech. But seeing this use case is really making me feel, hey, the tech people are helping the planet.
Yes, I agree that there are so many potential opportunities in AI. It's hard to pinpoint on one particular application for the fundamental models. But maybe I can offer a way to think about these opportunities. So my experience would have been focused on decision making. As many of you, I'm sure everybody experiences so much decision making in your life and work. So I separate, if we separate them into operational decisions and major decisions, I think that may be offering a way to think about the AI opportunities, because operational decisions, I think computer, AI can do a lot of help for us already. And the example of construction and supply chain, many optimization issues we can deal with. But in the most challenging major or strategic decision domain, where there's a lot of uncertainties and also a lot of subjective judgment and values. I think that's where we need to be really careful, because there's values where the decision maker need to inject into the decision-making process. And that's where, a lot of ethics and, legal considerations come into play. And I think autonomous driving is one example of, how much, I think there's a lot of legal and ethical concerns by the public. And that may be, a place where it slows down the acceptance of these big opportunities. But it's, if we have a breakthrough, it would be huge.
So first of all, I'm very glad to be back to this campus after pandemics. I know Reno actually complained about being co-speaker with me for 2 million conferences. But this is the only
event I went to, how you was there, everyone, including Tuesday.
But this is the second time I'm on the panels, so very glad to be here. So on the AI side, I think there are two things I can think of. One of my friends from ACT, Martin Casado, he actually put the use case into 3 categories for today or near future. I think that's pretty accurate. One is for creativity, the second thing is for companion, and the third thing is for co-pilot. That's what he called as a 3C. I think that's what we are going to see for the foreseeable future next 6 to 18, 24 months. But I think that the most exciting use case of AI or generative AI in particular, I don't think I know it. I don't think that most people in this audience has thought about it, but I think we'll come. One of the analogy I used to a Fortune 100 company CEO one day, it was a few months ago, I said, that by the way, that company is not a hunting company that Facebook is the one that's for outside hunting tech industries. So I told him that, imagine, right, you don't have Google engineers. Google has tens of thousands of engineers, great engineers. You don't have that. And, without Gen AI, you are never going to have that. Imagine, a few years from now, you are going to have 10,000 Google engineers. Maybe not Google top engineers, but, pretty good engineers. What are you going to do? Are you going to leverage them to use certain ways to have major breakthrough in your industries, right? So that's kind of the ceiling we should look at it and then aspire high. So from my point of view, near term, it's the 3C, creativity, companion, and co-pilot. And then for the long term, I think we are looking for leveraging AI, generative AI to do major breakthrough that you couldn't imagine to do because you never had that resource, never had that kind of the even imagination in the past.
Thank you. There's a lot of very broad ranging answers. But one of the things that Randall mentioned about is OpenAI. It's like elephant in the room. If you read Walter Isaacson's book on Elon Musk, it's actually very deeply ironic that OpenAI was created to be the open source of AI. And we know now it is the biggest closed source a large language model. And the other thing is that the forming of OpenAI is coming from their disappointment of DeepMind being acquired by Google and worry about AI ethics. And the ironic of history is that DeepMind dedicated their big effort on AI ethics once they become part of Google, and Google as a whole dedicated themselves on ethics a lot more than OpenAI later on. So the role has reversed. But I think I want to double click on that thread of thinking is that open source versus closed source. Maybe starting from Reno because Databricks is probably arguably one of the most successful commercialization of open source software companies in the world. But there's a huge debate in many circles. Will the future dominated by a few closed source language models now having received billions and billions of dollars of VC money versus very small open source models today, but they are widely available. All the researchers, all professors, all the small companies can only get their hands on open source models to do retraining, to do optimization. And what will the future hold? Open source or closed source?
It's a tough question. So
personal belief is that you will see more and more open source investment coming out of both government-backed organizations as well as companies. And this would actually provide more of a foundation for a lot of companies to innovate on, but more at the infrastructure level. And I actually suspect most companies probably wouldn't be training or pre-training or fine-tuning models as we see the form they're doing today in the future. They'll be calling more and more just as APIs because it's easier. But a lot of the fine-tuning, the active fine-tuning and pre-training and all will still continue to exist. But more so incorporating the form APIs. Basically, the level of abstraction will be raised to the point. And it has to be, will be raised to the point that you don't need dedicated people to really understand all of this stuff in order to improve your, so whatever objective you're trying to improve on. And now maybe going back to the open source versus proprietary, I think the open source model at a smaller scale is already pretty good. Today, if you look at the Llama model, there's certain new things for training. They're actually pretty good with the scale they're operating at. And if you fine tune them, on specific data sets you really need for specific domain specific prompts. Because keep in mind, most applications not a general chatbot that you want to chat about who's going to win the next US election or what's the philosophy of X. Most are doing very specific applications like, hey, how do you identify what's the intent of this support question, for example? It's like the most common thing every company is trying to do right now. And for those, you don't really need a gigantic model. And in many cases, you actually don't want your model to tell you or converse about, for example, politics. You want to constrain them to specific tasks. And in those cases, you don't actually need gigantic models. Where the gigantic models are really helpful is because they're so gigantic, you don't have to do much work to begin with on any specific topic. They do reasonably well. So a very common pattern we see right now across almost all our customer base is they start with something that's already there, like OpenAI APIs for Anthropic is doing remarkably well, in some cases beating OpenAI. Anthropic APIs to begin with when you're doing the prototype, because it's so easy. You don't have to do anything, you just say, hey, call this API, here's a build prompt, and then do my task. But very quickly, when they want to roll it out to like work with a lot of large enterprises, so they have maybe hundreds of millions of users, often sometimes billions of users. They realize, hey, I can't afford to do that. I can't afford to run my whole support system on OpenAI APIs. And not only they can't afford to do that, they might not be able to get the provisioning to compute on the back end. So then I started thinking about how do I shrink down my specific task and how do I deploy more investment in order to reduce the compute cost or reduce the latency of how fast a model can respond. That's what we're seeing virtually everywhere. And I think that of going from a SaaS-based API to sort of building something more specialized is too difficult today. And as a result, you see very low success rate. It requires special type of talent that really knows very well. So basically applied machine learning engineers. That's too difficult today. And I think in the next few years, that has to become dramatically simple. Otherwise, basically, AI won't really be democratized from all this domain-specific use case point of view, because it's simply too powerful. But once it becomes dramatically easier, you will really see, hey, today's open source models are pretty good at foundational models. What's needed is basically fitting them into all this use cases.
I would just spend some perspective here. So a lot of them is $75 billion cybersecurity company, as you can imagine. It's such a giant company. You have many different use cases, right? You know, about dozens of different use cases. But I think depending on the answer to this question will be dependence. It's not an open source or closed source. It's actually open source and closed source. Right. You know, the way I look at it is, you know, if you want to build a complex systems, you know, put it in that open source and this maybe just like, software system, hardware system, any solutions, right? There's always some could be made Linux in it, some closed source. So I don't view closed source and open source being sort of exclusive. That's number one. The other thing, what Reynolds mentioned about in the long run, the maybe not as much need for the fine tuning or whatnot. I'm not sure about that particular thing. I think one of the value of the open source one is you can do tremendous amount of customization. Now, I think his statement is actually accurate. I would be very skeptical. Many people really need the fine tuning because how to do fine tuning, right? What's the best practice? What value do you really get out of it with the existing model, with the existing API? Pragmatically, probably not many people wanted to do that. But I think that sort of the system will mature. I think people will realize they need to customize the system more and more. So I think fine tuning, once fine tuning now becoming no longer a PhD thing, more and more people will start doing that. So in summary, from my point of view, there's a tremendous value in the frontier model, right? Because the frontier model has so much computing power, data behind that. It's not what the open source model has, but on the other hand, the open source model has its own benefit, flexibility. If you have a small form factor, right? The customization, so on and so on. There are many. So it's really a portfolio of the way I look at it. Certain things in open source and then.
So
I'm no technical experts on coding piece, but I offer 2 points for everyone to think. I think this is the AI game is at very early stages. Of course, if you are trying to do a startup, maybe not Turing. So in the next few years, it's going to be a combination of open and the large private models. So it's going to be a combination for quite a while. So that's number one. Number two, in a few years, there will be a consolidation of some sorts in both the open and private models. It's going to be a game of where you are for those who are thinking about starting up. I think if you're doing application startup, maybe applying or trying to leverage all the open sources are the best because you can get to a product very fast. And then when you become bigger, maybe you can consider converting that or like part of that into private model.
Thank you. And one other thing that came to my mind. Just one thing. I talked about government and talked about venture back, but one thing I forgot to mention was actually the number of nonprofit funding flowing to this. There's probably over 100 individuals that could fund like just by themselves, training the largest language model. I mean, OpenAI has billions of funding, right? The number of deca billionaires in the world. There's actually quite a bit, and don't ever underestimate the ego, or sometimes it's the social responsibility of these people that might actually come up. And many of them are funding started even before this wave at the smaller scale. Like for example, the Mile Island Institute for AI in Seattle, and you actually see more of this coming.
Yeah, I agree that's why I personally, as a early stage VC investor, more excited about open source opportunities that will democratize the access to the latest, greatest AI technology, allowing all the companies and nonprofit or for-profit researchers and professors to get their hands on it. And just quoting or paraphrasing the early open source philosophy, when put enough eyeballs on any problem, the problem becomes shallow. That's what I hope that will make the biggest impact
But I want to follow up on one of the things that Tao mentioned earlier about the risk and ethics of AI. 6-7 years ago, we thought autonomous driving is for sure will be solved. Maybe not within a couple of years, but for sure within 5 years will be solved. Waymo is so close to solving it. And then within 1 year, there are 50 plus companies registered in California DMV to do driverless tests in California. And guess what? There's a lot of funding going to autonomous driving. There's a lot of brilliant researchers, all the billionaires involved, and Chinese companies involved, and American companies involved. But we're still arguably no closer in solving this today compared to 6 years ago. Will we face the same kind of a dilemma in this wave of generative AI? We still have the hallucination problem with the large language model, and we don't know how to model it mathematically, right? We can't even prove that the large language model is really converging, or is it just good enough with heuristics, right? There are ad hoc methods to solve these problems, but there are still a lot more unknown. As we know, when the technology automation gets to 99%, it is still unusable if there's mistake every once in a while. So
are humans though.
Yeah, so are humans, but the risk involved with AI is different from the risk involved with individuals. That's what we see from the autonomous driving. And then there's ever more powerful AI technology being used everywhere. So there's a lot of concern about how do we control the ethics, for example, to be fair and to achieve equality. In the past, there's a law about, against redlining, but with AI technology, redlining is a lot more subtle, right? A lot harder to detect. On and on, there's a lot of data. But I want to start with Tao, because you mentioned about this before the talk, and you mentioned it here. So we'll hear your thoughts on what are the biggest challenges you think facing the risk and ethics.
Yeah, it's the ethics. I would echo back to what Jack has said earlier, that we have a lot of fears about this generative AI because it's a very powerful technology. And so we don't know what it's going to produce. So we have a lot of fears. And Raymond just mentioned that, yes, we humans make mistakes. And AI makes, mistakes as well. Sometimes we can detect them. But the problem is that we humans are more receptive to our own mistakes than the machine is making mistakes. And that is something, autonomous driving is already having a better record than us, but we do not accept them. And also, there's a lack of legal framework, responsibility of, what happens if the AI, self-driving cars killing someone. And then solving this problem is not not as easy as we thought, because there's a code level where maybe you can program some of the decision making, because in the end it's a decision making process, because we're delegating our decision power to the machine. But when we make judgment and decisions, we consider ethics, legal, benefits and costs, all of that. But if you imagine, can we code all the US laws, the Chinese laws, and all the different ethics? I mean, we have Christian ethics, we have the Confucian ethics. Can we coding all of those in a fundamental, because they are constraints. for our behavior that will be driven by the, if we use machines to making all the decisions. And we have a much limited capacity to process so much data than the machine can do. A machine can definitely do better than us. But so that's only the coding technical level. We also have to train the public to accept whatever applications we create based on the AI. And also, we still have to, if we're going to use any of the AI machines or applications, we are ultimately responsible for so in the future, it's really a fusion of our human decision making and the AI, because AI basically is increasing their share of how much decisions they're making on our behalf. So in the future, it's going to be a mixture of that, and it's only a matter of how much we are responsible and how much the machine is going to be responsible, and then they really have to accept, the ethical considerations and the legal considerations. So start there.
So the safety is said, but I'll just focus on one thing: the hallucination, the error, this vulnerability of Gen AI today. But I think this is the being of underestimated and then overestimated. Just to talk about both. I think it is underestimated because I'm in the business of the enterprise solution, right? Although lectures, but you can just say, hey, this is X, and the next day you say it's not X. So it looks like a joke. But large language model, as all of us know, of a regressive model, nature is going to spit out deterministic. And that's a little bit unfortunate. So it's okay to tell me a joke or whatnot. I think that's a little bit off. But if it's making a point for me, I don't want to be off by 5 minutes. More than that. So that's a problematic thing. So I think we need to. So let's not kind of I think that there is so much hype, even by agents. Everyone heard about it. There are probably 50 agent companies. The problem with agents, by the way, I like the agent direction, no question about it. It's not like I have any doubt on that. I'm just talking about the state of the art. The agent is trying to do so many complex things, but guess what? Right? The errors compound. When you have compounding errors, 90%, even 98% correctness becomes 10-20% error. So that's a big challenge. So that part, I think people are underestimating the vulnerability part of the Gen AI. But I think it's also being overestimated because it really depends on how you apply the Gen AI to what, right? I think the self-driving is one interesting example. I mean, humans are doing a pretty good job already. I mean, I joke here today, and error rate is pretty low. Trying to be human or that sort of thing is pretty hard. I think, again, I'm an enterprise person, enterprise B2B person. Whenever I try to solve a problem as an entrepreneur, as a corporate executive, sort of my way of thinking is you have to solve that problem using the new technology with 10x, 100x benefit over the status quo. I don't think self-driving does the 10x, 100x in terms of accuracy, right? At least for the foreseeable future. Doing some, dishwashing thing, right? Today. However, there are certain things that's very laborious, like labeling the data, looking at the documents and making certain classifications. That's actually influence 100x faster, better than humans. So I think it really depends on there are certain use cases that's a little bit more fault tolerant, and then the value of the Gen AI is actually index 100x. I think that would be what I would look for. So in a nutshell, yes, it's vulnerable, there's a safety issue, there's a hallucination, but really depends on what use cases do you apply to. Certain use cases, you can totally tolerate, 5%, 10% hallucination because use case status quo. That's kind of the mistakes already. So
does this still work? Okay. So first of all, I see why we draw the analogy with self-driving car. I actually don't think it's the right analogy for the following reason. Self-driving car is a very specific use case, whereas Gen AI or large language models is more of a foundational technology. I think the way you should, which can be applied to a lot of different use cases. I think some of the use cases out of them, people would probably are way too optimistic, and some might be too pessimistic. But in general, I think more appropriate technology is internet or cellular phones, which has led to sort of foundational changes everywhere. Now, going back to the specific thing of, hey, ethics and what if you get it wrong? First of all, I think hallucination, there's actually a solution to that already, which is, it's actually very simple. You don't rely on AI to provide you facts, rely on something else. For example, that's why, by the way, the vector databases are becoming super popular these days, is because a very typical, what you call RAG, retrieval augmented generation. It basically means you're not using a large language model to give you the facts. You rely on something else. This is what the retrieval part is about, give you facts. But more specifically, I think so I talk to a lot of customers sort of every day about, hey, how you should think about Gen AI and large language models. And the typical thing I tell them, which I think how you heard this 4 months ago, is if you plot sort of just plot two axes. One axis is what's the cost of getting it wrong, and the other axis is how easy or difficult it is to evaluate or validate the decision, either individually or in aggregate of your machine learning models, large language models. You want in general to start with use cases in which the cost of getting it wrong is actually low for obvious reasons. And also it's easy to validate whether individual decisions or in aggregate decisions, how likely they are to be correct. And as a matter of fact, many of the most use cases you see today that you might even be using, for example, hey, image recognition or generating text, generating email, those are precisely falling onto that sort of quadrant in Spark. And that, I think, there's plenty of use cases out there that will change sort of our lives in pretty meaningful ways, even just today. Thank you, thank you. I also noticed today that the average age of the audience is pretty young, so there are a lot of young people in this summit. I think I'm guessing one of the top questions in people's mind is job searching, whether you were about to graduate or just graduate or thinking about job changes. It's a tough job market, right? For the very first time in history, big tech started to lay off people, right, in the last 12 months. And there's a lot of challenges. Wall Street Journal just reported that people are shying away from accounting because, for whatever reason, accounting is not earning the same kind of money as before. Maybe replaced by AI, maybe replaced by technology. And there's probably an overbuild of computer science programs around the country, right? All the IBs used to do, they don't do computer science 20 years ago. And now all the IBs are doing computer science. All the schools do computer science. And even your CS grad from Berkeley, you're not guaranteed a job. What a shocker, right? So with these investors and entrepreneurs and executives, I want to pose questions to the panelists for today's young professionals and new grad. How should they prepare for the job market in the coming years? What are the industries will be most affected by AI? what will be industry that will benefit from AI, and how should our young folks prepare for that? Who wants to start?
I can start because I don't know the answer. But Shibu's question is something I actually thought a lot, even though I don't have the answer. The reason I thought a lot is, AI in the next 5 years, possibly a little bit shorter and possibly a little bit longer, but that kind of the time horizon is going to change the society, change the workplace tremendously. And which means that whoever, still in the high school today, by the time they graduate from the college, it's a very different world. What are they going to do differently? So one thing, so last night, I don't know, and I went to one of the dinner party, Jason Wang was there. People asked him this question, I passed it on, it resonated with me about, right? He said, even before this AI thing, intelligent people is a commodity. Think about it, but people who actually can actually think, first principle, the methodology, right? Some people were talking about should we learn math, the STEM kind of things, but this is not about STEM or math being applied in the day-to-day thing, it's a methodology, right? When you think about, even what kind of job you want to take, you need a reason, you need to look at the world, in a holistic way, and then reason through. So that kind of reasoning capability, that's what the first principle thinking capability is very, very important. Short of that, the more, especially for people still in the college or just outside, outside of college, out of college for not too long, the more you get into the AI, the better. I was telling one of my friends that you mentioned, I truly believe I actually wrote up something recently, give talks on this topic. 2023 is the new 1993. Right? So imagine you are in the 1993 internet, boom is about to, what are you going to do? Of course, none of us know which company is exactly eBay or Yahoo or Amazon. That would be tough for me to predict the future. But in my opinion, just be part of those companies, like that cohort of company. Maybe you don't pick the right one, that's sort of that may not be the case. But be part of that wave is much better than working for Walmart in the 90s. That's my view.
Yeah, this is the really good timing, even though there are big tech, like letting people go, but I think for you graduates or those who are approaching the job market, this is a great opportunity. So maybe you can think big application, and then that's big enough to attract your own interest for a few years. Okay, please a few more, 5 years for AI. For investors to see that you're really serious. And the second suggestion maybe to be really brave and dive into it. And then I think also as a backup, Silicon Valley is probably the best place for you to try and fail. And sometimes we like those who failed their projects to do another one, and by funding you because of your failure, not because you were successful. Because for those who were successful, they maybe does not need funding a new company, but this is a safe environment where you can try and you fail, and it's a plus on your resume. Sometimes, not always. So try this great opportunity.
Yeah. One thing in terms of a professional and jobs, it actually, I think it's similar to the framework I just talked about, which is, hey, what are the easiest to be replaced by Gen AI or large language models? Those are probably the fields you want to stay farther away from. Now, there's also the part that you have to be passionate about what you do. If you're not, it's hard, it's going to be hard to be good at it. So you have to take that into account. In general, I mean, job markets are cyclic. Interest rates are high as a result, money's no longer free. Big tech way overhired in the last few years. If you look at the growth number of sort of the tech companies, simply make no sense from an account point of view. So a lot of that isn't necessarily due to Gen AI. I actually think computer science geeks in general would have, or in general, STEM fields would have pretty sort of bright futures. If anything, probably even better than before. A lot of this layoff are sort of, I think, in many cases, it's performance management in disguise, called layoff, because it's really hard to do performance management at scale. It's much easier to tell everybody cut the 10%, and then they'll automatically basically take, given the US labor law, they'll automatically pick the bottom for performance in Germany. Not always the case, but in many cases, that's how it happens. I think Berkeley's grads are still pretty competitive based on what I'm seeing in the market. We are actively hiring, and it's not, I think everybody has more than one offer pretty much. So from that perspective, I think we're pretty safe.
One small point, I think the EECS combination has a great advantage in many ways because, at least on the surface, we see that you guys have the hardware and the software combination. Where recently we have been focusing on medical devices and things like that. So that always has a good hardware components plus the software that enables it. Some of my partners have recently shied away a little bit into these, social network type of enhancement by AI because some of us thought those were sort of the addictive modern day opiate for people. So we're still debating on a lot of those, but there's a lot of good application in that field. But I like the hardware and software combination.
Thank you for all the interesting answers. I just like how you don't know the right answer to this question, but I'm a parent of 2 teenagers, so I think about this a lot. What will the future hold for our next generation? For people in this room as well. I just want to share one of the things I read from science fiction. One of my favorite science fiction authors, who wrote Boarding Beijing and the Vagabond. You can check her out, but she also writes non-fiction articles about, because she's also—
How do I get out of this shit?
So she basically shared 3 things that humans will still have advantage over AI in the coming decades. Number 1 is how to coexist with AI tools, right? So that's kind of apples on the points to talk about. If you're smart, if you're intelligent, you know how to take advantage of the latest tools, you will win. Second is that how to interact and deal with other human beings. Right? So that's a skill that, for example, you'll be fine being operated by a robot, but it will take probably human many more decades to be comfortable going to an office and talking to a robotic doctor and still enjoy the empathy from a robot. So that's the second thing, how to collaborate, work with other human beings. And third thing is the worldview, right? The analogy that you asked AI to build a paperclip factory, the AI probably would eventually take over the whole earth to build the biggest, most productive paperclip factory. They don't know when to stop, right? While the humans would have the capacity to think about ethics, think about what's good for the entire humanity, what will be the impact to the earth, to our future as a species. And so these are the things I find very interesting, but still a very good question. So maybe we delve into something a little bit more controversial. What do you guys think? So we still have time? All right. So I think, thank you for the encouragement.
There's a lot of, this is China Summit. So there's a lot of first generation, second generation immigrants in the audience, I'm guessing, right? Whether you come here as international students, like many of us have, or you're born to an immigrant parents in this country. So you're considered first generation or second generation immigrants. Obviously, there's a high percentage of us today thinking and caring about the world, especially China-US relationship. There's a lot of geopolitics going on, and it's not getting any better anytime soon. Chinese American, as first generation immigrants yourself, what will be your advice to young people today? They need to do anything differently? Do they need to prepare for a future that's different from the past? What would be your advice in that regard?
Since I just came out of this dinner party with Jason last night, I'll pass on one additional wisdom from him before I give you my perspective. But one of the things he said is, for the first, if you have a Chinese parent, congratulations. Well, that's, I'm paraphrasing. If you have a Chinese parent, congratulations, because you know how to endure the pain better than other people, and then you maybe enjoy doing that. So he went on to say that grit, is a very important aspect, for us to be successful career-wise, entrepreneur, all that sort of thing. Whether joking or half joking, I think he has, some point. Coming back to sort of the more controversial part, look, I think, I have been an entrepreneur, corporate executive for 20-some years, right? If the relationship, with China markets, is very different today than before, right? Before, if you have a China angle, that's a plus. Today, I'm not sure it's a plus, because of other things. But if you kind of just focus on the local market, the US market, I don't know if there's a big difference. In some ways, in the past, they say, hey, I do something, I can sell to China, I can sell to US, both. Even, I remember 10 years ago, 8 years ago, I gave some advice to entrepreneurs. I said, look, it's two very different markets. You have to pick one. You think you can do both, and it's a plus for you. It may not be focused on one market that's actually much better. Today, you may be forced not to even have that choice, but that's okay. So I think if you're an entrepreneur, I think, I wouldn't say there's zero impact, but I would say, ultimately we are kind of, provide a value, leveraging technology, provide a value, and it changed the way we live and it changed the way we work. I think there can be sort of my notion is that geopolitical can be outside of that, you can manage it. That's my view.
Any more questions? Databricks is pretty much founded by immigrants. Where do you have an insane number of co-founders by Silicon Valley Center? We have like 6 or 7, depending on how you count. I think almost there's 2 that are Americans, like multi-generation Americans, so not even like second generation immigrants. But the rest are all immigrants. Romania, China, me myself, Iranians, Swedish Iranians, so countries that are on the or used to be more problematic than China. I think being immigrant, you tend to be more, and actually, if you look at the top executives at Databricks, many of them are actually immigrants also. Immigrants are sort of more driven in general on average. So I'm not commenting individuals here because the broader trend. You're more entrepreneurial, so that's the one, and you're more resilient for sure. You're more adaptive. That's a very important attribute, I think, of being able to do well. When it comes to maybe specific China-US relationship, I think that's how you said, basically the enterprise market in consumer space a little bit different in enterprise. There's basically a war now between the two countries, or so the Western world and Greater China. And there's simply, I think it's
there's no point even trying in enterprise space. It applies both to the Western companies trying to crack the Chinese market, or the opposite, with Chinese companies going overseas, Shuhai. I think many of them are trying. I think unfortunately all of them come. Just unless something magical changes. The consumer space might be totally different, simply because what's at stake is a lot lower when it comes to national security and all that, and when it comes to data. The other thing, I think that's so maybe actually I'm curious what you want to say.
All right, I think there are mainly two levels. One is that as a, let me start with the individual level. So for you guys, you know, find opportunities to either do a startup or join a bigger company. I was, you know, post Huawei and read that you basically in the, you know, AI investment, we look at the secrets and all the 12 major areas of restrictions, you know, all the things that have already been, you know, worked through by lawyers for the past several years. We don't even touch them. We had a few investments where they used to have operations in the US and in China. Just restructuring them took 3 to 5 years. It's just extremely difficult to deal with. So as you look at your opportunities in your career, just decide whether you want to focus on the US, you know, Europe or China. One of those. Don't try to do both. There are small areas where, you know, like say in the healthcare area, non-biotech, where you know, a lot of our US companies, it's really hard to give up the China market, right? Because, you know, if you don't get that market and your competitor got that market, then all of a sudden you're like a much smaller player. So it's hard to lose that market. But the good news is that the restriction is for every one of your competitors the same way as you are. So once you're in that restricted field, just try to play you know, one or the other market. Don't try to do both. The other thing is that I think for this audience, no problem for you know, like understanding what's going on the ground in China and in the US. But for more you know, a non-Asian group, maybe it's a good idea to get all your facts on the ground in addition to the statistics.
So we have less than 1 minute left, so we're going to cut the last questions. I want to thank the panelists. I know Randall for more than 10 years. His comment first is that I'm surrounded by VC investors in this panel. But I feel very proud we didn't talk about VC investment until the very end. I think I still want to encourage people to think about all the opportunities in the AI technology area. I still think, and many of us come from that you know, entrepreneurship roots. You know, startup entrepreneurship is still one of the best ways to learn, to apply what you learn to solve very specific problems. The success of the panelists that show that this is possible, this is real. We're in the best center of innovation in the whole world, in the San Francisco Bay Area, in Berkeley. So the future will always be much more exciting than you can ever imagine.
It's the best.
So thank you everyone for attending this, and thank you panelists. Yeah, give a round of applause. Thank you so much again. If you guys can remain on stage, just one question. If you won't be lucky with, okay, there one hand, there's only one question, one time. So thank you for your time. And what a brilliant discussion here, a very intellectual exchange of ideas. So one question, we get lucky with winner today. So
that will be a very related question. Everyone, I'm learning from Rivian, and then we are a EV company, and we are using Databricks and previous Zscaler, and right now the Global Protect from other networks. So we are going to connect each other. And then my question is that the one thing in the company I see that right now everything is AI except the access control is directly given by IT people. So what's kind of the change of architectures of both the VPN and Databricks is provide in order to, like, we have a very powerful foundation model, we have to understand everything. But when people ask me the questions, that we probably do not want to like answer the complete answers. We only want to get the answers for access, reasonable access. So how you think the AI can also help on the architecture paradigm shift? Thank you.
Sorry.
I can start. I think your question is the new AI technology come. Maybe there's some access control. People may use it, may not be able to use it. How's the future? Look, generative AI is such a disruptive technology that I know that in the enterprise, CIO, CISO, they are worried. What does that mean to that? As powerful it is, it can be dangerous, like information leaking or whatnot. And that's a real problem, by the way. So they, some of them say, hey, let's actually put a sort of a pause on it before we figure out. I think that's temporary. I think in the long run, right, from I can't speak for other companies, but I'm pretty sure any other company thinking about one thing is how am I going to leverage this technology so that you can interact with my products in a fundamentally different way, easier way. It's a paradigm shift way, right? More functionality, more everything. I think everyone is going to do that. So I think any new technology, first, people have some apprehension about it, right? And soon people are going to deliver you with some interesting technology. But I think, as I said at the beginning, the real interesting use cases yet to be, understood and seen. I would say, I would be a little bit patient. So I was, having dinner with a few of the AI leaders of the big companies just last week. And the consensus is that it's going to take a little bit longer for us to see the real benefit. But when we see it, it's going to be much bigger than any of us have seen with, microchips, with the internet, with mobile.
I'm a big fan of Rivian cars. But if I understand your question correctly, you're kind of asking, hey, a large language model might encode information that violates whatever access control governance policy you have as part of the organization. And I think it's a very complicated problem, but in general, I think RAG avoids that. Like what I said earlier, retrieval augmented generation, which means we're not relying on the knowledge of large language model. As a result, it only ever provides maybe interpretation and summarization and retrieval. It does not itself opine on any specific knowledge. And that's the way to get around it, because then as part of the retrieval step, you could be applying the right access control. If somebody simply doesn't have access to a specific document in a knowledge base or a specific column in a database, they would never get exposed to information. Add on to that, it's an argument for open source model that you can host yourself, right? Yeah. All right, thank you. All right, with that said, let's give them a hand again. Thank you for the excellent time. Thank you. And next up, right, I think education is really important, right? To spread or shape people's lives and how AI is going to impact us in this education. Thank you again. Yeah, thank you everyone. So next up, we have 未来
investment manager who is gonna talk a little about education and how it started and how it's gonna like take care of his students. So let's welcome Luke, but also give them a hand again with the panelists there. Thank you.
Okay, so hello everyone. Yeah, first I'd like to thank the ECF team for organizing this fantastic event. So next slide, please. Okay, so I'm Luke Yang. I'm an investment manager at Tao Education Group, and you guys may know our Chinese name online. So actually, we just celebrated our 20th anniversary last month, and we're widely known as an education company, but we're also aiming to become a continuously innovative organization that empowers lifelong growth through love and technology. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, so in the realm of technology, we've dedicated years to AI and data. So we leverage AI to drive educational reforms, establishing an AI research institute. So we're focusing on the cutting-edge technologies such as computer vision, intelligent voice, NLP, and also data mining. We're using AI in education. And by utilizing the big data, we've developed several intelligent learning systems, such as online interactive live teaching system and dual teacher classroom teaching system, and also an AI teacher teaching system. For the next slide, please. We've also collaborated with universities domestically and abroad. So we have established 6 joint labs and research projects with the university worldwide and some top-tier universities in China and also abroad. Okay, next slide, please. And this year, we introduced our domain model called MathGPT. So building on Tao's years of expertise in this field, the MathGPT is a large language model focusing on math-related problem solving and lecturing. So to make the MathGPT possible, we use also the open source model and also the closed source model. And basically, MathGPT addresses and overcomes 3 challenges with LLM in the mathematics. So first, the solution must be correct. But as current GPT models often produce errors. And second, MathGPT must make sure the solution steps must be clear and consistent. But current GPT models is inconsistent and also verbose. And third, we need to make sure the explanation is engaging and personalized. So the current GPT model is sometimes overly academic and mechanical, which isn't student friendly. And actually, the Tao's AI Lab has been 16 championships and 6 runner-ups in all kind of top-tier academic conference and competition. We published 31 high-level academic journals in the international conference and also the competitions. And we have guaranteed over 150 patents worldwide. Okay, next slide, please. And this is our official website for the MathGPT, and you guys can search www.mathgpt.com. And next slide, please. And based on the our math question data science, MathGPT's performance has already surpassed GPT-4 in some certain math question. And here's still some room for improvement. So today I invited everybody here to try MathGPT. So together we can enhance the AI capability in the mathematics. Okay, next slide, please. Here's our business brand. We have over 10 business brands internationally. Next slide, please.
And in the US, we have the Battery, which is after school growth center, that's like this. And I also think the Academy is a learning center, and we will rely on like the content and technology to provide more product and quality service worldwide to the US market. Okay, next slide, please. And we're also dedicated to the public welfare. So we believe to provide a good education is the greatest public welfare. So that's why we're so passionate about AI in education. We believe that by utilizing the AI, we can ensure the educational activity for all the kids in the world. That's a huge dream, but we're working on that. Next slide, please. And we have established so many foundations, and by the end of 2022, the House volunteer, which is also our employee, has already participated in the over 50,000 charitable activities and accumulated over 2 million volunteer hours. Okay, next slide, please. Oh, okay, that's the end. So today, I hope this is a good opportunity for you guys to understand how better. And we're keen to build connection with the people in the US, especially Silicon Valley and Berkeley, and we can like contribute to technology and application together. So this is a QR code for a WeChat discussion group with the town. So I hope everyone can join this one and we can have more conversation in the future. Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you for your Okay, so now the morning session has wrapped up. For audience, we do have light lunch pizza out there. And I just want to remind everyone the next most anticipated session by Nobel Prize winner in economics, Daniel McFadden, will promptly start at 1 p.m. We won't wait for anyone, so don't miss that. So go out and get some food and drinks, network, socialize, whatever you want to do. But please be back 10 minutes before. Like I said, you're gonna miss a lifetime opportunity to go very Well, thanks. If the AV staff there, I want to make sure that the picture works now. Testing, testing. It's not working. All right. Don't let that distract you.
Clearly.
That's intentional. Down yesterday. I'm not. No. Yeah. Whatever that line is. Up to that. Oh. They may not get. Okay, I'll double check. See what I mean. Because if they're not some 500, they're only gonna get some of them now. Oh no, they have their own different websites. If you look online, the night. I'm pretty sure Josh might be. But what is Josh? Heck is you might. Oh, they're giving a new stock. The amount that they give you is on. At the very minimum, I get lost. But you can carry it for so it's a 1-to-1 for A. So if I were to
They work at Harvard right now.
It's good. It's good to know.
Oh, okay, now to the next slide.
So, okay, so say, so over the years. All that house, yeah. They're the real winner. They're the real winner. Oh,
that's because we never they figure out. But you still the land.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Welcome again to this year's Berkeley China Summit 2023. I know that we have a great session this morning, and hopefully you enjoy the lunch and the drinks that we set up for you, especially the boba. Now coming back to the session, I know you all have been waiting for me included. So to kick off the afternoon session will be our summit keynote, Daniel McFadden. So Daniel McFadden is the presidential professor of health economics at the USC, but he's also our UC Berkeley's ear professor as well. And most importantly, Professor McFadden is the recipient of the Nobel Prize in Economic Science in 2000. And if my IT staff can bring up his bio, I can go on for the whole day, and then the session will be over. Maybe still not enough time to tell his whole story and all his accomplishments. But here you go. Without further ado, I don't want to waste any minutes. So let's welcome Professor Daniel McFadden. Stage progress.
Thank you very much. First slide, please. And the next one. China, the U.S. and trade. Trade between China and the USA over the past 40 years indicates the power of comparative advantage in globalization. Economic terminology, but it means by specializing in trading with each other, you can be better off than by trying to work on your own. It's transformed China from a third world country to an economic powerhouse, transformed the U.S. to a fourth economy, education of the heavy industry, and enriched both nations. With robust trading investment and sharing of scientific research and innovation, these two nations can continue to lead the world economic system and bring growth and prosperity to themselves and the nations. This does not require agreement on governance, but it does require agreement on the rules of trade and mutual trust that these rules will be honored. Next slide, please. Unfortunately, China and the USA seem to be on a collision course. We see increasing trade and investment restrictions, sanctions, with both like independence. Political disputes and mistrust have soured the prospects of future cooperation, and the entrepreneurs who led the economic engagement of these nations and the investments they have made are at risk as a result. Next slide. Globalization has lost some of its cachets, some of its moxie. International trade has benefits, substantial benefits. It leads to a greater variety of better products available at lower prices, and its competition forces domestic producers to step up their game. But these benefits do not come as singular events. They are noticed and understood very well by the public. A protectionist view of trade, in contrast, is that it disrupts industries, costs jobs, suppresses wages, and exports intellectual property. All those are visible events, Now, is this bad? And the answer is no. It's precisely what should happen for advantage to work. Namely, don't specialize in the things you're less good at than someone else. You gain from having they do the thing that they're best at, and you do the thing that you're best at. That's comparative advantage at work. Now, a consequence of that is that with trade, you have to change what you do. You have to move to specialization in the areas in which you are strongest. But that means there are losers as well as winners from trade, from globalization. To make the benefits of globalization universal and overcome protectionism is necessary for the winners to compensate the losers. The general public that gains from better products and lower prices have to compensate those who have lost their job, have to do with trade. As an example. Importantly, actually one of the most difficult things, losing have to recognize when they have been made whole. And that fits into the area that will be the main topic of this lecture. Next slide, please. China and the US have failed to enact and explain income policies, that should say redistribution policies, that overcome protectionism. And worse than that, both governments have tagged trade and its effects as factors in various domestic political problems, and used trade issues as a distraction from problems of governance. And I think both China and the USA have failed to accomplish what they, at best, could have accomplished here. Increasingly, trade is viewed as one front in a zero-sum game of economic and political hegemony. Its mutual benefits were pushed into the background. And so when people think about trade between these countries, they think about the conflicts that trade causes, but not its great mutual benefits. But what has gone wrong? Why weren't the mutual benefits of trade obvious to government leaders and citizens in both China and the USA? Let me talk for a minute about the future of trade under the best of circumstances. First, both the USA and China face substantial challenges. They both have aging society, purchasing power, which comes about because of rising wealth inequality and automation, which creates domestic disruption, and increased risk to consumers from social, environmental, and technological change, which leads to things like very high savings rates, which in turn reduce current demand and make it difficult for economies to decline. Because of these challenges, the nature of trade between the two has to change. Both will soon be high-wage countries, exploiting comparative advantage. To the extent they can exploit comparative advantage, it will come about through either immigration of workers into the respective countries or offshoring production from both countries to the third world. Both of those things, again, have the potential to advantage both third world countries and the US and China. But this requires a shift in the comparative advantage between the US and China. It's going to have to shift to technological specialization and trading property. One of the problems is that this kind of specialization requires increasing, not decreasing, cross investment and trust. Next slide, please. First, the trust fund. There are many discussions with cause between China and the US that are affected. I'm not going to attempt to add to this in the discussion. Instead, I'm going to take a step back, very far back, and talk about features of human choice behavior that provoke or inhibit trade. It's a jump, really quite a step to argue from an individual level to behavior of governments and nations, but nevertheless, I think there is an analogy which may be useful in making. Now, the features of human choice, which influence trade, are largely wired in as a result of human evolution and the structure of our brains, primary brains. But they can nevertheless be modulated by conscious control. Understanding how your approach to trade is influenced by this wiring may make you a better negotiator and perhaps a wiser voice for establishing rules to promote sustainable cross-country investment in trade. Excellent. There are three fundamental propositions in economics. The first is that economic agents act in their self-interest. Second, through trade, agents use comparative advantage to advance self-interest. And third, markets promote agent self-interest by enabling and regularizing trade. There's quite a bit of anthropological and neurological evidence that trade indeed have a very fundamental role in the evolution of humans as the dominant planet. We are wired to be self-interested traders living in large, diverse societies in which we can do a lot of specialization and prosper through a great deal of trade. However, trade involves individual and social choice, and if choice goes wrong and fails to promote self-interest, then trade and its benefits are compromised. As I said, I'm going to step very far back. I'm going to step back to the level of the neurology of pleasure and choice. Areas of the midbrain. Next slide, please. Areas of the midbrain around the amygdala contain concentrations of neurons whose activation by sensory stimuli produce sensations of pleasure. These areas in turn activate the prefrontal cortex that controls conscious motor activity, including fight or flight responses, interactions with other humans, choice, and trading activities. This system on the whole resembles the classical economic idea of a pleasure center informed by the senses. Well-being or utility is advanced by motor actions, not choice and trading. Next slide. However, there are complications to this simple and rather classical economic picture. The pleasure centers of the brain are also centers of the neural activity associated with pain, fear, stress, anger, and trust. And there are complex neural pathways that connect these neurons and feedback across the rest of the brain. In particular, these are tightly bound up in the pleasure centers of the brain. So that associated with pleasure is pain or something. You get pain, choices driven by anticipated outcomes. These anticipation triggers sensations of pleasure, pain, and fear. Fear in turn induces stress and anger. The balancing of fear by trust, which itself is the result of neural activation in these same areas, is the central and essential component in interaction. Next slide, please. Fear is structured economic choice. Our brain wiring evolved selectively to improve detection and evasion of predators. Now it leads us to behavior that affects how we fare in modern market environments. Rewards for shopping and sex use exactly the same neural pathways, as to say, the neurological systems which are, they're the same thing. This wiring, in turn, because of the way the brain is set up, injects stress and fear into these human interactions. And trust is necessary for them to operate. The trust, which is associated with the neurotransmitter oxytocin, mediates stress and fear. It allows humans to interact with each other without fighting or applying away. One of the features of our behavior is that we exhibit what's called hedonic stasis. We adapt very quickly to the status quo. We have hypersensitivity to gains and losses from the current state. We fear change. And this in turn reflects the neural circuitry that attaches fear and stress to change. There are other idiosyncrasies of behavior that also have a neurological basis. We are asymmetric. We evaluate losses as more serious and more harmful than we do symmetric gains. We're averse to ambiguity. We are very attracted to the status quo and to the present as opposed to the future. Now, trade, next slide, please. If you think of it as economic game, it has both cooperative and competitive elements. The cooperative elements include detecting opportunities for mutual advantageous transaction and action all through to fulfill the trading transaction process. The competitive aspect includes negotiating the contract language of the terms of trade, which divide up the surplus that a trade could generate. An economic agent who's unduly suspicious or mistrustful of trading partners are too focused on the zero-sum subgame of negotiating terms of trade, may miss the desirable trade. If trading experiences are too adverse, or agents are stressed or embarrassed or disappointed, you actually have this psychological phenomenon called agoraphobia, a debilitating fear of markets. Next slide, please. In the real world, mutual trade goes unexecuted. I think about pictures. Any two individuals then they should have a mutually advantageous wage on this event. In practice, this is common that people make these wagers. Perhaps the frictions of it are too high, but another explanation is hedonic state. It's amplified by asymmetries in the evaluation of gains and losses, and fear betting against something we might have the information. So these opportunities for trade go unrealized. Another reason for trading failures lies in the zero-sum aspect of the market game. Even though a trade may have a surplus, if one overlooks that and turns to the stress and fear and anger associated with dividing up the pie, one encounters another idiosyncrasy of behavior, a predisposition to what's called altruistic punishment, offers the vision of the trade surplus that an agent finds disgusting or humiliating. This agent may reject the trade and sacrifice their perhaps small benefit in order to punish the opposing agent. Next slide, please. Finish quickly. You're probably familiar with something called the ultimatum game. which says the experimenter announces the prize as player A provides offer a division. Player B accepted, they each get their piece of the pie. If the player B rejects it, you get nothing. Rationally, player A should offer just a tiny reward to B, and B should accept it rather than nothing, but that's not what happens. In many cultures, in many places, it takes about 20% of the pie for player B to accept, otherwise player B punishes, altruistically punishes. And the implication is that a degree of according to the reputation of fairness and reliability and generated by trade versus an avoid deception. Essential to be final slide. Conclusion. The language and publicity around U.S. and China trade is all about the zero-sum aspect of determining terms of trade and collateral issues that influence current and future terms of trade. The mutual benefit of trade is pushed to the background. As a result, trade negotiations involve far more fear, anger, and stress than is in the mutual interest of both parties. We need our trade representatives to engage in rational calculations of the full benefits of trade and engage in trust-building exercises and actions. And my final recommendation for our trade negotiators is they begin their sessions with the Tai Chi exercises and oxytocin breathalyzers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor McKaden. I'm pretty sure if you can remain on stage, there will be tons of questions for you. You still have like more than time, if you want. So who now is the Q&A session. If anyone have questions for this brilliant keynote, please. We will have, yes, there's one question there for John.
Hello. Hi, yes. Thank you so much for this wonderful speech and about the zero sum. And I really also am a big believer that as well as matter of fact, I study economics here at Berkeley, so I very much believe in that theory and the practical aspect. However, of course, right now, one of the challenges, straight during COVID or after COVID, is every country went out and looked after themselves. I think part of it is because of their own national interests. But also additionally, there's been in the past, like supply chain, I also very much believe in the division of labor. But however, there is also strategic right now talk about strategic supply chain issues and challenges in this country. So my question to you is that how do we manage quote unquote like the strategic and needs of a country, but still at the same time, have sort of the free trade and make it a win-win situation. Thank you.
I think first of all, I'll say that I think one of the fundamental problems is that because of this, because people are fear change and they overreact to losses, opposed to gains. Anytime you start with a change regime, like with more open trading, you're encountering barriers. And a fundamental barrier is that many people who actually gain from trade are not well recognize that. They're actually part of the persuade that's the case. What can be done? I'm kind of Mike Thomas. I don't really know that, but what I can tell you from these observations and human behavior is that you have somehow to get to the point where trade and trust are the default. That's the reference point in which people are considering change. And I thought we were there 10 years ago in dealings between the US and China, but I was wrong. Many people were wrong about that. I'm not sure how you get back to it, but that's what we need to do. We need to persuade people that, in a way, educate people and also indoctrinate people that they're much better off with these two countries cooperating for their mutual benefit and governance than they are in conflict with somehow, I guess one will be the winner and one will be the loser, vice versa.
Thank you, Professor McKay. Yeah, next,
Thank you so much for your lecture. So you mentioned in globalization, there'll be winners and losers due to, some industries that have to compete domestically, but in order for globalization to work, the losers must be properly compensated and, also recognize that they've been fairly compensated. So from a policy perspective, what are some programs that the government can do better, encouraging or that making sure that the losers get made whole from globalization, and that would for the policymakers get buy-in to promote more free trade.
Again, it's difficult for me to answer that question in the abstract, but take a current example. The UAW, the American Auto Workers Union, is on strike, and one of their striking issues is that they're going to lose jobs through the production of electric vehicles, and in particular to electrical vehicles, made or components made in China. And it seems to me that that's a place in principle where no one can step in and say, okay, we're going to retrain you, we're going to support you during retraining, and we're going to give you a stake in the development of electric vehicles. And to the extent that there's a comparative advantage in having components of vehicles made in China, we're going to give you a piece of the pie, but we're also going to recognize that some share of the surplus that can be gained from that also has to go to China, so that China is self-willing to engage in trade. The problem is that it's very hard to get the people who have already convinced themselves that they're being hurt, recognize what's a fair deal, kind of make them whole, have them come out ahead. And I think that's true in the history of both countries. But what they got us today was what they could really advantage. There's a surplus enough there to do that. You just have to figure out a way to divide it, communicate it, and execute it.
All right, there's another hand.
Hi, Professor. First of all, for sharing the excitement, also gratitude to be able to see you here as a former economics major here for Berkeley. And then I definitely had a lot of shared feelings when you're discussing how China and the US are kind of in technically kind of a punishment round. And then I also think that for our like day-to-day applications, it feels like when it comes to negotiating or conflict management and things like that, what are some your recommendations or good ways from a micro working perspective? You mentioned oxytocin and avoiding hedonic stasis. What are some ways that you think that could be used to approach business or personal conflicts to avoid that kind of thinking?
I will give you some suggestions which are not original to me. One is when you negotiate, you negotiate in your own interest, negotiate hard, But at the end of the negotiation, give a little something back. That might be congratulating the other person on being a good negotiator. It might be giving back a little bit of what you gained from the negotiation. You know, view it as an investment in the trust, which will help facilitate the negotiations in the future. Now, if you're in a one-time negotiation and you're never going to come back to the same person, you know, that's less compelling. Nevertheless, I think as a general matter, what we learn, brains are plastic. We train ourselves by our actions and our reactions. Train yourself to be prepared to trust and prepare yourself to provide to your negotiating partners a reason to trust. And those are transferable, your own connections.
All right, given the time, interest of time, that would be this session will be concluded. And if you have any more questions, feel free to connect with Professor Daniel McFadden, and let's give him a really warm applause. Thank you again, Professor McFadden. Wow, what a lecture. I myself not an economic major, well, I'm currently an MBA student, but that was a very educational and one of a lifetime experience in my life so far. So with that being said, thank you again to kick off the afternoon session. Moving forward at this point for the next session, we're gonna have a parallel panel or parallel session. What that means is in this main conference room, there is a session called Entrepreneurship in the Era of AI. And then in the neighboring conference room, there will be a session parallelly happening. It's called Moving Out China, Supply Chain Shift, and Logistics. So depending on your preferences and what would you like to listen to more, we will have volunteers to guide you to the next conference room. So for this one, Entrepreneurship in the Era of AI, the keynote will be led by Dr. Jia Qingyang, and then for the supply chain session will be led by Anthony Chen, who is the Forbes 30 under 30. So we'll see you all, and thank you again. Yeah, and then after that, we will continue the session in the main conference room here, just to accommodate as many audience and as many topics as we can. Thank you. All right, stay tuned. If you want to remain in the entrepreneurship session, stay tuned here. We'll right back in 1 minute. As our keynote just arrived, and we're ready to kick off the next session. So in this session, it's about entrepreneurship in the era of AI. Utilizing AI and ML technologies, entrepreneurs, right, face both challenges and opportunities in innovation. This panel and session seeks to unite startups and veteran entrepreneurs to explore, collaborate, and shape AI-driven business, sharing expertise, experience with our community. All right, are we ready? If you are, let's give a round of applause before I introduce Chun-Young Jang, our keynote speaker, and please remain seated. Okay, so to kick off this session, our keynote speaker will be Yang-Qing Jiang. Yang-Qing is the co-founder and CEO of Lepton AI, a startup helping enterprise to run AI applications efficiently, at scale, and in minutes. Before this, Yang-Qing served as VP of Alibaba on big data and AI, and Alibaba's cloud platform. He led AI firm at Facebook, and before that, he also did research at Google Brain. He created and contributed to open source libraries like Cafe, Onyx, and PyTorch. For all of you who know what that means, lucky you, you're gonna be in the right session. And Yang-Qing graduated from UC Berkeley with a PhD degree in ECS. So let's give him a hand and welcome him on the stage.
Thanks so much for the kind words. It's really great to be here. I'm just holding my laptop because I need to look at the slides, but the slides actually come from back then. My apologies in advance that some of the characters might be a bit too small, so sorry about that. I'll just explain things as much as possible. So next slide, please. Right, so next slide, please. Next one. So just as introduced, I actually got my PhD back at Berkeley in September and during my PhD days, we worked on an earlier deep learning framework called Cafe, and because of the name, we got infinite supply of copy. That's the code root tower that we won from our professor. Pretty happy about students in these days. And so from that was like 2013, and if we go to the next slide, we are actually observing a really fast growth in AI. So there is the website called GitHub that posts all the codes and things like that. If you look at the code and the number of starts, basically the number of people who like these projects, the growth is astonishing. Cafe had a pretty good growth, and then around 2017, back at Facebook, we had a project called PyTorch, which is actually growing as the blue curve shows, much faster than Cafe. And then later in 2020, I think, there's a website called Hugging Face, which hosts almost all the models that are out there in open source AI. It has been growing much faster. And earlier this year, there's a project called AutoGPT, which got something like more than 140,000 starts in less than 2 months. So that's basically the speed that we are observing in AI. Now, the interesting thing is, if you think about it, AI has been all those kind of algorithms to be more intelligent. Has been existing for a long time. And the one example that I've always wanted to show, if you go to the next slide, I go to San Francisco airport a lot, and at some point there was a Chinese typewriter. Now, if you think about typewriters, they're like 26 keys, not a big deal. Now, unlike EU or like EU, China has something like 3,000 characters to begin with. And how do we actually make a keyboard that actually like indexes all those keys, right? So there's that little button on the top. You actually move the pointer, not the keyboard. You have that pointer pointing on top of the key, you click it, that key gets sucked up, it knocks that scroll, and then basically that's like one key scroll. Now back then, one of the major challenges was actually to type in as fast as possible on that keyboard with 3,000 characters. Go to the next slide. Then the interesting thing is, we basically just try to organize all those keys in this like big letter book, and the idea is how to actually organize it more efficiently. Now you might know that Chinese characters have structures. Basically, there are something starts with water, something starts with wood, and things like that. In addition to that, next slide shows that we started looking into patterns or statistics. There are some characters that come quite often, and the natural idea is to basically put them closer together so that when we are typing, we type this and right next to it, there is the next character. Right? Now, if you follow the trend that people talk about ChatGPT and ChatGPT and things like that, people often say that ChatGPT at its essence is basically to predict what the next character is or what the next word is given your input sequences. This is a very, I would tend to think that this is an earlier idea of how do we actually apply the same thing just in typewriters. Now, the interesting thing is that over the last few years, we found that AI has gradually become one of the major pillars in computing. If you go to the next slide and then immediately to the next one. Basically, Professor Richard Sutton also said something like this. He basically said, in the world of AI, for the last 70 years, we tried all kinds of crazy approaches by designing algorithms and things like that. But what we found most effective is basically to orchestrate a huge amount of computation and then basically to work on a huge amount of data. And then the result coming out of it has a very good result to certain approaches. Now, the problem is it's kind of difficult to orchestrate a large amount of compute and a large amount of data. You might have heard about something called the GPU shortage. Those kind of GPUs that were used to be, just like doing gaming are actually doing crunching a whole lot of computations for AI these days, and there's a shortage. And how do we deal with it? What I would tend to think is that AI is occupying the third pillar in computing. In the past, sorry, do you want to go to the next slide? In the past, we have two very common patterns. One is called databases or data compute. Now, in data, the use cases are really easy. You write a SQL, everyone can write a SQL. And then that SQL language, although being really simple, is actually powering a huge distributed system orchestrating hundreds of thousands of computers to actually do the summarization, do the business insight, and things like that. Starting from the 2000s, there is one other computation pattern, which is basically web services. In web services, each service is kind of small. You might have heard about the word microservice. And then basically, the idea is that those small services are basically talking to individual people when you are reading individual websites. And if there are more traffic, what do? We call it embarrassing in parallel. You copy that program onto a huge amount of computers, and then it gets started and it gets served. It gets to serve a huge amount of traffic. Those kind of patterns are, slightly different from AI. Today, AI is this big chunk mess where people have to start writing really complex code like PyTorch, TensorFlow, or those kind of mysterious frameworks. And the infrastructure that runs under it is also kind of tricky in the sense that there are a lot of different kind of hardware pieces to do computation and things like that. And then we were like, well, back at Berkeley in 2013, we made the debate with major purpose for people to be able to run computer vision on that is possible. But now we want to basically build AI more easily so that people can use it as if they were just a random function for things like that. If we go to the next slide, the idea of a data scientist is, what if I just start a Jupyter notebook that a lot of technical folks use today? I basically say, hey, I want a model, some sort of modules, right? And then I want to call that model as a function and start doing some of my work. If you go to the next slide, this is exactly the thing that we could do. I'll basically use the Chinese language example because this is the Berkeley China Summit. In China, there's a very good model called Patterson, which is able to do things similar to what we were doing before. Now, we want people, and this is actually working code, we actually want people to basically say, hey, I want to run a remote service, which is that kind of model. I just require the GPU. And then after that, you basically start doing sentence completion, question answering, and things like that, as easy as possible. This thing runs about 5 minutes. You spend 10 seconds to write code, and then for the rest 4.5 minutes, it loads the model, download and takes some time, and then it's just there, right? Which is as easy as possible. Now, we can also help people to start building their own models. If you go to the next slide, imagine you're a CFO. And you're like, well, I kind of want to basically, like have an assistant that answers earning call questions as good as I do, right? If you use ChatGPT, although you can feed it all the kind of earning call reports and things like that, ChatGPT is very honest and it's very honorable in the sense that it doesn't answer questions very well in some cases. Now, we actually train the model by feeding all those SCD earning call question and answers, and then we train a bot, and then we fed it with the Apple Q2 earning report, and we say, well, could you tell me what Apple's thought about AI is, right? And now that bot immediately starts sounding like a CFO. It's like, well, sure, thanks for the question. That's the first sentence you answer when you hear a question. Great question. And it goes on to talk about the thought and things like that, using common words like we're super excited and stuff like that. Now, we kind of believe that down the road, there will be a lot of specialized models for people to be applied into their own applications and things like that. And that infrastructure today is kind of difficult to build. Basically, what we want to do. We'll also build a bunch of APIs. If you go to the next slide, Facebook has an awesome model for Llama, and then we just build it into an API so that you just want to call it and do conversations and things like that. Pretty fast. It's actually much faster than people can talk. A person talks about 120 words per minute. This guy talks about 100 words per second, something like that. But enough of bullshitting. I actually had to basically talk a little bit more about thoughts about startups and things like that. Okay. So next slide. I kind of started as being like an open source guy, and then I always coming from China, I always had this fear of like, oh well, I'm going to be out of job and things like that. But over the years, I think one thing that I will be lucky, Berkeley and then learned is just think about these first principles. So here's our outline. AI is going to be critical. Everyone's going to be using AI. Second of all, TI software is kind of broken. We plead guilty for that. A lot of people actually feel that it's really difficult to use and things like that. Big companies right now, they have their own priorities, and maybe they will solve the problem, but most likely not, which is why the value has a lot of startups. Now, we are hopefully really good at AI cloud, and if we're not, then we die. That's fine. And we're like, well, why don't we just try to build a great product? A bunch of folks who actually created a bunch of open source projects, I did Cafe, and also one co-founder who actually created a database called ETCD. And ETCD is, you might not have heard about it, but it's basically a database that fuels the whole cloud native infrastructure called Kubernetes. Right? So we're like, well, we're a bunch of guys who are actually doing it just like for the sake of building a great product for people to use, and then we'll figure out the rest. Kind of a little bit straightforward thing. So we haven't exited, but it's a deep stage startup. So take this with a grain of salt. We might die, and all those things would probably not apply, right? But then we kind of had a bunch of things like that. If we go to the next slide, and also another like heads up. This is just something that we are only experienced, and maybe it works and maybe it doesn't. Right? Next slide. So I think when we think about the startup, it's challenging because of something and not because of something. A lot of things that we kind of started experiencing, we kind of figured out it wasn't actually an issue. Well, first of all, money isn't an issue. I still got a Camry that I bought and when I was doing my PhD at Berkeley and internet Google. So we don't use much money. Investment money is not a problem. I'm my best investor. Job security, surprisingly, isn't the problem. We're kind of worried about the jobs and things like that. But what I figured is, if a student as awesome as a Berkeley grad student or a Berkeley student is not able to find a job, then I think we probably have a bigger problem to worry about. So job security isn't a problem. Time is not a problem. It's always a good time to start up. The technical advantages, surprisingly, isn't too big a problem because we always learn. Usually, some of the problems that actually haunts us is product market fit. We think that we're actually building a good product, and then we figure out that we might figure out that no one likes it. There's extreme speed because in AI, everything happens, 6 months old, then it's basically prehistory. So we have to be really fast and things like that. And also, you also need to basically make sure that in addition to being hands down and writing code and writing great products, you need to basically do marketing. A little bit kind of goes up with sort and jump around and things like that. Basically make sure that people know about you. That's one thing I kind of feel like really different between back in China and being here. And after 14 years in the States, I think like I've started really appreciating the back communication and being able to tell people how awesome we believe how awesome our product is and how we can help the world. And also a bit of luck. Next slide. Right now, one of the biggest challenges in AI is that there's a huge number of supply and demand, making this whole field extremely complex to explore. Now, I mentioned Hugging Face just now. Last year, Hugging Face had something like 65,000 models. This year, only a year later, that number grows very quickly to 335,000. Now, a bunch of them will probably be like garbage, maybe, right? But there's going to be a lot of good models in there. The question is, how do we find them and how do we actually effectively use them? On the other hand, the supply has, well, demand has been extremely huge because every industry right now, at least all of the DIOs, have been starting to think about how they incorporate AI in their own business. Which is an interesting thing, right? So there's a huge amount of supply, meaning that building things is going to be immensely difficult. And with this kind of vast number of demands, building solutions is also quite challenging as well. And if you go to the next slide, Sequoia basically last month actually built a map that basically says this is the generative AI market map. Now there's a huge amount of companies out there. There's a huge ecosystem, which is in one hand good, and on the other hand, it's pretty challenging. Because first of all, in this market, you know that the noise is extremely high. Every single product has probably 3 or 5 if you're lucky, and then 10 if you're unlucky, companies working on that. Now, your customers probably don't really know about you, and trust me, one thing that I kind of found is that we always feel that we build great stuff, and then the reality is that your customers have a lot of them on his hand, or on their hand. And they probably do not want to spend a huge amount of time understanding you, so that you really have to get the message very, very, very succinct for them to really understand. The other challenge is that efficiency is getting quite low because even VC money are basically pouring into it and making people kind of really comfortable in just using very simple approaches raising the button to grab the market. Now, in a purely like stable market, you would expect that any supply will be having a lower cost compared to the products, right? And in AI, you might be seeing people who are actually selling GPUs for like for pennies, while their cost is dollars. Why? Because we have VC money and we are willing to burn VC money to get a market, which results in a very inefficient market. For better or worse, that's what's happening right now. And I think we basically need to figure out the right ways to think about whether we chase those kind of challenges, we chase those kind of gains, or we find alternative ways to win. Right? And we don't really have a great idea whether it's a good idea or a bad idea or things like that. But we kind of consciously made a choice to basically continue the path that we are pretty confident in over the last year. If you go to the next slide. What we are basically thinking about is we will be making a choice to stay in the platform layer and making sure that efficiency, scalability, and usability is at the core of our product. In AI, there's all kinds of things from the pure supply side, just like orchestrating GPUs, shipping GPUs from Taiwan to here, and things like that. There are platform level applications such as Perplexity AI, which is a great company, and character AI, and chatbots and things like that. It's a very wide field. And as much as we want to do all of it, what we found is that right now, given the supply situation and the demand situation, we would love to make sure that we're actually building the platform as efficient as possible so that people who are actually interested in using AI in their own applications could be thriving pretty well. Now, I think I'll tell you one little example why we think the platform is really useful. I'm sure that all of us probably fly in and out of San Francisco in some sort of bad weather in the past. Now, one of the biggest challenges in actually flying those planes and getting to places is that once you land, after you land on the runway, you want to make sure that the plane goes to the tarmac as quick as possible. There's an interesting psychological effect. For a passenger, if you're in the air, you can wait for a long time because there's nothing you can do. But once you land on the runway, you're like, well, you know what? I have to get off the plane as fast as possible because now you kind of feel that, well, you have an alternative to just walk into the terminal, right? So basically, the time between the wheels touch the ground and you walking off the plane, that's kind of some time that we hate as passengers, the airline hate as airline operators, and the airports hate because it's inefficient. Back in China, we worked on a project basically using computer vision, natural language processing, and all those operation research kind of approaches to optimize the downtime, that kind of dead time for my home airport. Actually, it was a notoriously bad airport in the summertime where there's thunderstorms, it's basically like very slow. And then we basically optimize it because computers are actually able to, when there's data that opens, and they're actually much better than an ATC gentleman sitting on top of the tower. We didn't replace that gentleman. The ATC is doing a much better job with the help of those AI algorithms. Now, the thing is basically that involves quite a lot of different tools, and it's kind of hardly, it's almost impossible to think that a simple thing like ChatGPT would solve the problem, and that's why we think the platform will be extremely helpful here. If you go to the next slide, I just want to share a little bit opinion about like what's going to be happening in AI. In a few years ago, Google actually had an awesome paper called the machine learning is the high interest credit card technical debt. When we think about machine learning, we always think about that awesome algorithm, deep learning and things like that. And that usually only involves that little black box in the center. When you want to put things into the applications, there's all kinds of data orchestration, data cleaning, model trials, model deployments, DevOps, SysOps, and all other kind of like computer science jargon that makes it a reality. And that's kind of difficult. Luckily today, we have interesting platforms, interesting tools, and things like that to make it happen. So that gives us the next slide about the conventional, I think the Pasteur quadrant, when we think about, like how do we think about like innovations and applications and things like that. The Pasteur quadrant says like this: if you are basically doing fundamental understanding and don't really care too much about usage, then it's the near borrow kind of case. You want to look into quantum mechanics and things like that, and we're creating the possibility for the next decade or 100 years to come. Now, if you want to kind of like have fundamental understanding, and then also you want to basically like have a high possibility of use, then there's the Louis Pasteur kind of moment where you basically discover how to actually do for pasteurization. That's actually named after pasteurization, and there's also kind of like fundamental biology knowledge behind it. Today, I think that like AI, what we feel is that deep learning has gone to a very mature moment where there's quite a lot of potential to be had. There are people saying that deep learning has theoretical flaws, the fundamental flaws. It might not be how our brain works. There are often researchers that are actually looking into that kind of problems, including the Redwood Research Center in Evans there. They have a Redwood Center for Neuroscience, and they're actually doing a really great job. And given that, what I think is I'm kind of like a practical person. There's quite a lot of application potential that are in AI today that we can harvest with engineering, with platforms, with like talking to all kinds of industries and try to basically apply AI in our own problems. I personally am more interested in the Thomas Edison kind of quadrant, although I do hope that Boris and Pasteur will be actually creating the next breakthroughs in AI, similar to what we kind of experienced in 2011, 2012, when deep learning became a question thing. I kind of want to basically end this talk by the next slides. I haven't been back to Berkeley for quite some time, but there's always this one little interesting thing that interests me. If you step out of this place and if you go to the Brown Hall later today, hopefully, you'll see a very discrete, a very unnoticeable kind of little circle, what is that called? Sorry, not named speaker here. A little thing, I think, on the ground. This is the monument of free speech. Well, the free speech monument, the free speech movement was something like 1960. This one was actually erected in 1991 in memory of that event. It basically said the soil and the airspace extended above it should not be a part of any nation and should not and shall not be subject to any entity's jurisdiction. It's usually interested in things coming from China, and given the current interest in geopolitical situations and things like that. I think one thing that I learned really immensely from Berkeley is basically always keep your minds free and think about what would be great for humanity and what would be great for us to push technology, to push the world people forward. And for that, I'm always grateful that I am. And I always feel lucky that I attended Berkeley and had this wonderful year. So, and thanks so much.
Thank you so much. I'm actually a co-founder CEO of an AI application company. And we actually are thinking about using AI to do wealth management, basically displacing the financial planners, the advisors out there. It's a 246 billion industry. My question to you is that when we talk to people, they always say, oh, you need data is the most important mode in AI applications. I think it's true for most applications, but I want to question that assumption, get your feedback. Because a lot of these financial sensitive data are actually behind the walls. So, and then those companies do not want to use them. And then AI application startups cannot have access to them. So what we do is we eventually use AI to generate some data set and use data use cases. But can you comment on that strategy and that limitation, especially with your lens of your vision for AI applications?
Thanks so much. This is a great question, actually. So I think right now, to make an analogy, we are all kind of pretty awed by the awesome performance of that GPT-4 and things like that. Its application into different kind of scenarios might be an overkill. And let me make an analogy. Imagine every single employee or every single colleague that we are working together with is a Berkeley, Stanford, Harvard, and MIT PhD graduate. He knows how to play piano, and he's really awesome in sports, and he can also talk about Shakespeare with you for some time. That person will be awesome to have, although plausibly the economy tells that that's probably not possible, right? So I think open source libraries such as Llama and stuff like that are actually creating a college grad student, or basically even a high school grad student, a high school graduate kind of level. The person can read, write, and understand the principles of technology and applications and business. With a bit of onboard training, which every company has, that model person is actually able to do awesome work. And I think that is the more sustainable approach. So basically what we see is today is that with basic models, open source models like Llama, together with conventional approaches such as search and summarization and things like that, and build a
where's the slide deck?
Things like we call RAG, for augmented generative AI, right? It's something that's actually going to be really helpful applications already. We don't really have to go to that kind of 4 PhD cases. The challenge usually is how we actually make data scientists more easy to use, right? And that's kind of, I think you want to go back and pencil, and I think that also kind of unlock a lot of creativity. In addition to waiting for or building that magical prompt that could hopefully give us a good answer. Thank you.
Second, sir.
Okay.
Hi, Yang. Thanks so much for your talk. And my name is Ethan. And so my question is we all know you work at a lot of top research institutes and also a lot of big tech firms. And now that you come out to do your own startups, as a founder in the AI area, how do you feel the challenge and the strategy when you need to compete with those big tech firms? And especially in this moment, like David with slides, you have to fight as a nimble startup. How do you kind of your insight in this area?
Yeah, it's always I think big companies have great power to, if they want to, crush any kind of smaller startups. That was the nice. If you think about, why are we not using 18 leaders to transport, to basically do move our home from Berkeley to Oakland or to Berkeley? big companies always have a set schedule, and because it's so huge, it moves slowly. When it moves in the right directions, you don't want to be you don't want to be in front of an engine either, because you're going to be just crash, right? But there's always coming like interesting shifts in need and technology and things like that are coming so fast that it requires startup level dexterity to handle. I think that's why Silicon Valley is so great, because there are always innovation coming here, and as long as innovation speed is high, there's always basis for a startup. The challenge is now can we access possible, right? I always like my biggest fear is that my big corporation days might have made myself invisible. And I kind of like I'm not too worried about like being crushed by big players, because as long as we move on, there's always something.
In the interest of time, we can take one more question.
Thank you, Dr. Jia. I'm Sean. I'm from the Harvard Business School, and I'm working on the AI hardware infrastructure products. And I think we share the same goal to like make the AI computing more efficiency. I wanted to share from your perspective that from the AI software stack, like from maybe compiler or from those standard tools like Python or some other traditional tools, where do you see those inefficiency occur, and what's kind of the market intelligence you have on there? Thank you. Right. I think right now, actually, the marketplace, part of the code design has been pretty efficient. And if you think about PyTorch, you can probably continue to squeeze out something like 50% to 20% kind of performance. And I think one of the biggest frictions right now is actually to kind of like put those kind of algorithms, AI algorithms, to the end of applications. And that's probably one of the biggest costs. I definitely agree that there's quite a lot of interesting work to be done in some hardware design, especially when we are seeing a lot of new hardware like AMD and other startups coming up. Right? On top of that, I think one of the biggest costs that we sometimes overlook is actually the development speed, the development efficiency. So if you think about it, the cost of GPUs and the cost of compute is actually going down year by year. If we still think about the more small, it's basically every 18 months it's half the price. But if you think about the development cost, it's always going up, because the economy is growing and people's wages are going up. So I think one of the interesting things that we can learn over the years is to think about how we can actually reduce developers' overhead so that they can spend less time and they will be, hence basically like they will enjoy a lower cost in their time. Even at the cost of actually increasing the computational resource requirements by 20%, 50%, it's actually fine as long as we're actually seeing a drastic improvement in people's efficiency. Then that's probably one thing that makes sense.
All right, thank you once again. I will be clear about it, and I'll let you another round of applause. Right. So we not only have one Scotch drop earlier with Professor Daniel McFadden, Nobel Laureate, but now we also have the AI expert Yang-Xing Jia. And feel free to connect with him on LinkedIn. But now, let's waste no time. I'm going to introduce the panel speakers here. First off, I would like to invite all of them on stage. First is Yi-Sung, or Song Li. He is the managing director of Silicon Valley Bank, now part of the First Citizen. Thank you. Thank you. And then he will be the moderator leading this panel, entrepreneurship in the era of AI. And now we have a whole bunch of founders. Now also let me introduce them. First with Alex Schmidt. He is the co-founder of a pet care company called Training. He's going to tell you more about his journey. Next up, we have Wei Chu. He is the co-founder of GitRap.ai. I myself personally have used it before. Pretty interesting. And then lastly, we have, Yifan Wang. And he's the co-founder of GloGPT. I would love to learn more. But last but not least, we have Arif Khalid. He's the regional VP of Yao in enterprise. So I'm gonna let them take you through the journeys from all perspectives in AI. So let's welcome them.
A few months ago, I was running in my neighborhood and saw my neighbor Connor. He's a professional matchmaker. So I asked him, I said, hey Connor, how are things? He said, well, I got good news and bad news. The good news is that after spending so many years working so hard for my dating business, I finally will be able to stay at home with my wife and two teenage daughters, just to spend more time with the families, you know? But the bad news is that I'm doing so because the dating market in the Bay Area is so tough for guys. For every one available girl in my book, I have 8 other available guys available. So I'm thinking, well, that's the case for the startup world now, because for every one traditional company being started in the tech field, there's 7 or 8 are in the AI field. So hello everyone, my name is Li Song. I lead Silicon Valley Bank Asia practice. Yes, SVB is still alive and doing well, guys. Let's give SVB a round of applause, please. The chair introduced the speakers already. I'm not going to waste any of your time. So for the first 20 minutes, it'll be a moderated session. I'll ask them questions and they're going to answer. And then the second 20 minutes, it'll be Q&A. So you have 2 jobs for now. One is to enjoy yourself while thinking of questions you want to ask. Second is test your friend who went to the other session. Ask them to come over here now. All right? So, Arun, let's start with you. Sure. Briefly introduce yourself and then talk about if you start a company now, let's say an AI one, how do you start? What are you thinking?
Thank you for the introduction. I appreciate that. I'm thrilled to be here. Thank you so much for inviting me as well. I sit amongst an amazing, talented team here, esteemed colleagues who are forefronts of AI, and very talented audience in front of me as well. So it's a good question. It's amazing. After the last session, we have very big shoes to fill, in my opinion. I have a question for the audience. I mean, I know you all probably know this, but just to set the tone here. A recent study from McKinsey just came out. Did anyone read the report on AI? Has anyone read that? Just curious. Okay, it talks about the growth opportunity in the sector, right, for AI, generative AI, and productivity from a global topic perspective. Does anyone know how much value that is being talked about and estimated in the industry? Anyone? Anyone want to guess? You want to go? Thank you. Yeah, $2.6 to $4.4 trillion in the sector. AI is not old. We've been evolving this, right? From machine learning, natural language, now it's generative AI. But that's a real sort of, this is today, this is happening. We have, all of you in this audience with the next big idea, right? The next big opportunity. The addressable market is insanely large. But why is it so big? It's helping us be more productive and efficient, right? We're being smarter, we do bigger things, right? So if I was to be asked, asking the question, where would I start? It would very much be, and this is me speaking my opinion, to sort of stuff that I see. In my past, I've worked with startups. I did a lot of computer vision with AI, with augmented reality, did a bunch of startups. I worked now for Yelp, we do AI within our business. But I think when I look at the essence of what could be done, I need to look at some of the stats right now. And if you look at some of the big startup accelerators like YC, right? If you look at what they're investing in, their last winter round in 2023, they invested in 260 companies, of which 80 were literally AI-type companies, right? So that's a really interesting indicator. Obviously, they're big players, right? I was looking at 2 companies that were very interesting. When I think about this, when I think of simplifying it to a very base level, solving problems
for consumers, right? So for very simple, like choose banks, how do we solve the problems for the business, and how can that connect to the consumer? And two examples came to mind. One company, OFON. Has anyone heard of this company? AI company? So here's the addressable market. They have basically created an AI solution whereby they'll take deliveries for drive-thrus, right? Make it simple, because basically there's 68,000 drive-through, so 200,000 drive-through opportunities that have 68 billion folks visiting them. And what they're doing is reducing the cost of understanding a drive-through. Before we do drive-through, that's sometimes gets swinging, right? My order always gets wrong, right? It's always disruptive. But they can basically replace that individual AI, have an automated system working to take the order, whilst also increasing upsell opportunities intelligently and making the work better. Just that simple. Other concepts like Speedy, has anyone heard Speedy? So for small medium businesses, if you want to be a big fish and you want to act like a big company with marketing, you need to have a marketing team, an agency, right? You need to build a creative team. You need to have a creative writer. They basically ingest the brand's power in their story and make it simplified so that they can act like a big company. They can create concept. They can create ideas and publish them, like in an instant. So when I think about that question, if I think about this very narrow form, I think about how do you solve problems, how can you connect that to the consumer, and how do you stay focused on that within the application sort of stack.
Well, thank you, Ariel. If I write you a Yelp review for your answer, I'll give you a 4-star. The content is super, but the time you took is a little too long, so I'll knock you off 1 star over there. Right? And then, wait, let me ask you your question. Please introduce yourself and then tell us, you started one company in AI and then pivoted to another one. Why? How?
Thanks, Lee. Thanks for the introduction. Hey, everyone. My name is Wei. I used to be co-founder of GitLab, and now I moved down to the company called AI, which I would like on the screen. Let's read the bread. And first, just a quick bit about myself. I recently graduated out of Haas WNBA 2022. Go Bears, go X. X student sitting in the audience. I'm going to give a 5-star Yelp review for SVB first, because I've been a long time. This is the most important part of my self-employed, is I'm a loyal customer of SVB for getting close to 3 years, because B was there. The message we want to deliver is SVB now just live, just thriving. The terrible analogy that I'm going to give is which restaurant would I consider going to if I do not want to actually go like Chipotle, because they made the mistake and learned the lesson. They will be sure. You can be very certain, 100% certain that it's not the same mistake again. Same restaurant, different mansion, same chef, Lee, right? Still there, managing the company. Which bank I choose if I want security for my bank? SVB. So I'm gonna leave it there. And similarly, I also made a mistake. When I first started the company, I chose a track that I'm not suited for. Consumer business. We launched one of the first ChatGPT plugins back in actually just right after last year's SVB. Now this new company I'm working on, I have a just yet. Thank you, BCS for getting back. You know, I don't have a product, but I learned a lesson last year. It's not really hard. It is so hard, especially for something like GitLab, which brings a lot of product from wholesalers into the hands of consumers through AI application. But really, like, it's not about AI, it's about backend operation, right? A lot of them negotiating, talking, texting, emailing suppliers, which is hugely painful. That's the reason why I discovered actually this is not a pain point for myself, for GitLab, but also for a bunch of people. People are making the same mistakes over and over again. So why not consider a new platform? Good. Okay, that was the question.
Well, that's a great answer. Actually, I took a mental note about the speaking way GitLab AI speed for 1 year at SVB. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that commercial. Arlen, you're in the tech training business, right?
Yeah, sure.
So AI, artificial means someone created by a human, or something created by a human. But how did you get into the pet training business? How's that related to AI?
Thank you, Lee. Yeah, he is also the client of SVP, and I also suffer the, but the big thing, right? As you guys know. Yeah, thank you for your question. Actually, we also focus on the human parts. When you adopt a dog, I think you are afraid that the dog, if doesn't listen to you, right? You want to control the dog and how to manage your dog, right? So this also happen us, especially when my wife complained that, oh, my dog is out of control, and if we want to get a new puppy, how to give the dog training for them, and also how to manage it. After that, we are thinking, okay, we search a lot of solutions in the field, right? And this also makes me to rethinking about that, how to fix it. And another question is go back to the I think 2018 when I served as CEO of food delivery platform, and a bunch of female users came to us and our driver helped them to purchase the dog food. I think that's very interesting, right? That got my attention, and we did a lot of survey to try to find our business for the home company. When I did a lot of survey on the in the dog parking, over 2,000, I think. Actually, more than 76 of them to the mainland. They also suffer the kind of behavior issues. They want to get a solution for their puppy. So I think I have to give them the solution. That's why. When I started the company, it's named Turing, right? And we found that actually at the beginning, we provided the community for them. They can ask a question and get the answer, but it's very low intensity. So we want to give them another better solution. That's why we released the pet GPT that focused on the pet care part. When the user asks the question, we can give them the answer and recommend the solution for them. And another part is we want to ensure the effectiveness of the dog training. We also use the camera to capture the dog gesture and give the dog parents real time feedback and correction. To make sure them can get the results. That's why we use AI for the dog training.
Thank you. Oh, that's fantastic. He has a YouTube channel, Google training YouTube. So you'll find that.
Over 3 million and review.
Good for you, then. Hey, Li-Feng, briefly introduce yourself and also tell us, talk about how you started your business and also how you narrowed down to flow GPT.
Yeah, sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Li-Feng Long. I graduated from UC Berkeley MBA as well. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Flow GPT. So, like, if you're wondering what Flow GPT does, you can type on from flowgpt.com or search Flow GPT and check it out. Basically, it's a AI native app store where we have 30,000 AI apps for you to use. You can chat with the chatbot, you can play a D&D game, you can do like a resume editor, all on our platform. And we're the largest right now. We get 2.2 million monthly active users right now. And all those AI native apps are made by prompts, basically natural language English. Like you don't have to write any code, but you can build a really fancy chatbot or like a resume editor. So we really believe in AI can democratize software development. So how we stand on this direction is, when ChatGPT just came out, we are diving into the Discord channels, and we find a lot of users or people who are sharing how they chat with ChatGPT, basically the prompts. So Trump is everywhere, in November, December, on Twitter, LinkedIn, Discord. But we figure out that it's not the best platform because people cannot collaborate, not share, and also cannot just iterate on those platforms, you know. And we really found out that it's really similar to the early code community, like Ruby on Rails, like people are super passionate. So we decided there is a need to build a dedicated platform for prompts. And that's why we started GoGPT. We started in January. We put some product on, so we got third place. We got 500,000 users in May, and then we just took off from there. Right now we have 1 million users.
Well, thank you, Ethan. Before I came to this meeting, I talked to my 12-year-old son. I said, hey, what questions do you have? And then he said, my question is about my future career, what I wanted to be. So I asked him, what do you want to be? Do you want to be a lawyer? And then he said, he's only 12. He said, well, it'll be replaced by AI. I said, do you want to be a coder? He said, yeah, it'll be replaced by AI. I asked him, what exactly do you have in mind? He said, I want to be a YouTuber. So my question to Wei, you is that, do you think AI will replace all the jobs we have, and what's your take?
Wow, tough question. I think AI will replace human jobs, but AI will not replace human beings. And maybe AI at some point will replace human race, but I haven't get really well to that question. But yeah, so coming back to, yes, why will AI replace human jobs? I mean, AI is a born machine, right? Human beings invent machines with the intention of enriching human lives and do things better, faster, cheaper, right? Think about, like, let's replay history lesson a few hundred years ago. We're using quills and squiggins and sheepskins, right, to write things down and get our hands all super dirty. We're like, oh, this sucks. Boom, pen and paper. After a while, pen and paper becomes super slow, and boom, laptop, Word, Excel, things totally faster now. But people are like, still not fast enough, right? I still have to think, boom, ChatGPT. Everything is invented because people need something done faster, cheaper, better, so that we as human beings, move on to more important, higher stake activities. Right, so overall, yes, human jobs will be replaced naturally with the progression of technology evolvement.
Since you already sent it to them,
The end goal is to.
I want to pick money. I don't want them to control.
did you tell them that?
I'm telling you.
I control that. They will not replace humans. Well, thank you for that. In the early days of the 20th century, when automobiles were just invented and then put to use in large cities, the number 1 employer in New York City are the janitors who clean up all the horse manures from the carriages. So when the cars were introduced to the city, the janitor had a huge strike lasting for months because they think the automobiles will take their jobs because there's no horse carriage anymore, they're all gone. But look at all the different jobs created because of the automobiles, right? So this is one reason. Let me ask you a question, Arlen. If we have AI that's so capable, can make so many things, create so many things for us, why do we need even pets? We can just create pets ourselves.
You mean let's replace the pet? That's interesting because actually, first, I don't think that AI will replace the pets soon. The first thing. The second thing, I think there is a big potential that will be replaced by AI. Somehow it depends on how we understand the pets and how to build the relationship with the pets. I think right now it's when the dog barks for you, you don't know what's the dog is barking, right? So if we build the model and try to understand the dog's language, if that happens, we know
the pets and dogs, or well, I think the AI will replace the pets. But right now, I think part of that, for the old people, they are low needs, right? So they need the pets to compare with them, but they don't have the ability to take care of the pets, right? So I think this part is happening soon. And another thing, I think it makes sure that makes sure now we can replace the dog trainer. I mean sure. Because that right now we provide nearly hundreds of courses that use the AI and for the dog parents. Once the dog parents use the course, we understand and we can get the data from the dog parent side. That we know the relationship and we also know if the course is worth or not, right? And after that, I think we can build a watchdog trainer that is online, right? And to help the dog parents a lot of the things. Once that happens, I think the dog trainer, we don't need that again, right? So part of that, I think it will be replaced, but right now, I don't think. So now, how to build the model is very important, like Yang Qing said, right? And for the pet industry, I think there like a lot lack of the data. Right now, the traditional pet company, I don't think they think the data is the important thing. But for the startup or the AI companies that they still need the access to how to get the data. There are lots of data work there. I don't think the startup prefer to look at the works. But once it's done, I think there's a big opportunity. That's my answer.
Oh, that's helpful. I'm going to give you a good help review for you. So speaking of y'all, how's y'all using AI in your customer service experience, etc.?
And maybe if I start reviewing this.
We'll see.
Yeah, with the scared. So the opposite platform that we do sort of like 9 billion searches, right? We have 70 million users on our platform, so 1 billion right? They use it for fun, right? Going to restaurants for dating, going fixing things like plumbing and so forth. It's a very sort of engaged audience. When they come on our platform, they're very in the moment. They want to get something done. They want to go somewhere nice, right? It could be a date night, it could be a restaurant, it could be, I've got a plumbing issue. So if you think about the volume of search queries we have very much in the moment, what we're doing, so as we enter into sort of how we can make a better user experience, is when folks are searching, or trying to better understand how that high search intent matches with very highly relevant reviews, right? So piecing that together through AI. So that way, as a user experience, you're using Yelp, you're going on there, you're getting sort of where you're going, you're finding that restaurant, you're finding the reviews and whatever the items may be. So, for example, if you're a tennis player and you're looking for tennis courts, and you find your local tennis areas where you can play, will match basically the business listing a combination of reviews that talk about the fact that, hey, this is a great tennis court, but you've got a book ahead, right? But just helping that user experience strengthen. And you're going to see more of that in a very subtle way of using AI, but also very kind of experience.
Oh, that's a 5-star answer. So audience, you guys are doing great. In 5 minutes, we're going to open the floor for questions. So think about questions, make that hard, bold, and challenging. Nothing is off the limit, so what's that to your stakeholders? Think of challenging questions. The next question is for Lee Plan. Are there things that AI will never do as well as human beings? And if so, why? If not, why not?
Okay, I think that's an interesting question. At the beginning, first of all, I was thinking about blue collar labor work. I think those will be replaced by AI very quickly, but that takes time because of the cost. I think right now the cost is higher for labor, so it's replacing it slowly. The second perspective is creativity, because previously we thought human is unique because of creativity, but however, seems like generative AI is replacing human in terms of creativity even faster than deliver blue collar work. So creativity probably will be replaced by AI as well. Although like we believe human will still play a role in the role of AI, but still that will be replaced somehow. So something that won't be replaced, I think entertainment, like some of the entertainment will be replaced for sure. Like virtual characters, like movie creation, those will be replaced. But I would say sport, like soccer, basketball. If I have a kid nowadays, I think to do sport, I think like live sport probably won't be replaced by AI.
Oh, that's a great answer. 200 years ago, a French guy invented the first sewing machine in Paris. And his idea was to speed up the whole sewing process, help all the tailors. As it turned out, the tailors in Paris hated it. All the tailors thinking is that the sewing machine would take away the tailor's job. So I mean, that seems to be a similar situation as AI now, right? So we're all afraid of it, but I don't know, 50 years from now, who knows? A human will have different needs, and there will be different markets for all the different things, right? When they think about the Enlightenment period back in Europe, the number one question they ask is, what's the purpose of life? And the answer is only 4 words. Is seek pleasure, avoid pain. So in the end, people will find all ways to seek pleasure. So with that, I'm gonna pass the pleasure to the audience. Let's open the floor for any questions. There's a question here.
My question is more surrounded on the entrepreneurship. So, for someone who wanted to quit their full-time job and then eventually become a co-founder of a company, what kind of turnaround advice do you have for people that what to do versus what not to do?
It's very broad question for everyone. It's actually much better suited at answering it, but I'll take it first. Well, I actually, before right now, basically before starting anything new, I do 3 things. Ask the users, ask my friends, and ask myself. What I mean by that is, asking users, like, it's such a cliche, overplayed, you just gotta do it, and ask whatever idea that you're building this for, ask whomever you're building this for, like, get clarity around whether it's worth building. So you gotta do that. Second part is listening to your friends. By friend, I mean, not just your friend, but your general source of information, right? It can be your close friend, whatever, who has already started business, right? The 4 of us who's on the journey, has already built has multiple successful startups, or even Twitter handles, podcast newsletters, so try to 10 of them, you won't miss a beat, so you always know like what is happening, what do people need, what do people want, etc. Finally, ask yourself. This is kind of like anti-advice I've been giving myself is we're in kind of an age of information explosion. There's like today, right? There are 3 major conferences happening across the day. Which one do you choose? Which one do you not go? If you just choose one and ignore the other, you're going to end up with massive FOMO. So I always ask myself the 4 questions before I jump into anything. Is this thing relevant to me? Is this thing, and will this thing introduce anything new to me? will this impact me in either a positive or negative way? And four, do I need to take immediate action on it? By asking those four questions, if I answer no to any one of them, I'm just going to ignore it. I'm gonna acknowledge it, but move on, right? If I answer no to two questions, I'll just ignore it, therefore filtering out the noise. So that eventually I find one thing that says 4 yes. That's the one I'm gonna pursue. I'm gonna spend a little time into it. Yeah, I don't have to quit my job. Right now, writing code is so cheap, right? You just ask ChatGPT to write something for you. You can ask Canva or Figma to generate a design for you. Then just go talk to users and ask your friends. Then ask yourself, rinse and repeat. That's the first step I would take. Just like figuring out what is the one thing that gets you 4 yeses, and then do it.
Yeah, at Silicon Valley Bank, we talk to a lot of VCs. Venture capital are our biggest clientele, if you will. And when we ask them, hey, when you look at the startup, when you look at the founder, what are the things you're looking for, right? What are the most important things? Invariably, VC will say, we ask 3 questions. Similar to the one you have there, but we ask 3 questions. There are, why you? Why now? Why this problem? So that's almost universal. Why you? Why now? Why this problem? So something you keep in mind. Any other question?
Right.
So you have a question. All right.
I know I'm the organizing committee, but I'm super interested. Could all of you, especially some you're in the investment banking space and the accounting space, right? We're all talking about how money is drying out. Oh, actually not really, but it's kind of how we look at the economic situation. So is this a good timing for founders who want to found a company when they're trying to get money, and also for the investment side, right? How will you evaluate this is like the right investment so that you're tug of war, right? How are you gonna bridge these gaps to make their dream come true under such a tough economic situation? So.
Perfect. Anyone want to take that?
Yeah, I think the market right now is not that great, right? The interest rate is really high. Continue to invest in pretty high, and the VCs are really high. So like that, I think that's for like current market. But I think for AI it's a little bit different because I think we're lucky that we got that great traction because we started really fast. We started really early. So if we wait, like at the beginning, we probably won't grow this fast. So I feel like we're just wanting to do something related to AI and just start as soon as possible because I think everyone just changed really fast for AI. And although the market is pretty not that great, we just close the round of economy. So I think for AI it's kind of okay.
Last Thursday, SVB had our 8th annual Global VC Connect. 90 investors flew in from all over the world: Sydney, Dubai, Shanghai, Hong Kong, all the different places. They represent hundreds of billions of AUM, assets under management. And so we summarized what they discussed, and I put that in my LinkedIn post. So search Lee Song SVB, you will see the LinkedIn post. Several takeaways. Number one, the fundraising environment for startups and also for the VCs are probably the toughest now. The number one competitor for fundraising is the elevated and still rising interest rate. Number one. Number two, the overall funding for investment market probably will bottom toward the end of this year. Number three, the IPO market most likely will recover by Q2 of next year. Number four, the AI field might be a little bubble as of now. So these are not my words. These are from 90 or so investors around the world. They represent some of the largest, most successful VCs in the world. So that's, take it as what you will, right?
All right, so in my mind, I want to pick on that, just for pick on that topic. I myself did an internship at JP Morgan this summer, in the investment banking division. You were talking about things might be picking up, which kind of reassuring when you said that like Q2 next year, we may pick up. So we've been through times like during the pandemic, when everyone thought that things is gonna go crazy, and then yet IPO and money are going around, like all of a sudden their deal flow was crazy. So my question to you, if the prediction is really the case, Q2 next year, how should founders who needs money will prepare for that, which most likely, right, they will have another, really heating up investment. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on that, or as well for the other panelists there.
I don't know if I'm suited to answer that question. One of the things that we consider is, I mean, the word is bootstrap, right? But really, it's like try to stay cash flow positive as much as possible, and not assume that money for investment is a thing. But I always assume like the market is like it's in the real winner, so that if it turns out to be a hot summer, right, everyone's investing, great. But even in a worse condition, the company can still survive because, like I said, right, market kind of flows and ebbs and cycles, right? It will never just be in an eternal winter for decades or hundreds of years, right? It's always like this year pretty bad, but next year that'll be great. I use the analogy of, I'm not sure everyone has watched someone who's done surfing, right? Like surfing is not about riding the wave, it's about catching the wave before the wave comes, right? So you have to like paddle super hard, super fast, and match the speed of the incoming wave, so that can carry. But it's not. Hello? Okay. So yeah, so it's not about like in the current situation, the market is terrible, we cannot raise funding, let's not do a startup. No. Let's build a startup and try to stay cash flow positive, conserve as much as possible, and then accumulate that momentum so that the next wave comes in, and we're the ones swimming the fastest, that we can catch the wave. And then if that happens, money will come in. Like Yoshi said, right? Money is not a problem. Building the product customer loves is the problem. I hope that answers the question, but
I can add a little bit. For me, actually, I don't put too much interest on the fundraising. That's because I think actually I'm a serial entrepreneur. I started my own business since 2012 from China. The first thing, I don't think two phone call in China, right? It's a good thing. The first thing, I experienced two times. The first is happened at in 2015 in China. It's a auto we call that, right? Online, offline, this kind of business model explode. At that time, their Didi, Meituan kind of company here, something DoorDash, right? It's become a unicorn. And during the pandemic, my phone company is named Tobas. It's a platform that focus on the Asian food delivery. We ranked 63 million in 3 months. But after that, we still we start a lot of problems like the the data, the data hacker, but I don't want to talk about that. And also we have a problem on the growth business. We tried a lot of things, but the result is not very good kind of thing. So the second thing, I don't think two phone call is a good thing. The last one is that you have to do what you are good at. At that time,
once you choose that, I think you have to think, if you have no money or fundraising, right? If you prefer to continue to it, I think that's very important because I think most of the startups that because of, if you can live a long time, I think you can have a big opportunity to succeed. So that's why. So right now, I think the suggestion is that carry zero. So if you can't fund the money, right? I think you have to save money and make money, right? So I think this thing is very important for startups to make more sales and margin rather than fundraising.
The key, like you said, is you have to live a long life, right? So.
Right. In the interest of time, one last question here. And can you take two, please, or? All right, it's yours. It's your last two. Okay. Well, thank you. Hi, my name is Chen Hao. My question is, so I saw on the panel that Wei and Marvin, you guys are both doing, startups that kind of serve consumer, basically using existing ML technology and to apply, machine learning to these startups. That's kind of something I'm also interested in, is to kind of use these existing models and technologies to kind of, try to do something that's interesting or helpful to consumers. So my question is kind of, what do you feel like is the biggest challenge when you're building kind of these companies? Was it coming up and iterating on that idea, getting that technology or the model to kind of work for your use case, or is it to like actually get user attention or get funding? Like what's the biggest challenge?
I challenge you, the number one challenge, answer the question in 30 seconds, okay?
Not falling in love with your product. Right, because if you fall in love with it, because you so focused in one direction. So make sure you're open to all of that.
Find the market base.
For me, is to not be a thin wrapper around AI suitability and build more things to it. And like AI is just basically like 10% of the product, the rest of 90% that enables the product quickly to drive back in operation, connecting the suppliers with the customer, like a supply chain, logistics, everything. Those are all still traditional, and that's still that was one. I think
All right, thank you very much. All right, one last one. Thank you. Okay.
I have a question on currently multiple people are working on multiple focus areas. Like for me, I'm a part-time student at Harp and having 3 things in a day. And in the future, 2 more things add up for everyone. So how are you all thinking of managing the talent who is working across 3 or focus areas rather than one full-time job?
For one panelist, answer this in 30 seconds, just one person.
Yeah, so basically, how would you manage, if you have your talent and then they're doing 3 things, right? And it's basically people are overstretched. Is that the question? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's complex, it's hard. I think you need to, with the person individually, have an honest conversation, make sure that they're motivated in all that they're doing. Number one is motivation. If they lose that, they're going to lose cost, right? So motivation, making sure that the objectives are aligned for all of those 3. But I think most importantly, I don't know if I would want to put in common that position. I don't know if that's a good choice, right? But you have to running across 3 things is tough. And I've learned that. I did a bunch of startups. I raised money, and it's a lot, right? I think maybe chats have done. So most importantly, you just really have to manage what's important to you, and less is more, in my opinion, to win.
Well, thank you very much. One last question is from me to all of you. One word question. 10 years from now, who will be the leader of AI? Is it China or US? Ariel. Oh, one word. What's that? Okay, yeah. Arden?
I think both.
All right.
NBA is the golden answer. It depends. I love that answer.
Go ahead. Perfect. Okay. In 45 minutes, we turn 4 entrepreneurs into politicians. Give them a round of applause here, all right? Thank you very much. Before we finish, let me finish my story. I run into my neighbor Connor 2 days ago again. And then apparently he stopped spending more time with his family and went back to work. So I asked him, how's your experience spending more time with your family? His smiley face turned serious. He paused for a brief second and leaned forward, said in a very calm voice, he said, Lee, take my lesson. Before you spend more time with the family, check with the family first. Thank you, everyone. All right.
Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you, Lee. Thank you, Ari. Alvin. Thank you so much. Thank you, Alvin. Thank you, Wood. And thank you, Tom. So now we conclude this session. We have a coffee break. I know we took out some of your time there, but there's still coffee, drinks, and fruit and out there. Feel free to enjoy. But be back to our next session, which is political economy and the business climate for the Chinese venture. So we have a host of great speakers and panelists here. So be back accordingly on the agenda and check out our website. All right, thank you everyone. All right, thank you.
疫情前在公司工作都不是个事儿，穿着比这种装这样大本事做不了。It's an electronic rickshaw.
哦，你能不能现在先把对，先把血统关了。
Encima se atrasa el vuelo.
Ayer en México, como el ¿no?
advance the slide. There you go. See? Okay, just use
Yeah.
up, down, left, right, either way. So they can, they can.
What?
The audience can see you. Then we want the audience to see you. Yes, we do. Okay.
I'm gonna put my damn something. Is someone going to introduce me, or what's going on here?
They're not back yet.
Oh, I thought they said 3:05. It's not
Is it
3:08.
3:05?
It's 3:08.
Okay, well, now they're back. They're coming back.
I can't do anything.
Can't hear.
So for this session, please grab your seat and remain seated as well. So we have Professor Gordon Rauser. He is the Dean Emeritus for Russell College of Natural Resources. So unfortunately, he got COVID. However, he is really passionate about our summit, and he's gonna do live with all of us. So let's bring up the screen. If my IT staff can give me some boost. And I think Professor Gordon Rauser has been there. Hey, Professor Rauser, can you hear us?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you hear?
Great.
May I begin?
Hello, can you hear us?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes, very good. May I begin?
Yeah, great. So I think now the stage all yours. But let's first give Professor Rauser a round of hands first.
Thank you so much. I'm very disappointed. I'm very disappointed that I couldn't attend the conference. It seems like a very wonderful design conference. I congratulate the conference organizers, but I don't congratulate them for giving me the opportunity when I have COVID-19. I've avoided it for almost 4 years at this point. My family and many friends have gotten it, but I avoided it, and suddenly it hit me 3 days ago. But in any event, we'll do our best. My focus is going to be on political economy, but political economy with regard to the implications for public policy by governments. And the fundamental question is, which types of public policies? As we all know, there are two basic types. Those that are public good policies. We all know that the private sector has no incentives for investing in public goods. That's why we turn to the government to provide such investments. And then there are redistributive policies. And what's surprising about redistributive policies is that there is a fundamental premise of many practical people that have been involved with governments who argue that the business of governments is redistribution.
Hey, Professor Rauser, sorry to interrupt you for a little bit. If you might give the IT team an hint on your next slide, that would be great. I think we're only seeing you the first. I don't know if you want to do the next one. So, can you hear me? Or
yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, so sorry, again, some logistic issue. If you can tell the IT team for when you want to switch next slide, please give them again. Thank you so much. Sorry for the interruption.
Okay, in any event, I'm giving a purview before I go through the slide deck. So I've only have 20 minutes here. So I want to make sure that people understand that my focal point is what governments do and why they do it. And I'm trying to make the point between the two types of policies that are generally pursued by governments. Many years ago, in a period of time when I was a senior economist at the Council of Economic Advisors, a young economist, naive, Alan Greenspan told me that what government's business is redistributing income and wealth. I thought it was much more than that. We also know that we don't get the politicians we wish, we get the politicians that we get. And in that regard, there's a wonderful story about some of the Democratic senators calling a meeting with a number of research universities, the best research universities, including, of course, Berkeley. And they were informed that they should no longer admit PhD students from mainland China who are interested in STEM research. The narrative, of course, is that the US believes that mainland China is stealing intellectual property. The alternative narrative by many of my fellow economists in mainland China is that they're simply imitating, not stealing intellectual property. But regardless, the key point is that whatever governments do, they're going to pursue one of two types of policies. I'm going to define the types that increase the opportunities for economic growth as PERTs. I'm going to explain that later. And policies that end up redistributing income and wealth, I'm going to refer to as political economic seeking transfers, or PES. Now, generally speaking, economists, all of us who have taken intermediate economics or the principles of economics, know that the general advice of economists is government should be involved in promoting economic growth. And in contrast, if they're going to redistribute, they're going to create deadweight losses and detract from what would otherwise be the economic growth that would arise. And my fundamental take-home message in my presentation today is what we have to recognize, that these two types of policies are much more effective if they're jointly pursued. And they have to be simultaneously designed and, in fact, implemented. Now, there are a number of political economic perspectives that are out there that have been advanced by the economic profession or the political science profession. And in this advancement, what economists particularly have attempted to do is explain why governments do what they do. And generally, they do what they do when they're manipulated by powerful interest groups. So what lies behind the political economy is the distribution of political power. Who has the power? Who doesn't have the power? What effect does that have on the kind of policies that are being pursued? Ideally, we want governments to pursue the expansion of economic growth, or what we can characterize simply in layman terms of expanding the size of the economic pie. However, we know that governments pursue redistributed policies as well that detract from the size of the economic pie. But what we want to do is find a way of balancing the political power to pursue the collective interest. And when we're thinking about the distribution of public power, we can think about governments that are more balanced. Think of Singapore, think perhaps even of Taiwan. Think about countries in contrast that have a maldistribution of political power. Here, we can think about Venezuela, Saudi Arabia, are examples that come to mind. But what I'm hoping I can convince you of today in this brief time that I have with you is that if we have an economy that has complete mobility or asset diversification among the households in that economy, then we will move in the direction of more balanced political power. Now, to provide a little more detail about the definition of PERT policies, these are policies that can be structured to reduce or resolve problems of coordination failure. It's not just public good policies. Ill-defined property rights, obstacles to economic growth that are already in the past. Think about the obstacles that were created during the Trump administration with regard to imposing tariffs, heavy tariffs on imports from China, or the more recent policies of the Biden administration, where they're restricting the exports of semiconductors, selected semiconductors, to China. These are all policies that actually detract from economic growth, not only in the US, in China, but globally. In contrast, the political economic seeking transfers, these are policies that are redistributive, but we want them to be compensating policies that end up countering the interest of powerful interest groups. The conclusion then is we want more PERTs and more compensation. My COVID-19 is not working as well as I'd hoped. PEST, and they are certainly preferred if simultaneously introduced with the PERTs. The attributes of these PEST or redistributive policies that are smart, in quotes, have the following characteristics. They must be sunset policies. Namely, it turns out that in many instances of industrial policies that have been introduced by governments, there's no sunset, no termination on the policies. This is the Cato Institute, for example, that argues against, in all cases, the implementation of industrialization policies. And the reason for that is that crony capitalism emerges, and those that are receiving the subsidies through industrialization policies continue to manipulate the government to place in perpetuity the subsidies that they're receiving. The second attribute is we want PEST that are complementary to the PERTs. And here I've isolated these as political and economic complementarities. And I'll speak with clarity about that in a moment. And if we're able to achieve that, we reduce the incentives for rent seeking. What's rent seeking? This is a term that's been used by economists for the last 30 years with regard to powerful interest groups manipulating governments, whether they be autocratic governments, democratic governments, totalitarian governments, it doesn't matter. What matters is the distribution of political power and who has the direct influence over governmental policy setting. So a couple of examples to provide some clarification. On patents in the United States, for example, encourage private research and development. That's a PERT. It expands the size of the economic pie. The pest, however, is that it provides market distortions because it gives a 20-year property right to those who have developed the intellectual property that has been documented and awarded to them, and they end up holding that position of being able to generate rents in their favor at the cost of consumers paying higher prices. So this is an example of a violation of the second and third attributes that I specified for smart pests. And this is just one example among many. I included in the slide deck an appendix that has a host of examples about the simultaneous implementation of both PERTs and pests. Second, regulatory agencies and economic regulation. If you look at the formation of many regulatory agencies, they're to increase the PERT. Why? Providing the elimination of risk with regard to air travel. This was the basis for setting up the Civil Aeronautics Board. There are a number of other regulatory bodies, the Surface Transportation Board, Interstate Commerce, all of which were motivated initially with the thought of benefiting the public interest or having the effects of PERT-like implications. However, over time, what's happened is that the industry that they're regulating ends up capturing the regulatory body. So they turn what was intended to be a PERT into a pest and generating distortions in the market and moreover, more rents for themselves. Fortunately, many of these regulatory bodies have been terminated. So this is an instance where all of the attributes that I specified for smart pest are in fact violated. A third example that I want to spend a few moments on is the rail investments here in the United States. If you go back and look at the land grants that were offered to the introduction of the Western Railroad expansion, and here the PERT was lowering the transaction and eliminating coordination failures because of the huge investments that were required. The pest was the land grants that were offered to those who developed the railroads, and they were subsidized by huge land ownership. Many people talk about, this is a side issue, I hope it's not a detraction from the basic substance, but if you look at one of our major competitors next door, Stanford University, they talk about them being a private university and public, and Berkeley being a public university, and somehow we're at the beck and call of the state government because of the subsidizations that they offer to us. But Stanford avoided all that through privatization. Well, that's not quite true, because if you look at the person who provided all of the financial capital for setting up Stanford University, that person, Leland Stanford, was a direct beneficiary of all the land grants that were offered by his and others involved in investing in the development of Western railroads. But here's another instance of the simultaneous determination of both PERT and pest. Now, let me put a little more content on the modeling of this combination of both PERT and pest. And here I want to introduce the notion of a welfare transformation frontier, which is basically the constraints in your economy, what your economy is what is its capacity for generating growth in the economy. And there are different groups, and I'm going to simplify this process by introducing a simple chart that's here, where I've shown on the vertical axis the welfare group cap R, which is the rest of society, versus the welfare group A. Ultimately, I'm going to look at A as having most of the political power. And you see here the frontier, which is represented by the orange curve. And then there's a tangent line to point A on this curve. And that tangent line comes ultimately from the governance structure of the government. And you see here that if A has more political power, they can expand their portion of the welfare that's being generated by that frontier. But they do so by reducing the total welfare that's available to both groups, so the total value that's available to both groups. And you have another potential intersection where the red dotted line that's tangent to that frontier now shows more political power being captured by A to the detriment of R, but they end up with more, but the net result is that the total welfare which is shown on the vertical axis by the subscript kappa S subscript B, that's actually generating a decrease in the total amount of growth that's available for both A and the rest of the economy. Now, turning to the political complementarity concept, here we introduce a PERT policy, which has the purpose of expanding the welfare transformation frontier. Namely, there's going to be major growth. Go back to the United States when it ended up subsidizing initially the introduction of what we've come to know as the internet. And here there is an expansion that results, but some interest groups may lose as a result of that expansion while others win. But in total, they both will end up collectively generating more in the way of welfare to be shared among various parties. The problem that arises is that some groups may be sufficiently powerful to block the introduction of this PERT policy. And this is one of the major reasons why I have long argued against the Washington Consensus, which basically says what we should be doing, what we've asked, because we in the United States have a greater shareholder interest in the World Bank and the IMF, and they too accepted the Washington Consensus up until the early 1990s, in which the prescription was all countries should get the prices right. But what this analysis shows that I'm about to turn to in the next graph is that the outcome does not depend on getting the prices right, but instead it depends on getting the policies right that allows the transformation frontier to be expanded. And if we look here, what I've shown is that in the first base formulation, namely the frontier curve, transformation frontier, FF, that's the original one that I showed in the prior figure. And now, because of the PERT, we expand out to the green frontier, which is a larger frontier. But note what happens here, it's possible for welfare of group A to contract. Namely, they're somewhere at A, they're at this point on the horizontal axis, but then they move to the left because they're worse off now. But the total welfare that's being available for sharing actually has expanded. But if group A has sufficient power, they can counter the introduction of this PERT that expands the frontier out to the green curve. And as a result, we're only going to achieve acceptance by group A if in fact we move somewhere northeast from the original point A, the initial frontier. And one point where that would be true is E, but the outcome of point E on that frontier is going to be a total welfare that is below what it would have been at D if in fact the group A could not in fact exercise political power to turn away from that particular solution. So in the next slide, I actually look at that political complementarity. How would we go about countering that influence by offering a smart pest to compensate group A for the losses, to at least put them in a position that was no worse than their initial position, namely at point A, being somewhere like point E, which would generate less in the way of total welfare, but certainly improve both parties. It would be a Pareto move. In other words, neither one of the two parties would be worse off. Even A could, in fact, improve their position, as will, of course, the rest of society represented by Group R. And then finally, with regard to economic complementarities, here, the fundamental point goes to how can we go about using the smart pest to increase society's households' mobility. If they have mobility, they can adjust to the new PERT and the new opportunities, new industries that are being formed, growth that is taking place. That is to say, labor resources could move from one industry sector to another. Likewise, it turns out that they will all benefit if, in fact, there's total asset diversification. The way to think about this is that you look at a household's portfolio, if they have human capital and fixed resources, investments in various stocks or other opportunities where they could be venture capital or private equity, it doesn't matter. What does matter is that they're diversified to the same degree that the overall economy is diversified. So if the overall economy benefits, then they too will benefit. And as a result, that will reduce the amount of their rent seeking or their attempts to exercise political power to manipulate the government to favor their interest rather than the collective interest. And here, introducing this fundamental notion and looking at the complementarities from an economic standpoint, it's possible now to move out in terms of frontiers. And the red curve that's here, you can think about that as the present value of all future growth and how it is distributed among various groups or households within an economy. And what I've shown here is that now Group A ends up benefiting, so does the rest of society. And if you have no interest in trying to manipulate the government to favor your specific self-interest, then it's possible to end up at a much higher rate of growth for the overall economy and for its distribution among various sectors of the economy. Okay, so the various types of policies, what do we conclude with regard to important outcomes with respect to, first, the PERT class of policies? Is it can expand the size of the economic pie, it can overcome coordination problems, and if we use smart pests, the important outcomes is that we have political complementarity, economic complementarity, and there are some PERT policies that are unbalanced, but that unbalance can be countered by the fact that you've got mobility within your economy, you're increasing the opportunities for mobility, and or there's more asset diversification. In conclusion, regardless of what the balance is among political interests, smart governments should work within the political landscape to expand the economic pie by providing or promoting incentives for PERTs, resource mobility, and or asset diversification, or both. Smart governments intentionally find a way of working around the status quo. The tyranny of status quo is well recognized, certainly among economists and most intelligent laymen. Smart pests include a natural or credible sunsetting provision, are politically and economically complementary to the PERTs, and must lower incentives for the formation of political organization around the subsidy that may serve to sustain and extend their rents. Smart governments must be concerned about the underlying governance structures and or the rules by which rules are made. That's the way we should be thinking about the underlying government structure. So I conclude with those thoughts and open it up for general discussion. Thank you.
Professor Rausner, it's we really appreciate that you can make it for us today through Zoom. And once again, we wish you a speedy recovery. So in the interest of time and Professor Rausner's your recovery, we'll take one more question. Anyone has a question for you?
Okay, I see a lot of pictures taken. Any questions? Okay, Professor Rosler, again, I wish you to take the time and get some more rest.
Thank you.
And with that, oh, yeah. There's one question. Okay, sorry. Sorry, there's one question. Sorry, I must move it.
Thank you, Professor Romper. Just wanted to get your comments on where the US government and the Chinese government are relative to your smartness scale in this regard.
I'm sorry, can I hear that last part again? I couldn't hear that. Apologize.
Oh, since you're talking about smart policies and smart government, I wanted to get your assessment of where the US government is and where the Chinese government are on the smartness scale.
On the smart, oh, very good question. In other words, where do they sit on the smart scale? Is that another way to?
Yes, that's good. That's the gas question. Yeah, where do you think you will rate it? The scale, on the smart scale.
There are different points in time where the US government has stood very tall on the smart scale, but I can't represent to you it does today. Certainly with regard to the recent actions with regard to imposing heavy tariffs on imports from China and or the restrictions on exports of semiconductors to China, that is not high on the smart scale, not at all. So there are various points in time. If you look at, by the way, if you look at the beginning of the Biden administration, one piece of legislation that was passed early in the administration was a legislation that provided governmental subsidies for R&D related, surprisingly, to today's conference, namely on AI. And that was widely accepted by both parties. In fact, most anti-China policies are widely, that's the polarization that exists in this country is unnoticeable when it comes to actions that conflict with China's interest. And they motivated that particular legislation by the fact that they had to outcompete China with regard to the future developments of discoveries related to modern technology, AI in particular. And that was related to the so-called Pacific Quad approach, in which India, Japan, US, and Australia were coming together to establish some countervailing force to China's interest with regard to increasing their military influence in that part of the world. So I wouldn't rate the scale on smart tests as being very high today in the United States. Certainly with regard to the industrialization policy that we just witnessed in terms of the massive subsidization for the semiconductor industry here in the United States. That is not something that serves the overall public interest in supporting economic growth. It's an industrialization policy, but it's a direct subsidization without the complementarity between the person and pests that I've talked about today. Turning to China, I must admit, I'm still trying to learn about Premier Xi's notion of shared prosperity. The fundamental point of shared prosperity is in fact consistent with the complementarities that I'm talking about with regard to birds and pests. What you're trying to do is the opportunity where everybody in society or in the economy can share in the economic growth. My person pests are designed to do just that. If they're successful, the smart pest is successful in actually implementing greater mobility and greater asset diversification, then you're going to have more shared prosperity. But what I've seen with regard to Premier Xi's common prosperity, I haven't seen any actual policies being implemented aside from the ideal of achieving this kind of outcome. So I can't really represent to you where I think they actually sit with regard to the smartness on the pest side. But at least they're talking about the ideal. Their leadership is talking about the ideal in an internally consistent way with the basic concepts that I've introduced here today.
Thank you so much. With that said, once again, let's give Professor Rauter a hand and really appreciate your time. And again, hope you feel better too. Wow, what a really eye-opening and educational experience in such a acute and very interesting perspective that we would love to learn more. Now, let's dive right more in there. Because now the next session, what we're going to do is introduce and invite a host of panelists and panel speakers on the stage. So first off, I want to introduce Alex Zhu. So Alex Zhu is a Harvard MBA and an ex-senior researcher at Analysis Group. So she will be leading as the moderator for this panel. And then next up, we have Professor Dinker. He's a professor of political science at UC Berkeley, and he's also an expert in scholarly expertise in study of contemporary China. So we would love to invite you on the stage as well. And then we have Dr. Wei Tan. He's the director at Secretariat, economist, and an adjunct faculty member at Johns Hopkins University. Also, we have Yongjiang Wang. She is the manager and economist at Analysis. And last but not least, we have Yi Fu Yu. He's the executive director at JJ Lake. And JJ Lake is a prominent U.S.-China cross-border accelerator backed by Orsa Holdings. So we're going to have a very intellectual, meaningful discussion, especially under the current climate for China's venture in the U.S. So let's welcome them with a warm round of applause. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the panel section of the political economy and business climate module. I'm the moderator today, and I think Julian already did a very good job introducing our panelists. But maybe just diving into a bit of each person's expertise, can each of you give us a brief introduction of your background and then your also, can we get some slides for Professor?
Thank you very much. It's a great honor to be here. It's very brief. Important to introduce the topic. I don't get into the theory of the constitution on the topic of Chinese investment in the United States. And it's not the same as trade. Trade and investment are two mutually related, certainly, and mutually reinforcing to some extent, but not identical. And to some extent, independently variable factors in this relationship. How do I make this thing go forward?
The next slide, please. Sorry.
How do I make it go forward? Okay, early. So the early days, 2000, takeoff in Chinese investment in the US was later than the American investment in China. It's always been smaller, considerably smaller. As you can see here, it started around 2001. And from 2001 to 2007, it averaged under 500 billion, which is a very petty amount, a very small amount. With the exception of 2005, when Lenovo came into the United States, that was a major investment. And after 2007, the trend started to lift to increase both in the number and value of the deals. How do I push it forward? Oh, very good. So this is the type of investment. The early investments were mostly natural resources. As Chinese outward investment, Chinese outward foreign direct investment throughout the world at this time, but the early stages was mostly in natural resources. And you can see oil and gas assets. They were interested in energy. Move forward, if you will.
Can we get to the next slide?
Go forward. What? Okay, next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay. This is the comparison of Chinese investment in the US and US investment in China. US investment in China has always been, of course, much larger than Chinese investment in the United States. But US had more mobile capital and more interest in investment. Next slide, please. Next, okay, current Chinese FDI. What is the current Chinese status of investment in the United States? It is plunged, as you probably know. The Chinese investment in the United States has since 2017 declined rapidly, and it is down 7.2% from 2021. And U.S. foreign direct investment in China, on the other hand, has gone up about 9% since 2021. So that's the current state of affairs. U.S. investment in China is still considerably larger than U.S. investment, the Chinese investment in the U.S. Chinese investment in the U.S., however, next slide, please. This is the overall picture of Chinese investment in the U.S. since around 2010, 2011. There was a decline in 2011, and you can see that the major portion of Chinese investment in the U.S. was in 2015 and 2016. Massive amount of Chinese investment in the United States, and from beginning in 2017, it declined precipitously, beginning in 2017. And that's one of the puzzles that I wish to deal with. Why it declined so precipitously, and why it went up so steeply in 2015 and 2016. Next slide, please. Okay, this is another slide of Chinese investment in the U.S. You can see, again, graphically, in 2016 was the all-time high of Chinese investment in the United States. It looked like at that point, the Chinese investment in the United States might exceed U.S. investment in China. Next slide, please. This is where it's located, mostly on the east and west coast, mostly in California and New York. Next slide, please. This shows that FDI worldwide has declined. Worldwide FDI has declined as a portion of GDP. world GDP. So this is what we see as what we call the deglobalization of trade throughout the world. Next slide, please. So one of the features, overall features of Chinese investment in the US and Chinese economics in general that I'd like to bring up is high volatility. High volatility. You can see very choppy pattern. The overall trend is up, but the sector trend that is up. But the pattern is very choppy. Next slide, please. So why the two questions? Why the sudden plunge? Whoops. Yeah. Previous slide, please. Previous slide. Why the surge? Why was the surge in 2014 and 2015? Well, this is a major surge. It was I think one of the major reasons for the surge was capital flight from China. In 2015 and 2016, in 2015, the Chinese central bank tried to reduce the value of the renminbi, of the yuan, and it scared people in China so that there's a massive capital flight, and I mean massive, 500 billion to $1 trillion was left China, and each of those years, 50% of the equivalent of 6% of GDP left China in 2015 and 2016, and so they found capital control on the capital flight. So I think that was one of the major reasons for the. There are other reasons. The encouragement to go out to invest abroad, but I think capital flight was the major reason. Next slide, please. And why the surge in 2000? Why the sudden plunge then in 2017? Well, there was a sudden plunge, and it has gone down to almost zero since 2017. Why? Various reasons. Trump's tech war. China was scared of the volatility of American regulation. And in fact, the American tariffs on Chinese goods coming into the United States went way up, especially on high-tech stuff. And that's what China wanted to invest in. Of course, that was a major factor that China wanted to invest in. So Trump's trade and tech war in 2018 to 2020 was a major factor. Xi Jinping's dual circulation, shared prosperity, and so forth was to try to have a more independent economy, more self-reliant economy, and to rely less on trade with America. Trade from exports from China shifted to a considerable degree from America to the BRI countries, Belt Road Initiative countries, where China was trying to establish a new market. And COVID-19 is a major factor, and then the Committee on Foreign Investment in the U.S. has placed restrictions on Chinese investment in the United States. So I think those are the major idiosyncratic reasons. I don't know how to explain the volatility in general, but I think those are the specific reasons for these two upsurge and downsurge. In next slide, please. Okay, that's it. I guess I don't see anything. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Schekman. So I guess now to the other three panelists, could you maybe give a brief intro of yourself and also answer
I'm a professor of political science at the University of California.
Yeah, let's give another round of applause for Professor Dittmer. I guess we would like complement what Professor Dittmer just said. Can the three other panelists also briefly introduce yourself and also like give us some comments or thoughts on what are some of the major or pressing issues in your area that are related or currently impacting this business climate, maybe something that's relevant to Professor Dittmer just talked about.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Wei Tan. I'm a director at the Secretary of Economics. So we are a consulting company in Washington, D.C., specializing in antitrust economic consulting. So I work on basically the standard antitrust issues like mergers, litigations, and cartels, and abuse of dominance, all kinds of issues there. So from the antitrust issues, the recently I think the most interesting thing for all major antitrust authorities how to regulate big tech. So for example, in the United States, this year, the Department of Justice and the FTC, the two agencies in charge of antitrust investigations, they have both launched litigations against major technology companies, including Google and Meta and Amazon. And in China, of course, we all know that in the last couple of years, there's a major investigations of technology companies like Alibaba and Tencent. So this is a big topic. There are many issues that facing the big techs. For example, how to regulate them, how to prevent them from abusing their dominant positions. So but I think for the audience today, most of the audience are probably interested in startups. So I will primarily talking about the antitrust regulations towards like startup companies. So one of the issues that received a lot of interest is the alleged harm from big companies acquiring a startup. So this is the idea is that a big company might acquire a small company and just to kill the competition to prevent future competition in the market. So this is a very interesting topic because many of the startups, their goal is actually to one day sell the company to a big company. So, for example, in the earlier session, we have someone runs a big data company for trading stocks. So, for example, if one day Meta decides to buy the stock trading companies, then the agency might come in and say, hey, this transaction might prevent the future competition in the stock trading markets. And that can create a lot of uncertainties about the startup companies. And the second issue that is raising a lot of concern is that in today's world, there are multiple jurisdictions that can affect transactions. So, for example, two U.S. companies merge, but they may end up needing a clearance from a Chinese agency. So that might create lots of uncertainties. One example would be, for example, recently Intel tries to acquire a Israel companies, relatively big deal, $5 billion deal. But yeah, and then it turns out that the Chinese agency just didn't approve these deals, and then eventually Intel has to give up transactions. So in today's world, because there are so many jurisdictions now, so a company trying to get a merger cleared might have to go to like merger reviews in the United States, merger reviews in European Union, and merger review in China. So that can be a big problem. Sometimes, even though you don't have a business in China, that can still affect the transaction because the other part of Intel has a big business in China, so Intel still has to go through this process. And the last thing I want to talk about is that there's a tendency to combine competition policies with industrial policies, and that can raise a lot of confusion in the market. So one of the issues, for example, is that, for example, in the recent case, the case against Qualcomm, the U.S. agency first alleged that Qualcomm licensing practice can be anti-competitive. But then when the litigation moves to a circuit court, the Department of Justice entered the lawsuit and then saying that maybe we should not over-regulate Qualcomm because Qualcomm's licensing practice helped United States to maintain a very competitive positions in the chip industries. So therefore, we maybe should give Qualcomm a task on its licensing practices. So this kind of a mixture of competition policies with industrial policies sometimes can give companies a very conflicting trend in terms of how to deal with government regulation. Thank you.
So first of all, I would like to thank the organizers again for having me here. My name is Zhong Wan. I'm now a manager in the economist at Analysis Group. And same as Dr. Tan, our firm works in the economic and litigation consulting business. In other words, we help our clients to better understand economic impacts of certain policies and business divisions. So personally, I'm also a UC alumni. Before joining Analysis Group, I was trained as an economist at UCLA. At Analysis Group, my personal specialization lies more in securities class actions and intellectual property. One of the main issues we're watching right now is the changes in regulations in China on high-tech industry, especially fintech, which have caused global attention since about 2 or 3 years ago. So these changes in regulation enforcement, of course, have an impact on how the business is done. But in addition, they also impose a heightened litigation risk on these high-tech companies in and outside of China. Take Alibaba as an example. As many of you may already know, Alibaba is publicly listed on the NYSE, and it was sued by US shareholders in 2021 following 2 regulatory enforcements. One of the enforcements was related to an attempted IPO of Ant Small and Micro Financial Service in Shanghai Stock Exchange, because the IPO was supposed to raise over $30 billion for the company until the Chinese regulators cut it off due to failure to meet the listing requirements in Shanghai Stock Exchange. And the second enforcement was related to an antitrust probe into the Alibaba Group, because allegedly the Alibaba Group required merchants to only cooperate with one online platform. So either you sell your products on Alibaba's platform or you work with other companies. And this antitrust probe eventually led to a fine of nearly $2.8 billion for Alibaba, which is a huge amount. And both enforcements affected Alibaba's stock price adversely and dramatically in the last year. So as a result, the US shareholders who were harmed due to the stock price drop sued Alibaba for failure to disclose their monopolistic behavior and for failure to disclose the regulatory risk in advance. And now it's in 2023, 2 years have passed. The litigation is still going on. It has been dragging on for 2 years, which could be painful for any company from both the cash flow perspective and also from a PR perspective. And Alibaba is not the only one. Like Didi actually also got involved in a regulatory investigation into data privacy issues, causing its IPO to be halted, and a litigation by US shareholders. And similarly, the New Oriental Education Group, Xindong was banned by regulators from raising money in foreign countries.
and therefore pursue national U.S. shareholders from failure to disclose the regulatory concerns and failure to disclose the previous warnings it has gotten. So these trends is certainly one thing we are paying attention to. The second issue is related to the restrictions that U.S. has been imposing on Chinese high-tech companies, especially against semiconductor and telecommunication, which would, and I think did, lead to more litigations in intellectual property in these high-tech areas, and also into questions or disputes about the legal basis for enforcing such restrictions. One of the more high-profile litigations that some of you may have heard of is probably the lawsuit between Xiaomi and the U.S. government 2 years ago, when the Trump administration decided to blacklist the company from receiving any U.S. investments. And as a result of the litigation, the enforcement of the blacklist was suspended until today. So I think those are the two major trends that we would keep watching from the perspective of securities, finance, and intellectual property litigation.
Hey everyone, my name is Yi Fu, and I'm with Berkeley. What we are doing is cross-border US-Asia focused accelerator. Basically, we help local entrepreneurs to tap into the Asia market. Whether you want to move your business there or expand your business there, or you're right now focusing on the US market, but somehow you want to leverage some of the Asia resources, we're here to help. We are working with China, Hong Kong, Singapore. In the US, we're based in Silicon Valley, headquartered in Mountain View, and also we have an office in East Coast. And last July, we opened the office in Frankfurt, Germany. Before joining JJ, I was the head of business and co-founder of the SBC Venture Club. So basically, it's provide external top-grade innovation for international investors. That was back in 2015. So like Professor mentioned, there was a surge for the international investors, Chinese investors specifically investing in the US. So that was like the honeymoon stage. Yeah, and before that, I was the financial analyst at Square. In terms of the challenges that we are facing and how it's how they impact our decision making. Well, I think let's not ignore the elephant in the room, right? So there are geopolitical tensions between these two countries, and I think in the last couple of years, the COVID definitely has deepened this decoupling trend. From our perspective, our observation is that the startup in the US don't know what's going on in Asia, in China, and also meanwhile, investors on the other side of the planet don't know what's happening here. Recently, we have seen a lot of ODI from China side, overseas direct investments. But it seems in the last few years, the caps have been lower, and it takes a longer time for the Chinese investors to apply for the ODI, and sometimes they got rejected eventually. So we're starting to see that, but hopefully down the road, things will get better. And other panelists has been mentioning some big corporations, big names. It certainly has big impact on us as we're doing this the cross-border accelerator thing. So take out for example, we have an office in Boston, right? So Boston biotech is the major industry there. Our current company is very good at investing in biotech companies. So we basically have invested in show those are Hong Kong listed, China listed, innovation drug discovery company. Actually, recently we're mapping out a biotech lab in Boston area together with one of our portfolio company. But because just President Biden
announced their new president order, saying that they will keep a more close attention to the biotech fundamentals, like synthetic bio. So we will have to post our plan and see what's going on next. Because briefly in the last few years, our portfolio companies, more than 50% are biotech companies, so it definitely has a huge impact on us.
Thanks, everyone. I think since we've already mentioned a lot of the issues and the major challenges, like, do you guys have any suggestions or guidance to the business leaders, like just to navigate this ever-evolving business environment currently? Maybe we can like start from Professor. Okay.
I think the major, I just want to reemphasize the major factor in the decline, I think, is the volatility. And after all, Deng Xiaoping once said, one thing you got out each year. So China has been very, very, very concerned about stability. And so I think that's been a deterrent to Chinese investment in the US if we question volatility.
So in the area of merger, I think if you operate in the traditional industry, I think everything's fine. So you can still operate as like before the trade war, tech war. But if you are in the industry like sensitive industries, for example, anything deal with chips, anything deal with AI, anything deal with autonomous driving, those kind of industries. When you do cross-border merger, then you have to consider a very serious antitrust risk. In addition, this is very common these days for the antitrust agencies to get involved in a merger case, even though based on a traditional merger view, a transaction may not pose a very serious competition concern. But if you take into account of future competition or the setup of standard, etc., then a transaction with a relatively small value can still raise a lot of competition concerns, and that may delay the clearance of a merger.
So from the perspective of securities litigation and intellectual property, I guess one piece of advice with the benefits of hindsight is to make sure you make proper disclosure of material events and regulatory risk. Of course, that's because we already know what has been going on, because so many big companies and small companies have been sued, not because of any policy or enforcement per se, but because they allegedly did not disclose information with the infants. I guess from as an anti-perspective, that means you need to work with a good lawyer and make sure you take their advice when you're in the business.
Yeah, I definitely agree on that. So my first suggestion is to fully comply. As we're doing business in the US, just get a good lawyer, focusing on cross-border business, and they can provide you good advice. As our parent company has been investing in deep tech domain since 2001, that's just our sweet spot there. So, but that has been heavily impacted since 2018 and 2019 and afterwards. So we are running this accelerator here, so we have to be fully compliant. So we will need to always be prepared, right, to be if someday, let's say FBI knock our door, and we'll need to be fully compliant and fully transparent, and we can provide all the documents request, everything's on the table, no gray area. So you will have to do that. And my second suggestion is to keep communicating, especially with if you are an entrepreneur, keep communicating with those startup founders in China, with both the successful ones and the ones who are facing the failure as well.
to see what's really going on there. I myself haven't been back to China for 4 years because of the COVID, and I get a chance to stay there for 10 months starting this year. It's fascinating. So it's not like something that you can learn from the news, right? It's on the news. Like earlier this year, I was watching news, the 淄博烧烤, right? You saw, okay, everything's back and the economy is back, and consuming is back. But actually, while I was there, it's a mess. Yeah, China has been going some challenges right now. Consuming, the foreign investment is withdrawing, the demand. But just China still has its strengths. If you want to fully utilize the resources there, like the manufacturer, the supply chain, the talents there, human capital, and also it has a huge market. So just to keep communicating with your peer entrepreneurs, and you will find a lot of opportunities there.
Thanks everyone for your thoughtful insights there. And that's going to be kind of switch the topic a little bit, since we're at the heart of Silicon Valley. How do you perceive the role of technology, especially advancements like AI or blockchain in your field in the future? Anybody wants to go first?
AI.
Okay.
So in the area of AI, in the antitrust community, people are very concerned about potential use of AI for companies to collude, because according to the US antitrust law, any collusion between companies in setting up price or reduce competition in the market is per se illegal. But then traditional antitrust basically look at collusion as something between business people. So you need some kind of smoking guns, typically documents of businessmen working in a smoke-filled room trying to set up market price, and that type of illegal activities. But with the advance of AI, then the question is, what happens if the algorithm set a price at a level that is above competitive level? So maybe, for example, one day the gas price is set by computers, then the computer figure out that we can all raise price in the market and we'll all be benefiting from that instead of competing with each other. Then drivers can suddenly face a gas price at $10 a gallon, whatever. Then what can government do to regulate this kind of behavior? So there's a lot of discussions about potential antitrust problems with AI setting prices and autonomous trading, those kind of situations. But the current antitrust law are not very well suited to deal with this kind of situation, because in a antitrust litigation, you have to present evidence to the judge and juries about companies colluding with each other. But with AI, it would be impossible to show the judge or jury a computer code with like millions of lines, and how they will be able to figure out by themselves. So the computer can figure out by themselves that colluding is good for them. It's good to maximize profits. So that's a challenging issues, and there are lots of debates about that, and we'll see how that goes.
The new technology certainly adds the list of jargons I have to learn as a layperson. It also imposes new questions on how to understand and even quantify the economic value of this new technology in the world of business. These examples are not really AI specific, but they're also related to the new technology in today's business. One example is we started to see an increasing number of shareholder lawsuits involving cryptocurrency backing. So I have just mentioned that shareholders may sue the issuer of a common stock if they believe a stock price drop harm their benefits. So similar lawsuits have been brought on for cryptocurrency as well. So in theory, the framework to analyze the damage should be similar towards common stock or cryptocurrency because they're all assets. But in reality, almost all of the economic analysis conducted on common stock that have been accepted in court are premised on the assumption that the stock has to be traded in an efficient market. But such an assumption is very difficult to be proved, or it's just not true for cryptocurrency nowadays. Then the question we face as economists is that in an inefficient market, how do you evaluate or quantify the impacts of certain disclosure, certain fraudulent activity on the value of cryptocurrency or any assets in that sense? I guess it's a question for not only economists in the consulting business, but also economists in academia. Another example is the patent infringement cases related to involving 5G technology. We have also seen an increasing number of them in the litigation court. So as economists, in these type of cases, we need to help analyze the economic value of certain 5G patents for technology. There have been plenty of precedent cases trying to quantify the value of 3G or 4G technology that people can rely on in development. But when it comes to 5G technology, there have not been much precedent. So intuitively, I guess we can say 5G technology should be more valuable than 3G or 4G because that's why they're more advanced. But in terms of how to quantify them, how to measure them so that everyone agrees at court that it is a reasonable value, I don't think there has been much precedent or consensus yet. So that's certainly examples of new questions imposed by the new technology nowadays.
For AI, I was at the CASPAS in Berkeley last night. CASPAS stands for Chinese American Semiconductor Professional Association. So Jensen Huang, the CEO of NVIDIA, was there. I like what he said, because not in his exact words, but basically his point is, in the future, we're gonna assemble AIs like we are assembling chips today. So imagine that you're a startup founders. Okay, you need to form up the company. You need the BD. You need the technical guy. You need the UI. But in the future, you probably just need a few AIs to assist you. So I think down the road, this will significantly lower the barrier for entrepreneurs to become entrepreneurs. And also, it will definitely increase the efficiency for every professionals in every specific domain. As for blockchain, I don't know much about that space, but it has been there. And if you are looking for an alternative portfolio management approach, I think you probably should look at the Bitcoin access to takes roughly 50% of the entire crypto market. So I think the problem with the industry there is that they haven't really figured out applications that can create actual values. It's rare in those domains, but we definitely will keep eye on it.
So given the time constraint now, last but not the least, could you just briefly comment on what you think would be the future of international or cross-border collaboration, please?
Well, AI is obviously a major concern. I think that AI will develop in two separate contexts. In the American context, is being released in a somewhat haphazard fashion, in a typical American way. I think the Chinese will keep it more limited to research institutes and because they're nervous, a little bit nervous about the implications of AI. So we'll have to follow that closely, how that develops.
I think that in terms of antitrust authority, I think those countries' agencies should communicate with each others and try to limit the component of industrial policies in antitrust regulations. So in the United States, actually, in some sense, it's better in the sense that the FTC and DOJs are primarily tasked with antitrust enforcement. And the United States has separate agencies dealing with national security issues, the CFIUS review. But in China, right now, we don't have a agency that dealing with national security issues. So the antitrust agency sometimes like getting involved in decisions that are primarily security related rather than competition related concerns. So I think that I hope that those countries can improve their communication and let antitrust issues to be dealt with in a consistent way and just focus on competition issues and avoid getting involved in national security issues. And for security reasons, there are some other agencies that can handle those problems.
So compared to the past 2 or 3 decades during which the international cooperation or trade has been mostly formed by economic forces, it's likely that geopolitical concerns may play a more vital role than they have been in terms of international cooperation. Yesterday, I was reading an article called "As Global Economy Deglobalizing," authored by Professor Penelope Goldberg from Yale. And they found that the trade data has probably slowed down, that has not reversed yet. But we also know that there might be a latent effect of policy on trade data. There might also be a latent effect of public sentiments on policy markets. So it's possible that public sentiments such as concerns on resilience of supply chain or friendshoring may one day manifest themselves in policy or even in international trade or cooperation. But when that would happen and which industry or which bilateral relationship would be targeted is probably unknown. I guess one thing we can agree upon by most people is probably the uncertainty unfolding ahead of us.
I personally think down the road it's going to be parallel, like competition with the collaboration. So as of right now, we're kind of head-to-head situation between US and China. Last month I was at the Chinese consulate and talking to the governors there. They're saying Galvin Newsom, stream is come forward. He's visiting China this month. And also we very looking forward to seeing President Xi if he could make it at the APEC this November happening in San Francisco. This could be a turning point for both countries. Yeah, many people are hoping to see that. So am I. I think down the road, United States and China, they will realize that they need each other, right? So in the past few years, US has been trying to relocate the supply chain to the local, but it has been going through some difficulties as we all can see. So I believe down the road it's going to be competition in the very sensitive area, high-tech area, but the collaborations on a very relatively normal level. Yeah, that's my point of view.
Okay, so given the time constraint, we're not gonna do Q&A open to the public. If you're interested in speaking with any of our panelists, please do connect with them like after this stage. And please give a big round of applause to our all 4 panelists here. Thank you.
Thank you so much again, Alex, and thank you, Professor Dimmer. Yeah, great talk. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for your time. And thank you, Richard, and thank you, people. Yeah. So again, let's give them a round of applause again. Thank you so much, and thank you for the audience. I hope that you continue to challenge your thought and continue to learn more intellectual discussion among all of us. So next up, we have a full schedule pack of great content. Right? The next one, given that our title is called Berkeley China Summit. China has a history of 1,000 years, right? Its culture and education definitely have a significant impact, not just in China, but around the world. And immigrants, first generation or generations ago, have shaped and impact in many forms in different countries. Given that we're in the United States, we want to welcome and invite our next keynote speaker, Amy Chua, for our educational session, culture education. And Amy Chua, I don't think we need to mention a lot because all of us know her for one of her most famous books called About Time of the Tiger Mother, and it's a bestseller. And she herself has been influencing a lot of educators in this field, and she herself is an educator, a Yale professor. So without further ado, you can read the long list of achievements that I could probably take again days to finish. But let's give her a hand and welcome her on the stage. Thank you, Amy. Yeah, and before, I just got a book from Amy. This is her newest bestseller book. And feel free to stop by. She has a book signing session out there, but let's hear about her journey first. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that kind introduction, and thank you all for coming this afternoon. It is such a pleasure and honor for me to be participating in this year's Berkeley China Summit to this fantastic audience and in the company of such amazing other speakers. So this session is about culture and education. And what I thought I would do is tell you a little bit about my own personal and professional journey. As the title says, how I went from being a shy Asian kid to a Yale law professor and the author of some conversation-starting books, and now a novelist. And when I thought about the answer, how did I end up here? I was a shy kid, didn't say anything. I realized that at one level, the answer is, it took me a long time, it was difficult. But by learning how to turn being an outsider, a cultural outsider, from a disadvantage into a source of strength. And as I was thinking about every one of the books I've written, from my foreign policy books, to the controversial Tiger Mom memoir, and now to my latest novel, every single one of them involves in some way an outsider perspective, and I think benefits from that. But another part of the answer to the question, how did I end up here, a Yale law professor, talking to you? Honestly, the answer, believe it or not, is through a series of disasters and failures and mistakes and the most humiliating rejections that at the time I thought I would never recover from. I really am a firm believer in what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. And I really believe that there's a silver lining to everything. So those of you who sometimes have bad days, you feel lost, remember, I have found that what often feels like the worst thing ever almost always turns out to be the best thing ever down the road. So now I'll explain. So starting at the very beginning,
I am the eldest of 4 daughters. I'm the daughter of Chinese immigrant parents who were part of the little Chinese community in the Philippines. I'll talk more about that later. My mom, my 87-year-old mom, is actually here. And my parents arrived in 1960 to be graduate students at MIT. And when my parents got here, they didn't know a single person in this country. And my mom could barely speak the language. And they had so little money, no money at all, that they couldn't afford to pay for heat their first 2 winters in Boston. And Boston is really cold. So my dad, he eventually got his PhD from the University of Illinois. And that's where I was born, Champaign, Illinois. And then my father got a job, his first teaching job at Purdue. And we moved to West Lafayette, Indiana. I was thrown into nursery school at 3 years old, speaking 0 English. Growing up in the Midwest, we were total cultural outsiders. We looked completely different from anyone else. You guys, it may be hard for you young people to imagine because there's so many Asian Americans now. But when I was growing up, I was the only Asian in my whole school. We were the only Asians in the entire neighborhood. And in some ways that made it hard. You know, we had funny accents, funny haircuts. You know, we brought Chinese food to school. But I have been thinking that in many ways, it is harder for your generation. Ironically, back when I was growing up, it was a little bit difficult because we were so, like, people looked at us like we were from outer space. But China was not powerful. China was not a threat. It was weak. And Asian Americans were not perceived as a threat, taking all over every college position. So everyone liked it. So when I talk to a lot of my Asian students now, even though you have strength in numbers, in many ways I found that it's actually more difficult and more stressful now. Anyway, when I was 8 years old, I moved here to the Bay Area. My dad became a professor at Berkeley. My dad is a pioneer in chaos theory, neural networks. Remember, he's a famous scientist, brilliant. He's still here in Berkeley. I attended El Cerrito High School, just down the road. And many of you may be familiar with this, but the cultural habits and values that my parents, mostly my mom, instilled in me really made it easy for me to succeed in high school. You know, very strict, work really hard, very high standards. You know, if there's a test, 99, I got 99 out of 100. My mom's question was, what happened to that 1 point? And, you know, so I graduated first in my class, valedictorian, and then I went to Harvard. And that was when things started getting more difficult. The way I was raised, some of the cultural habits, sometimes were not always positive at college. So for one thing, I am the oldest child, always wanted to be obedient. I did everything that my parents wanted me to do. So my parents were scientists. They always wanted me to be an MD, PhD. They wanted me to be a doctor or a physicist or a biologist. So I majored at Harvard in applied math and I was pre-med. The problem with that is I'm terrible at math. And I faint at the sight of blood. How can I be a doctor? So it was the wrong major. And I actually liked English literature classes, but for my mom and dad, I was out of the question. You couldn't major in that. I only switched from science to economics. That was my major, not because I was interested or good at economics, but only because I thought I could persuade my parents that economics is kind of like a science. I only applied to law school because I didn't want to go to medical school. And when I got to law school, I was terrified. I really thought, what am I doing here? It was very difficult. Law did not come naturally for me. So, you know, when I was growing up, I was instilled with Chinese cultural values. Always respect your elders. Always listen to your teachers. Respect authority. So I wasn't so good. I was maybe very good at high school and even college. But at law school, it was different. The professor would say, so Amy, here's a judicial opinion. Ms. Chua, Do you agree or disagree with this opinion? And I would have no thoughts, nothing to say. You know, I would think, but a judge wrote it, it must be right. So I wasn't a very good law student. I had to adjust my way of thinking. And I didn't have views, you know, in my house, my parents are most brilliant people, but at dinner, we didn't talk. You know, we had the news on, we ate really fast, my mom's a great cook, and then we went to do our homework. Whereas, you know, my husband's Jewish, and at dinner, they would debate philosophy and Middle East policy, and so I had a hard time in law school. But back to the cultural values. I gotta tell you, the Chinese values of hard work, perseverance, self-discipline, never give up, go a long way. And I actually did well in law school, despite being not talented at it, but I had to work 10 times harder than anybody else. After graduating, I went to clerk for a judge in DC, and she was scary. You know, the first time I interviewed with her, she gave me my resume back with a big X because there was a typo on it. So I was scared of her. But at the last day of work, she called me in. There were 3 of us, and she interviewed us to give us life advice. And she said, "Okay, Amy, what do you want to do with your life now? What are you going to do?" And I'm just not thinking that I'm going to be a law professor. I had always said that because my father's a professor, so I should be a professor too. But I had no idea what I was going to teach or how. And my judge set me straight. She said, "Oh, you can't possibly be a professor. Not now. You don't know anything." She actually said, "You don't know anything. You need to go out in the world for at least 3 years and get some experience. Government, private sector, public, and whatever." So I took her advice and I went to Wall Street. And I joined a Wall Street law firm called Cleary Gottlieb that specializes in international transactions. And I learned a lot there. I made very good friends, but I gotta tell you, the whole 3 years I was there, I was depressed. I felt like a total imposter. I was bored. I didn't know what I was doing there. I didn't enjoy it, and I knew I couldn't stay. So then in my head, you know, I was working hard. I started to get really lost. I was like, why did I go to law school? What do I want to do with my life? What am I doing here? And it was then that I tried to write my first novel. I tried to make it a mother-daughter immigrant story, but I didn't have a plot. And so when Amy Tan's Joy Luck Club came out, I was so jealous. But then I got incredibly lucky. And this is what I want to tell you. I found my own little weird area of law almost by accident. Here's what happened. At this firm that I went to, the specialty was representing governments. You know, not just banks or insurance companies, but my firm represented the government of Venezuela, the government of Jamaica, the government of Ecuador, the government of Russia. So I was put on a deal representing the government of Mexico. And the deal was the privatization of Mexico's telephone company. I have business people here. So Mexico's telephone company at that time, Telmex, was government owned, and it was terrible. It didn't work at all. So they wanted to privatize it, get foreign capital and modernize it. So we were doing an IPO, an initial public offering. And as the lowest person on the totem pole, I was given the assignment of writing the summary of the history of Mexico's economy. Okay, I love this because I love history. You know, I don't like corporate law, but I like history. And again, The Golden Gate, this new novel, is full of the history of the Bay Area. So I started doing this research into the history of Mexico, and I discovered something very interesting, that for 200 years, the economy would swing back and forth from very pro-capitalist, open, pro-foreigner movements times, then it would swing to very revolutionary, nationalizing, socialist, anti-foreign investment periods. Then it would swing again to very open, pro-foreign investment and back and forth. So I wrote this whole thing up. I thought it was really good, 35 pages, and I brought it to the partner and I handed it to him. And he looked at it and he said, "Oh my God, this is awful. This is terrible. We are trying to sell stock. This is an IPO. and you're writing all this stuff about nationalization and revolutionary confiscation. Who's gonna buy this stock? He said, it has to be 100% accurate, but it doesn't have to sound so terrible. And also, he said, I asked for 3 paragraphs, not a dissertation. So I slunk away. I was so bummed. I failed again. You know, I failed in the assignment. So I redid it and gave him what he wanted. But then I had 35 pages of, I thought, pretty interesting material. So I decided to turn it into a draft article. And I called it the privatization nationalization cycle in developing countries. And at that time, I'd been on Wall Street 3 years. I'd had my first daughter, Sophia. So I thought, I'm going to apply for teaching positions now. So I attached this draft article with a cover letter, and I applied for a professor position at 100 law schools. I applied to 100 law schools, and I swear this is true. I got 100 rejections. 8 of them after a full day of interview, which really hurts because that means they see you, they interview you, and they don't like you. And one of the places where I got rejected was the Yale Law School, where I now teach, which was particularly humiliating because my husband had just been hired there 3 years before, and he was the rock star, this constitutional law genius. So I was basically being rejected by the same people we were socializing with. But remember, I told you there was a silver lining to everything. So at the interview, where I was interviewed by 8 older white men, I remember it was so scary, this dark room, these 8 men kept asking me about this article. What's the thesis? And I thought I already told them the thesis. They kept asking me, and I just thought, I'm giving up. This is obviously a fail. One thing I had noticed when I was down in Mexico is that all the rich people, all the government officials, all the elites that we worked with in Mexico had lighter skin and were taller and looked more European, whereas the majority of Mexicans, the ones doing all the, the Xeroxing, the menial work, were shorter, darker, and kind of looked more Indian, indigenous features. So I had written this in the article. But in this interview, I was so inarticulate, the rich people look kind of white, it's horrible. And I was just I thought, I'm getting out of here. I'm obviously not getting I'm not gonna make it. So I was gonna go back on the train to New York City when a very famous, scary professor named John Hennessy, a legal historian, said, oh, I understand what you are interested in. You are interested in the link between markets and ethnicity. And I was like, yeah. Then I was like, yeah, that's what I'm interested in. And I thought of it, he was right. That's kind of the phenomenon I was interested in, but I had never really thought of it in such elegant and general terms. Anyway, I got rejected, didn't make it, but as soon as I got back to New York City, I pulled out my draft article and I gave it a subtitle. The article was now called The Privatization Nationalization Cycle, the link between markets and ethnicity in developing countries. And I reworked it, made it sound better, and the Columbia Law Review took it. That was a huge break for me. It would never have happened if I hadn't had that bad experience. And then I applied, and the Buffalo Law School, I gotta tell you, when I got all those rejections, I talked to my father. And I said, Dad, I was in tears. I said, Dad, I don't want to disappoint you. I know you wanted me to be a professor, but nobody wants me. I took all rejection. And I'll never forget what my father said. He said, let me understand the thing. You got 100 rejections and you want to give up? He thought that was a low number. Remember, this is an immigrant who came to a country, didn't know anybody. It's like, that's nothing, right? So I took his advice and I got one offer at the University of Buffalo Law School. I will always love Buffalo because they were the one people that could give me a chance. And I was going to go there, but at the last second, the Duke Law School, which had previously rejected me, unrejected me. And I then there, I did my own weird thing. I did do corporate law or tax law. I was interested in the relationship between market and democratic reforms and ethnic conflict. So in 2000, I published a second article, Markets, Democracy, and Ethnicity. And then I got lucky in a tragic way. Right then, the attacks on the World Trade Center happened, not September 11th. And suddenly, everybody in the world was interested in my topic, the dangers of democratization and globalization and ethnic conflict. So that little article got turned into a book called World on Fire, and that became a New York Times bestseller. The Economist selected it as the best book of 2003. And 7 years after Yale rejected me the first time, I got a tenured position at Yale. So again, silver lining. In 2011, after I was a professor, I wrote another book that has been mentioned. This was Battle Hymn of the Tiger Mother. This book is so misunderstood. I wrote this because my younger daughter, Lulu, a teenager, rebelled. You know, I wanted to raise my kid the same way my parents raised me because I really believed in it. I loved it. I mean, I didn't like it at the time, but as an adult, I realized how many opportunities I had. But my younger daughter rebelled, and the book is actually supposed to be funny. And that book was still nonfiction, but it was filled with stories. It had a drama with my daughter. My two daughters were actually the heroes, and I was really the villain. And I wrote that book in 3 months. It was fun. It just poured out. It was very natural. My first book, World on Fire, took me 7 years. And this brings me finally to the Golden Gate, my novel now, because everyone's wondering, how did you do this? Honestly, I have always wanted to write a novel, and here's what happened. 3 years ago, I was sitting in my parents' house. My parents just lived a mile from here, near the Claremont Hotel. And the idea for the plot hit me. The grandmother from a very rich, American family is told on the first page that one of her 3 granddaughters is a murderer, but they don't know which one. And I thought of the twist. I'm not going to give it away, but I thought of the whole structure. And then part of the inspiration for this book has to do with an amazing coincidence. My parents currently live in Madame Chiang Kai-shek's former house. For reasons to this day, nobody knows, Madame Chiang Kai-shek lived here in Berkeley, California, on Avalon Street, near the Claremont, by himself from 1943 to 1944. And nobody knew why she was here. They said it was for a dermatologist. That's crazy. And there were rumors at the time that she was having an affair with a presidential candidate. So I basically took all those real mysterious facts and I built a whole story about it. There is also, right up the street from my parents' house, is the beautiful Claremont Hotel. I don't know if you guys have been there, but there is a real life ghost story associated with the Claremont Hotel. In the 1930s, a little girl was found dead in the laundry chute. And ever since then, it is said that her ghost haunts the Claremont still, and specifically the 4th floor, specifically room 422. So I built that into my story too. I had originally wanted to make my detective, the one that's solving the murder, to be a Chinese American woman. I thought this is gonna be fun. Unfortunately, when I did research, I learned that in 1944 Berkeley, there were 0 minorities and 0 women on the Berkeley police force. And this was the time of the Japanese internment, and it was very similar to our time now. Not just Japanese, anybody with an Asian face was suspected and thought of being disloyal, maybe a spy. So I had a great time using the parallel. In the house that my parents live in, there was racial covenants. Only white people could live in that nice neighborhood. And Madame Chiang Kai-shek couldn't live there legally. And it was so embarrassing. The first lady in China can't buy a house here. So it was the president of Wells Fargo Bank in San Francisco that intervened. So anyway, I wrote all these histories, all this stuff in. So to end, you can see that book too reflects the perspective of an outsider. It's filled with immigrants, filled with people who don't quite fit in. So since my time is up, I want to leave you guys with 3 tips. Because you're young, you're vibrant, you're obviously superstars. My first tip for you as you go out in the world is find your comparative advantage. I spent so much of my youth doing what other people told me to do. I always tell my students, if you can find out what really interests you, what you really have fun doing, talking to people about, and make that your career, you will succeed. Second piece of advice, reject pettiness and bitterness. A lot of bad things happen. I can get so angry, but it is a waste of valuable energy to be bitter. Instead, be generous. It will always make things better. It will lighten your burden and help you find your way. Third and finally, my last piece of advice, always go for it. Never don't do something because you're scared you'll fail. As I just illustrated, failure can be great. There is always a silver lining. Every single thing in my life that has ended up being valuable and precious is something that I was almost too afraid to do. So go for it. Thank you very much. You've been a great audience, and good luck with everything.
Thank you, Amy. If I may just have maybe a little bit because I myself found that very inspiring. I wish I can hear a lecture much earlier. So given the time, inch of time, we're gonna have 2 questions. I'm being a little stingy here because just I want everyone to have a great time. So from the audience, who has a question? Cool. Let's get one of that first, and then there.
Hi, Amy. Thank you so much for your speech. I'm so inspiring as an Asian student and woman too. And I love your advice on finding your comparative advantage. And it sounds like it took you a while and you've been getting advice from someone else to realize that too. So for us, like, what would be your suggestion on how do we discover that advantage and also understand, oh, that's the right discovery rather than that might be the wrong one?
Great question. And it's basically what do you hate and what is fun, and I made a mistake, honestly, with my own daughter, right? So my second daughter, Lulu, is very social. I think she reminds me of you. She's fun. She's very charismatic, It was so stupid of her to make her play the violin, just sit inside, but she got very good. She made medicine. But now that I see what she's done, she's very talkative. She's a lawyer. She's the president of clubs. So I missed that. She was social, and instead I tried to make her do something that was the opposite of being social. So I think go with something that naturally feels fun to you, and then work so hard. You can't. There's no substitute for hard work, but do it in an area that is fun for you because it's just going to be so much easier to succeed.
Thank you. So we have another question there.
Maybe a question. First, I would say, I never read the book about heard you on the news, but just listen to you. You realize it's probably far. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, I was thinking about, in the context of your children, you raise them here very well. And if you're looking at them now and they have like 40, 50 years ahead of them, would you want them to build their life here in the States with Asia?
Well, it's a little bit harder for me because my kids are only half Chinese. My husband is Jewish American, but I think I understand your question because it's very difficult for us. I have a lot of Chinese American students, and they are very they feel silenced, and they also feel they don't belong anywhere because some of them are scared to go back to China, and some of them also don't feel they belong here, So I think a lot of us are just caught in between 2 systems, and my dad's a famous scientist, and I don't even know who to worry about, am I more worried of the Chinese or the American government, So I would say for me, I have no choice. I mean, my kids are very American, although they speak Chinese and they value it. But and I am an American citizen, and first and foremost, this is where I fit in most. But I got to tell you, even in the last 5 years, a lot of stuff has happened to me at my school that I even think that I'm now a very prominent person that has actually made me feel more anti-Asian discrimination, more just shocked, like how could this happen? So I am, even at my level, very conscious of just being an outsider, and that just the way I look here I can't do anything about it. Like, I'm always gonna be an outsider in that sense. So complicated question.
Well, thank you for your honesty.
Sounds like an identity crisis that I often ask myself. And I can totally relate to that too as a first gen immigrant. So, all right, I'll give you the lucky winner. One last question, and then we'll go on to the next session. So, if you want, just one up. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the generosity. By the way, I mean, I really like your talk, and thanks for inspiring your life experience. I do have a question for you, because as you know, as a professor, you have to write papers and publications. But in the meantime, you also write lots of those books for the general public. What's your motivation behind it, and how do you do the time management so you can accomplish those?
So the time management goes back to the good parts of the culture habits that my mom and dad instilled in me. I am extremely disciplined, and I'm very proud of that. And I can outwork anyone, and I'm very proud of that. I don't think I'm the smartest person, I don't think I'm never, but I feel confident because I don't give up. So I am very organized. That is something I wake up at 5, I run the dogs, and I sit and I organize my days of all the difficult writing, the stuff that requires the most brain power, I do in the morning because I'm a morning person. Then less and less brain power, I organize my day that way. So some people do say it's exhausting to look at me. I'm obviously a high energy person. And so my motivation for writing the public stuff, I can tell you a lot of this was just so random. Like my first book, World on Fire, was really because September 11th happened here. And everybody was interested. So as an outsider, in America, everybody loves democracy, 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 democracy. But because my parents were from the Philippines, and I knew about developing countries where democracy doesn't always lead to good results. It could lead to confiscation and chaos. And I was able to write from an outsider perspective that helped people understand, believe it or not, the Middle East conflict, why people were so angry in America. So in a way, I just got very lucky that what I naturally knew about because of my own background became extremely important in the country. And it was the Tiger Mom too. A lot of people say I'm very lucky with timing, but it was that moment that China was rising and rising. The PISA test had come out. All the American test was so low. And so when I wrote that book, a friend said, fear of parenting and fear of China just collided. And it was just a huge firestorm. So mostly luck is the answer. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Let's give Amy a round of applause. Yeah, so, well, we're gonna go on to the next one, but there's only 5 more left if I what I remember. So Amy has a book signing session out there. If you want to get the last 5 pieces, there are several boxes. There's the last 5 pieces that you want to get, which I got one myself, and I was very inspired by her story. So if you want, Amy's gonna go be outside signing the book for you. But at the same time, let's dive more into the education and culture respect. What has that? The immigrants and the story and the impact that they brought about. So with that said, let's invite the next panel. This panel is led by Roger Ying. He's the founder and CEO of Dreamer Abroad. And he's the moderator and will be leading the discussion with Yulin Shi, professor at USF and CEO of Onyx, and Roy Zhao, VP of Academy of Chinese Culture at Cal Academy, and Anne Su, serial entrepreneur and founder of Bertrand D. Shu American and Chinese Bicultural Academy, right in the Bay in San Francisco. Let's give them a round of applause and welcome them on the script today. Thank you. Oh,
yeah, thank you for the introduction. Yeah.
All right, the stage are yours. I'm gonna let you take it away. Have a seat. Yeah.
So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the education panel for Berkeley China Summit 2023. My name is Roger Ying, and the founder of Dreamer Prop, which is by the Global Dreamer Foundation. We are a one-stop job recruitment platform for international students to study abroad, and we are the official partner with multiple University of California campuses and top 50 universities in the world. So it is my great honor to be here and to be a moderator / panelist for today. And I myself is a Berkeley alumnus, and it is always a great pleasure to coming back to the campus. Along with me, we have three amazing speakers here with me today, and I will be introduce them in just one moment. And our panel will be roughly about 40 minutes, with 30 minutes of the panel discussion and 10 minutes of Q&A at the end. This is our last panel or the last session in the Berkeley China Summit, so I hope everyone enjoyed it and also towards your ticket price. So I will go ahead and introduce our speakers. So from my right-hand side is Annie Xu. Annie Xu is the founder and head of school at Xu American and Chinese Bicultural Academy, a nonprofit paid private day school in San Francisco. So immediately prior to founding the school, and served on the school board of San Francisco Unified School District. And before becoming involved in the education, and worked professionally in high-tech and consumer products for more than 25 years. And also helped UC Berkeley with multiple initiatives in China, and has led Berkeley's alumni organizations in both China and the US for more than 15 years. And received her MSc and MBA from Berkeley. So welcome, Ed. And the second speaker we have is Yuling Xu. Professor Yuling Xu is the founder and CEO of Alex Inc., an enterprise strategy style company. She is the professor and of practice at ECNU, East China Normal University, and education researcher at the University of San Francisco, focusing on AI education. She has expertise in intersection of technology, business, and education. And so welcome, Yuling. The last panelist we have is Roy. Roy Zhao is a master of traditional Chinese medicine and a licensed acupuncturist. He has his own clinic and also served as the vice president and board director of Academy of Chinese Cultural and Health Science. So please give a round of applause for our amazing panelists, and we'll be starting our discussion shortly. So yeah, so the first question is, as we have a pretty diverse group today, we have the business owners, the school owners, and master of traditional Chinese medicine. Just to, and all of you are very successful in your relative field and your own path. So can you share with us why and how you started your current work and around education and the cultural related stuff? So, and how would you how will you use these work to shape the education and contribute to the cultural elements in the US for the Chinese communities and beyond? So I will invite Anne to answer that first.
Thank you, Roger. It's nice to be here with you all. As Roger introduced earlier, I actually did not start in education or work in it for a long time. I was an entrepreneur and business person for 25 years. I only got involved with education because I do have twin boys who are now 17 years old. So being a parent, as Amy mentioned, she has 2 daughters. I think being a parent makes you think about education because you witness how your kids are educated. And I got involved with education just in the last 2 years through the pandemic, through seeing my sons doing Zoom school for a whole year. And that got me involved in public education. I learned a lot and saw that there's a lot of opportunities to do better. And leveraging the Chinese cultural heritage as well. So I went to elementary school in China, came to the US for middle school and onwards. And so did my son. They actually went to elementary school in China, the middle school onwards. And watching and understanding, witnessing the Chinese approach to education, which Amy mentioned earlier, is a lot of memorization and repetition. of knowledge acquisition and skill mastery, which in itself is really great. Okay, when it is not so great, is that is the only way that you learn for the rest of your life. It's memorization, repetition will not be good. And the American education values critical thinking and creativity. That is all great too. But if you don't have a core base of knowledge, you cannot think critically about anything because you don't know it. And if you don't have a mastery of some basic skills and you're still counting your fingers to add and subtract, there's no way you can deal with more complex mathematics or any other mastery skills. So a combination of the Chinese education approach and the American education approach, I think is lacking here. And that is why I chose to start a school that combines the best of both the Chinese and the American approaches to education, as well as approaches to life. I think earlier this, I think even in the first panel, when we talked about AI, where there's ethics and how do you train AI to understand Taoism, Confucianism, and all these ethical issues. Well, people need to understand that first. And that is something that I hope to bring in my school to educate Americans, especially Chinese American, Asian Americans, to really understand the culture and then find our own identity in the society.
Yeah, thank you, Ed, for your sharing, and we'll definitely dig more into how we can better balance the Chinese perspective versus the Americans. So, secondly, I would like to invite you in to introduce a little bit about yourself and how you can come to this place.
Well, thank you so much. Well, I have actually opposite route of Amy Chen. She always had difficulties trying to get a professorship, but I got it like always by inviting to my accent. So I never applied anywhere, and then I was just invited, just so that you know that there are differences as well. 15 years ago, I was the president of San Jose University Alumni Association, Northern California branch. I was also the vice president of entrepreneurship and innovation of UCAA, Center for United Chinese Alumni Association. So more than 40 top Chinese universities, they have alumni association here. And because I was the president for the San Jose SYSU, so I was the VP for that. And then at that time, our president from San Jose University visited here in the Bay Area and asked our alumni to help the university. And it happened to be that my classmate was a dean of School of Software. And then so it turns out that through the conversation, it was discovered that the operating system class, by the way, I'm a computer science major. Operating system class, which is one of the foundation class, very important. At that time at San Jose University, we were still studying just the theory without actually writing one operating system. So I took operating system both undergraduate and graduate, and also at that time, my second startup where I was an architect was acquired by Sun Microsystems. So at Sun, we had a yearly like $7,000, $8,000 of free education fund you can use. So I used the fund to take classes at Stanford. Now, one of the classes that I took was operating system because I never worked one myself. Although at that time I was the architect at the N1 CPU group at Sun, but still I feel like I'm not good enough yet. I want to write one operating system myself because I never wrote one. So I took classes at Stanford. It turns out that was the most difficult class that I've ever taken. So I shared with my classmate who was a dean at San Jose University School of Software, and he said, "Okay, come here to teach just that class." So that's how I got started. That was very simple. And then I eventually started my own company. I basically, that's my fourth company so far. My first one failed, the second one sold, the third one sold, and the fourth one, I said, I'm not going to sell anymore. I'm going to just, grow it, whether, it's successful or not, but I'm just grow it. So I was stupid enough to sell it. So I started the enterprise strategy software, and of course, I learned everything that I can about strategy. So I was invited by the dean of this school to talk about strategy. And of course, because I have my own business, I've written a strategy software, I would know left and right strategy. And I'm sure you know that any business, the success depends on two things, or the CEO's job is three chooses. Number one, have a good strategy. Number two, have a good strategy execution done well. Many companies fail in those two, and then that's how they started. And then later on, I went to do the education study in the education doctoral program because I felt that I was not a good professor, I was not good enough. Even though my major when I was a graduate student in computer science was artificial intelligence, but I thought that I did not know human brain enough. I did not know the how human brain acquire knowledge. How can I do a better job in advancing artificial intelligence if I don't know how the human brain works? So that's how I get into that, and that led me to AI research. If anybody interested in this area, I would love to share with you on that.
Yeah, thank you. We'll definitely talk with that later on in our discussion. And it sounds like we have a lot of experiences and a lot of educators here. And lastly, I'd like to invite Roy to share about your experience. I think it's very interesting that to know about your perspective from a cultural standpoint and how you feel it.
Thank you, Roger. Hi, everyone. You can call me Roy. I was a physician in China. So now I'm an acupuncturist in the area. So I had taken many office in Santa Clara, in Redwood City, in Belmont, and right now I don't have time. Just have one office in Fremont. Besides that, I serve as the board director and the vice president in Academy of Chinese Culture and Health Science. Actually, this is an acupuncture school, the TCM school. So, also happiness in Thailand for me is my patient smile. So that's my best work for that. So after I graduated from the Academy of Chinese Culture and Health Science for the TCM program. After graduate, about 5 years later, they invited me to teach the acupuncture. So I really teach that for 12 years. So 3 years earlier, they invited me to join the board of director. So and after that, they invited me to do the vice president. They want me to more join the school. So now it's all day there. It's just a 1 day clinic hour. So maybe somebody some stranger. This is the traditional Chinese medicine. Why is it in the United States, right? So maybe you somebody have that stuff, but you don't have to do that because in this country, acupuncturists they only can do the acupuncture and herbal medicine. We don't have the prescription for the medication. So any disease, any problem we treat only use the acupuncture. So in China, most of even the TCM doctor, they can use any medication. They can use antibiotics to treat some inflammation. But over here, only use this acupuncture and herbal medicine. So that's helped the practice provider over here is totally different in China. Maybe later, the outside of the China, the TCM doctor will be very, very, huge you will find, because in here you only can use this accurate and herbal medicine. So I'm so, after the start of the executive in the school, I'm so surprised our school, the student is that we have a master and a doctorate degree, 2 degrees. Master degree, you have a Chinese language and an English language too. So in 2 language track, the most student is English speaker. Now it's more and more. And especially this year, we have so many students graduate from Berkeley. They started to go to my school before, so you know, honored they come to our school. They wanted is interested, not for the income, but they need money. But most they interested. They love traditional Chinese medicine. They love Chinese culture. So I teach them terminology. That class actually, you heard about the terminology, but actually is teach them Chinese, especially for PE, because they learn the traditional Chinese medicine. For the any herb they use is PE, not the English words, because use English very long and then very difficult. They just use PE. That's my job, to teach them that. They love my class. Every time I said my class finished, they said, no, not enough, still 10 minutes, 15 minutes. I said, nobody pay me that. Dr. Roy got very excited when I'm so sorry about that. But I know so many English speakers, they love Chinese, the Chinese culture.
Yeah, Kiwi, yeah. I myself graduated from Berkeley. I don't even know the TCM school, so probably we all can dig a little bit more into that to see like what resources we have nearby to get more information. So I do want to remind everyone to be a little bit mindful on the time, because we did have a long list of questions, so we want to get all of them for our audience. So many of you mentioned the education background, and also our previous speaker, Amy Cha, is known for her Tiger 1 title, right? So I'd like to pose this question to them first. What's your intake on this? And do you think the pressures, the academic excellence, and family expectations can sometimes be an issue for the Chinese families, for the kids? And what's the way that you think that you are using to teach your child right now, or at your school?
I mentioned my school is American and Chinese bicultural school, and that is different from bilingual school. Bilingual school just teaches the Chinese language, but our school actually teaches Chinese culture in English as well as Chinese. So to your question of the culture, in Chinese culture, there's a lot of emphasis on hard work, diligence, self-discipline, study, and therefore the kids sense a lot of pressure from their parents and from in Chinese, you sense it from the society. In China, you sense it from society. Here in the United States, it's less so from society, but you feel it from your parents. And that sometimes is the big question. But because we are in America, okay, and America actually values individuality, not so much societal pressure or family pressures. So for our school, we actually want to teach our students the root of both cultures, so that they understand that yes, you come from, perhaps if you're Chinese American, you come from a Chinese family who emphasize education and why they do that. Historically, why in this culture they value education. Whereas in America, Amy mentioned, find your own passion. You don't even have to maybe study so hard. Find your passion and then work hard on that. Okay, so the emphasis is a little bit different, and we strive in our school to teach both. It's bicultural school.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for sharing. So, same question to you, but besides that, as you are a professor at the university, is there any growing trend that you are seeing among your students, especially Chinese families? So, what's the main differences that you think between the parents nowadays versus the parents like 10, 20 years ago?
Well, I'm currently teaching at both USF and also ECNU. ECNU stands for East China Normal University. Because I was invited to teach at their Shanghai International School of Chief Technology Officer because China started the first CPU program last year. And I was very fortunate that one of my paper was accepted by NSI, Marketing Science and Innovation China Conference. And a day after that, the dean came to me and said, your research fits exactly what we need, use AI to empower student learning, especially performance-based assessment and development, because that's one of my research areas to develop creativity. I've taught at USF at our program called Engine, Master of Global Entrepreneurship and Management for years, and I know that the students, my students, both China and here, they are quite different. Specifically in terms of the trend, I see that definitely students use AI a lot more, and I'm very glad for that. But on the other hand, as a professor, for example, I don't really use ChatGPT myself, and I only use it once. This one was because this past spring I was teaching for the first time international business class, and in the class I designed, I was asked to talk about using GPT. So one of the assignments I created for my students of international business was what do you think about ChatGPT? So because I was good to do that, so I had to create an account, and then the only question I asked at ChatGPT was, what do you think that the implications of ChatGPT for international business students? So that was the only thing that I have. So in terms of the trend, I think that it is the use ChatGPT is a tool, but on the other hand, does not help you construct a schema internally in the way that if you going through all the processes. And then we'll have a whole class on cognitive science and specifically on cognitive psychology to understand exactly what is going on. But anyway, in summary, the trend in use technology, the trend of using technology is a good way, but I would caution students to use it in a way that would help you develop your metacognitive skills and develop your way of organizing it, but don't rely on simply get the answer, because that's going to do you a disservice. For example, just use an analogy. I don't know, have you driven without GPS? Okay, so many of the drivers like me, we did not have GPS when we started to drive. Now we actually know all the streets very well. But once you switch to the GPS, you rely on the technology that you don't really know the streets. And if for some day your GPS doesn't work, you're blind. You don't even know how to use a map. Do you see how important it is to master the foundation knowledge? Like Anne said, if you don't have this foundation knowledge, and you don't have knowledge. It's just doing a simple search. Doing a simple search doesn't equal to you have the intelligence that you need to be successful.
Yeah, so Roy, a slightly different question to you. So do you think there's there's American focus a little bit more on individuality, and also we have some Chinese characteristics that we really cherish about the question to Roy. And so do you think there's a gap between maintaining a high education standard and promoting personal well-being, like mental health or and extra as you are familiar with? Do you think there's a challenge on balancing between these two things?
In traditional Chinese medicine, usually like all kinds of the organ can change, all diseases can change. So many students ask me, So what's the best for the acupuncture treatment? Is that they want to answer that. Okay, 200 years ago in China, only one method is acupuncture and herb tea. So we can treat everything. So especially for the now, for in the Bay Area in the United States, the pressure, the anxiety, so many cases like now. So acupuncture is the best way for that. Even we don't have to use any medication. Even sometimes we don't need as many herbal medicine. So it helps so much. So we use acupuncture for even now for the channel or called Jingluo, maybe somebody know that, right? Even now still very stringent. It's difficult to research and find this channel, the Jingluo. So somebody that said we cannot find it means not exist. But most people they know that. Some things we still don't know. So I'm especially now in the United States, opioid, everybody know the crisis now. So especially the painkiller is a crisis now too. So we in the United States we right now have so many abuse wanted to help the acupuncture to treat more, support more patient. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. I think the people now are more focusing on work-life balance and also the mental health issues. So we see that raising a lot during the COVID time, especially. So it's certainly that education is more about academia excellence. So from what I learned from our state students as well, so we have the same result here. So there's a growing number of students, parents actually now, who have completed education overseas a few years ago, and now they are the student parents for to helping them or facilitate them to study abroad. That trend is very different, like versus 10, 20 years ago, when most people rely on third-party agent companies to do the research. So from the data we have seen, there's also like very stable growth for early stage study abroad students, and that number is even more stable than the degree-seeking undergrad or graduate students during the COVID. So that's a pretty interesting data point that we have seen on our end as well. So we talked about the family and cultural aspect of education in the past decades, and now we're discussing a little bit about how we can have a better education for future students. So, and I'd like to ask you first, every school is teaching both Chinese and English to the K-7 students, and personally, I know you also have the ambition to expand it to K-12 in the future. So, just wondering, like, what is the main gap you think is in the current K-12 education for younger kids, especially the Chinese American here in the US? And what's your thought on bilingual education fitting each our local culture here?
Thank you, Roger. So teaching Chinese, I mentioned earlier that my school is actually a bicultural school, not simply a bilingual school. And you mentioned academics as well. I think in traditional Chinese philosophy and education is actually academic, cultural, and character education, as we say, do a 肢体前面发展, right? Not just learning and knowing lots of things. You actually want to be a good person. You learn to be a good person. So character education is part of what we do at our school, as well as culture and academics. And so that goes way beyond just teaching Chinese language, way beyond. And that is why we are a bicultural school, not the title, the name is a bicultural school, not a bilingual school. Okay? Because we believe as Chinese students come to America, many of them academically are just excellent. Okay? But culturally, maybe they're not as aware of where they are now. They need to learn about that. And in terms of just being a good person, I think most people are good people, but was that emphasized where they grew up? I asked that question to American kids here too. Okay. A lot of parents here
Chinese Americans also emphasize study, study, study. But what about having them do chores at home? Right? They don't know how to wash dishes. Actually, we make our students wash their own dishes, down to the first grader. And they have to clean the school because we do not have janitors. All the students clean the school ourselves. Actually, this is done in China. Right? You have you take turns. So that is part of the Chinese education, and that is something that we also do morning exercise. So we take the good elements of Chinese education and culture and combine with the good elements of the American culture and education. And that is how we want to prepare students for life, not just to study and get PhDs and stuff. Really, academic, cultural, and character education is what we want.
Yeah, I see a lot of nodding hands there, so you definitely have your personal experience. Also myself, I graduated from the high school in China. Also, I have my personal kind of reflection back to me as well. So, China to reading FN covers the K to 8 countries as well. And you are a professor in the universities in both countries. So what are the main differences and commonalities for higher education that you think among your students? Do you think do you change your teaching style in different places, or and what is the main problem that you think exists among the Chinese students in different countries?
In terms of the commonality, I see my students, they all want to study. So that is really good. In terms of differences, I do see the differences. For example, in the US, my students would not be that like, sit there and in the street, so they might, whatever, comfortable away. So that's typical in my classroom in the US. Versus in China, students are really, really super proper and very respectable. So that is huge difference. And on the other hand, my students in China, typically I would have to emphasize that. Unfortunately, this is an English class. So I would have to ask you to speak up and ask more questions, because typically in a Chinese classroom, such as when I was teaching operating systems for undergraduate students, I taught for 3 years, students don't challenge you. Students don't give you tough questions, and they just basically seeking accepting knowledge. And I asked them, oh, what about if I said something wrong? What if I can make mistakes too, right? So if you think what I said is wrong, challenge me, ask me questions. I'm not gonna be embarrassed if you ask me challenges that I challenge the question that I cannot answer, right? So that's one of the challenges that I will encourage my Chinese students in China really to speak up, to ask questions, and don't be afraid of making me embarrassed, like if there's any question I cannot answer. And especially since I teach 2 top classes in China. One is called creativity development. Specifically, my students will be the future CPO for China top companies, and this is the first in the world CPO programs. And I feel so fortunate and honored to be selected to teach executive management and creativity development. So I feel huge responsibilities. I've done a lot of research to make sure each class is designed in a way that's going to not only pass some knowledge, but make sure that their critical thinking skills, their creativity thinking skills, and their effective reflective thinking skills, all those meta cognitive skills are very well developed, in addition to they're aware of the thinking processes. So that is something I commonly teach in both US and China.
Yeah, thanks for sharing, and it definitely reminds me of one of the leadership principles we have at Berkeley China School, right? So it's called question statistical. So it's really challenging for many of the students, and certainly I can also add part of what Yulin has just said. So taking our Sabre students that we have seen as an example, So while many students in China, especially the top one, they are currently very independent and they can do many research on themselves, but there are also a very large group of students that are have the habit to rely on other people or rely on other resources or their universities to give them the opportunity or to give them resources rather than trying to find more themselves. So I definitely see that. So Roy, you held the leadership role in Academy of Chinese Cultural and Health Services, ACCHS. And how do you see the Chinese philosophy that can be integrated into the education besides the training or technical skills? How are these philosophies relevant to the students or society that we have just talked about?
Thank you very much. So may the first time the China government just shook hands with the United States, 1972. That time is the China still choosing. First one, ping pong. What is second? Acupuncture. So that time, acupuncture started into the United States. And then until 1980, the legalized acupuncture that time. So philosophy, especially our English speaking students, they love Confucian. The Tao is definitely because we teach every student Tai Chi. That's you can see the exercise, but it is not only, right? This is the active philosophy already. So they love that. Especially the English speaker student. So from there on, they know the confusion help from academic. The Tai Chi help them from natural to the body health. So the both connect together, then the student will be excellent at the academic things. So from there on, acupuncture in United States. Okay, I wanted to say two things. Most mainstream still not recognize acupuncture yet, but still have some like fertility doctor in United States are all around the world. They recognize why. Okay, some IVF. The IVF is success rate only about 19%. If with acupuncture, its success rate increased to 34%. So that's so surprising. So that's why the IVF doctor, they recognize that. So now, pen treatment with maybe all the United States, the citizen thing. I cannot say 100%, but at least the 50% now acupuncture the best one. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so the final question from me, and after that, I will give the microphone to the audience for Q&A. So it's a pretty hard question, actually. But what's the thing that you think that you would like to achieve most in the next few years? And also, what are some of the suggestions that you may have to our group of audience of students now here at Berkeley? So it's a pretty hard question, so I will give you a minute to think about it. So I can share mine first, so that you can have the time to think. So as a education entrepreneur myself, my goal is to, or my hope is to really empower more students from all backgrounds, especially the students from underprivileged backgrounds, to have the opportunity to study abroad in the top ranked universities. And that is the resources that is limited in many regions. We see many Chinese here at Berkeley and UCLA, but there are a large group of students that are left behind, not only in China but also beyond. So I'd like to share quick data with all of you. Is that at Berkeley, 15% of the undergrad students study abroad at least once during your 4 years undergrad studies. And how you have mentioned this number is 10%, roughly 9.8%. So which means that 1 in 10 students have the opportunity in the US to study abroad in the other countries, either European countries or Asian countries. But in China, if you look at the entire college population, this rate is extremely low at 0.9%. And even if we only look at the top 5 universities, the top 5% of the universities, which is what we Chinese call Shuangyu or Chihuahua, right? That rate is still pretty low at 3.9 to 4%. So there's a huge gap between there. There are a lot of reasons behind it. There are cultural reasons, there are economic reasons, there are politics reasons nowadays. But still, like we want to encourage more people or want to empower more students to have these resources to study from. So that's about me. So I'd like to turn the mic to Anne to see what's your goal in the next few years and what's your suggestion to our students here.
Well, thank you, Patrick. First, my goals for the next few years is to expand, to make a model of a bicultural school as the first and only bicultural Chinese and American day school in America, actually. Bilingual schools are everywhere, but bicultural one, we are the first and only one. And we actually want to expand it across the United States because it's just like Jewish school, just like Catholic school, they're everywhere. They teach in English, but they teach the philosophy and the culture. So I want to make that across the United States because there are Chinese people across the United States, and actually the values that we teach is shared across all cultures, not just Chinese culture. So that is my goal for the school. And as for advice for students here, I would echo back to what Amy said earlier, that you're here in America, you know where you came from, you have those cultural values and roots, but you're here in a new environment. Learn about the new environment, you have the opportunity to explore what you really love. And then, as Amy said, I agree 100% that there's never a bad experience. There's always a silver lining in every rejection and every failure. So keep that in mind and just go for it.
Thanks, Anne.
I have 3 backgrounds. First is technology, specifically software. Second is business, both teaching as well as running my own business. And the third is research, specifically research in AI education. So because of those 3 things I have, my goal are really 3 in those 3 areas. In the technology area, I'm completing a new series called quantum education series. Basically, there's a new research method that's not as much used because it's new. It's called quantum synthesize. And specifically, I'm using the theory generating quantum synthesize to generate a new theory called quantum education theory. Basically, combine the already existing research on quantum theory with all the existing education theory, simplified in the way that will make sense for a multicultural global theory. The contribution in the theoretical area is that it encompasses not just the local ones. For example, there are over 30 education theories, but they all fall into 3 areas. One is the behaviorism, which is popular before the 1930s. Second one is the cognitive theory, which is popular since the 1950s. And since the 70s and 80s, the dominating theory is called the feature theory or constructivism. All of them have problems or limitations. And as you know, that quantum theory has been revolutionizing, not just to quantum mechanism, quantum computing, but also beyond. Examples, specifically the wave particle duality feature allows the singly complex things to exist at the same time. And if we think about our culture, US culture and the Chinese culture are totally different. And so I'm putting together a new series that hopefully is is like like the elephant. Different people from different regions see the elephant from different areas, but when we put the elephant together, we actually see the whole elephant. And that theory has the potential to advance both AI and let us really human intelligence guided artificial intelligence development. That's the AI side, and also at the education side, develop us with a guiding theory backed by rigorous research, quality study. So that's something that's going to contribute both at the software side, the business side, and also the education side, education research side as well. And of course, working with very highly respected leaders such as Anne and Dr. Roy Zhao, I really admire their leadership in really pushing forward both the Chinese culture and the US culture. So I feel very privileged to have the opportunity to work with all. And one of the challenges I personally have is not enough time. So I would invite all of you, if you're interested in AI education, if you're interested, I have a lot more ideas than my time can allow to implement. So I would be very happy if you're open to that so that we can make the world a better place.
Thank you, Berkeley China Summit invited me to here. I wanted to try to our Academy of Chinese Culture and Health Sciences more popular in Bay Area, in California, Main Street, such as UC State, especially UC Berkeley. Thank you all.
So that concludes our panel discussion, and we'll be winding the beginning at the end. Given the time we have, probably just take lots of questions from the audience.
All right, your last chance to ask questions. There's one question there.
Thank you all. I'm getting so much inspired. Can I have a question for Professor Xu? And you just now, you just mentioned that they cognitive science, there is a deep learning ability. Can you talk more about it? I feel like my learning ability really get down because too much technology. I feel I need to really teach myself how to learn faster. Yeah, hopefully what I said is clear.
So you're a non-computer science major and you're trying to learn computer science.
My current major is computer science. The initial motivation for me to learn is I want to know what happened about my learning ability. I want to teach myself how to learn. And in the future, of course, the AI research.
I see. I wrote a almost 100 pages long research paper on learning and instruction strategies of machine learning class because I'm just using this as one of the examples because I taught OS for years, which is considered one of the most detailed class. I interviewed the professors and students from CMU and Stanford because my son graduated from CMU, SCS, and went to Stanford for graduate study. So because of my connection, I worked with them. I identified the 3 major causes in terms of our problems, and I proposed 3 solutions. So this might be of interest to you. But this is although that research was done for machine learning class, but it's really highly complex content learning. You have both conceptual knowledge and procedural knowledge, and you need to deliver the lab work within a week or 2, because that's where our challenges are. The 3 problems that I identified in that research is number 1, not solving the prior knowledge. So, for example, for machine learning, we need a really good programming skills already, and we need a 4 specific area in mathematics: calculus, probability, statistics, and the linear algebra. And then, unfortunately, professors from both CMU and Stanford told me that, even though we have the best students, but unfortunately, they don't they're not prepared well. The second area of challenge is that the actual construction of the new knowledge incorporating when the new one built on top of the existing one. And the third area is that the time management skills. And that is why my research focused on those three areas to be able to allow to build the effective metacognitive skills, which is something that most of classrooms don't have. And I have a list of things. So I'm developing a software currently that would allow you to be able to build a knowledge graph dynamically based on the constants, and another layer based on the knowledge graph based on the metacognitive skills, and especially with the goal to be able to reduce extraneous cognitive load and enhance the germane cognitive load with the most cutting edge based learning and instruction strategies. And then so that the intrinsic cognitive load can be constructed optimally. So hopefully that will be a help. You can follow up with in the industry.
Right, thank you so much again. In the interest of time, we would love to take more questions, but we do have to close our summit as we would like to give them a round of applause first before. Great, thank you, and we really want to thank you, Roy and Robert as well. Thank you so much for your talk. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, a day full of brilliant lectures and very interesting and intellectual discussion. A journey from the esteemed speakers, from AI, from the Nobel Laureates keynotes, from entrepreneurship, from political economy. We adjust the elephant in the room. And finally, we arrived to the culture education. And I want to thank everyone and all of you's strong support for our Berkeley China Summit. And we really appreciate to see you next year. But before I close this conference or summit, I would like to invite my team, which is the whole Berkeley China Summit 2023 organizing committee, co-president Jerry, and Brenda. I'm not going in particular order, but Chief, Director of the Network Engagement, Duke, Director of the Content, Harry, member of the Content Department, and let's come all the way. And the rest of the members will come all the way. We're gonna do like the due credit for all of you. And last, of course, Anne and Jika. Jika is this year's chairperson, and Anne has been a chairperson in the past several years. So please come on stage as well. And all the BCS members. Thank you. I would love to keep the stage to all of them. Without them, I don't think we will have such a successful summit. I want to have Jerry to lead the closing remark and thank everyone.
Thank you, Julian. So really, I want to thank every audience here, and also the panelists and speakers who made this event a success. And then, like, would you mind going previously to the slide? Like, the slides go too fast. Like, maybe to the and I want to thank all the members. I think
is Chuck here? Chuck should be on the stage as well as before. Chuck, are you here? Okay, let's invite you as well. Let's go back. Come on in. Yeah. And Kai as well. For a minute. Yes, you. Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to highlight, so we are a student organization actually, so a lot of us, I would say all of us are actually students. So we are either undergrad or MBA. I was like talking with a member, like what like he was watching a lecture outside while we were checking. I was asking what's the class, and like actually we're having midterms right now, and I just want to spend like the time and effort and how I really appreciate everyone's effort and support in this event. Like without the members, without the volunteers, without the directors, this event will not happen. Yeah, especially want to highlight our directors. the network engagement director Qi. If I am an investor, I have $1 million, I would definitely invest in Qi, although I really don't have $1 million, so sorry about that. But Qi is definitely very favorable, kind of all the way in country. I also want to highlight marketing director Leah. I would say she's one of the brilliant minds in the world. Very great graphic design, very astonishingly good quality. Yeah, and also want to highlight content director Duke and also Zhilian. I think both of them make a great effort to find the high quality speakers and also the panelists and moderators this year. So I just don't know what is the best words to say thank you. I'm like missing a lot of the members' names, like just to reply, but I just don't know how to express my full thank you to everybody. And yeah, I also just want to highlight the AB team. It's been a long day, and thank you all for being here. And yeah, I'm losing a bit of my word, and I'm like feeling very emotional right now. But just want to say thank you, everybody, and it's great to have you all here. And we hope to see you next year, and again at Berkeley China Summit. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I think we deserve a round of applause for the rest of the members here as well. Thank you so much for attending Berkeley China Summit 2023. And again, we love to see you coming back as alum, as a student, and as friends and family of the Berkeley Connection. Thank you all. Is the photographer still here? We would love to have a picture of the whole crew here.
Oh, excited to come up. Can you help us take a photo? Like yeah, that would be great.
Thank you so much. And for the speakers and panelists, just remind you that we do have a dinner at the Berkeley Faculty Club, invitation only. And thank you.
So, counts 1, 2, 3.